Radiant struck.
What the Silver Edge? Like, what's the high priority here with Silver Edge?
He realizes he has to be the one to initiate. If he's not going on Void, the team fight's already over.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It also lets him put one of his meepos into a weird position, like he was kind of trying to do top lane. I think they're never expect to have another one, because if you get caught in the pit, everyone's dead. That LGD line is probably one of the best Roche lineups I've ever seen at fighting around the pit. So OG really needs to use this Aegis. It's probably the only Aegis they're going to see this game.
So that Silver Edge, the purpose is here for Notel. He almost has it finished. Coming out. Anna, what is he going for next after the Radiance? It's going to be Yules. He has enough, just about there for it, but where Spyback is of concern too. Keep that in mind. On the other side, Faceless Void, and EC is coming along. More attack speed for him. Happening in the Lincolns has been finished on Mirana as well. What does Tide even have? Tide with the forest down. Gun on the left. We're going to poops him. It pops a BKB and no time jumping into his death. Going to as soon as he comes up, I'm sure. And or Ravage, yeah, that works too. It's a Chronosphere and also catches the back lines. They're going to go for the rack. Now there's a buyback. It pops a BKB and no time. It's activated by Mirana right there. Mirana's going in. Hotel. He's looking for a target. They ping him out. Throws out some nets, but Mirana putting the damage in and no time. Poops up. They're gonna go for the rack now. Boy, honestly, kill Scepter. Some because still alive. I'm kicking in. Well, they also kill Faceless Void. Knifed out the Fire Revenant first coming out. And a no tail, but he actually gets picked off in the back line. Anna's not trying to live as the only core right now for his team. Somnus, Mirana will die in the midst of it. Honest staying alive this whole time. Gil Scepter thrown up in the air again. The Sleight of Fist, and AA goes down as well. And now it's just 11 all of a sudden. The raid boss is the only one alive. And they're going to take him on a killing spree for Ember Spirit. The fact that he lived throughout all that, I mean, it was a dieback on Meepo, but...
He force buyback. He didn't put a safety remnant back or anything. He's like, let's go. Buy back if you want me.
Gonna force it, at least from Mirana here, I would assume.
And they did pass
no
the cheese over,
so
he does have that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So you did not want to give up a free tier 3 here. I mean, Kunkka's been one.
Yeah, Kunkka can probably hold it.
Yeah, Ace up at 15 and he will have an Ice Blast as well.
You nuke the wave, honestly. Kunkka can probably hold it.
Yeah, but just not the best either. That's showing right here. So Sleight of Fist and he jets on out there. So that will be the end of the attempt. That's showing right here. So Sleight of Fist and he jets on. But they did actually fall back before they did.
Yeah, they got pushed off of that.
That's showing right here. So Sleight of Fist and he jets on. But They did actually fall back before they did.
Yeah, they got pushed off of that. And trying to play Meepo at 33 minutes without boots of travel feels awful. You can't relocate yourself very easily. You're very... And trying to play Meepo at 33 minutes without boots of travel feels awful. You can't relocate yourself very easily.
Girl strat, yeah.
Yeah, he's nuts.
It's impressive to watch it, but I have noticed that but I think that also kind of goes to the, again, they drafted the people in this lineup, to be fair, so it's not caught them off guard, but this is a very difficult team. Have Meepo be extra effective, like all the AoE lockdown that they have.
If your Batrider wasn't broke, you get the jump on a lot of these fights. Like, they wanted to be lassoing people at 13, 14 minutes, and in reality, they were getting shoved in so hard. The Batrider still didn't have his blink till like 1830. It was just that lane crumbling, lost their entire strategy, and they had to kind of fall back.
Well, it's 8,000 network for LGD. Again, there's definitely still plenty of game left. This move is over, and he's there. The racks obviously healing up. So, not that there's not even any racks destroyed for LGD. Just sign up that. What does he have now? He almost has the Lincolns finished for next year. The ultis are ready. Ravage as well as the Chronosphere.
Yeah, and the Lincoln.
Radiant's bottom barracks. Radiant structures are fortified.
Rana just leaps in there aggressively with the attack speed. And the fortification using healing. You know, is behind with the Meepos trying to creep cut here. So smart on his part for sure.
Yeah, but you can't have midwave crashing in at the same time. Yeah. Get rid of the backdoor protection. It's so close.
Oh, S4 was looking for a target. He missed it, and now he's in trouble. X marks the spot. Right back on like push on top of him, and we're very likely going to fall. Chronosphere held off. They get the melee racks, got what they came for. And OG, he pretty much has lost cost right there. So yeah, it's understandable that they chose not to really negotiate there.
And Notil actually got a creep wave to this tier 2, so he is able to hit it. Gonna have to abort. Maybe they look for something on the backside here, but I just don't know what they can actually kill without all dying to these ults.
Oh boy, Jason's on. Gonna run him down here. Ice blasting for the TP. They dig him, and they are gonna stop it.
Really good at stopping.
Got the gem as well.
Do
they see it? Yeah, they do. They pick it up, so Night Stalker is dead for another 40 seconds.
Still trying his best to chip away this tier 3.
Oh, he almost has actually, but 11 gets there in time to once again toward But the split push, Rat Dota is definitely the strategy. It's been the whole game for OG. You can't forget about Visage too. Visage almost has his X. In fact, there you go. His X. So now it's a third familiar coming out.
Boy,
and that's something. That's a little 21 too.
Yeah, he's definitely farm. Very, very farm for support in this game. But the birds don't do anything when you're this far behind. You can cut a couple creep waves with them. If a lane gets to barracks, you can put some pressure on buildings. But it's one of those things you really wanted to be break even or feeling like you have some control over the pace. And they definitely don't.
Oh, another bell here. Finally, the silver edge is finished. So how's that to work with now? Get someone with a unique build.
Just not ready to it just seems so much cleaner.
Yeah. As for this is definitely something we've seen before. But not this game. Playing the Batrider here. Stuck with what you got. So Hotel push out the bottom lane, and Roshan is up. LGD will make the way over there. Definitely not going to be stopped in matter of getting the kill and getting out. AC is now finally finished on faces as well, so he's going to take the Aegis here.
Yeah, I would imagine the Bloodthorn. That'll make it. In reality, I would say this game's looking pretty done and dusted for LGD, but I saw take a game off IG earlier in a very similar game state.
That's true. That definitely is true. It was as a result of the throw, but again, in games that had those comebacks that will play part of it. In fact, OG finding a couple of heroes by themselves. One of them is tied, to be fair, and that's not the easiest thing as we keep stressing. And like Shadow's activated, Meeple's going, and he wants to steal on the left, so he's going to kind of fade something out. He's dropping a half life, got the break effect up, so that does help, but again, the Moonlight Shadow's active, and they just have to retreat.
Awkward. Just so awkward. They got tied to half, nowhere close to actually
Rune of double damage.
They're just going to make the way towards the top lane. They already got the bottom rack, so we're taking care of the melee at least. Putting the pressure to the top lane. Meeple's split pushing the bottom as expected, but waiting for those ultis to come out. Time dilation popped. Passing the flame guard up. Keeping his distance though, that with the Radiance burn. And they are gonna fix up the Faceless Void. Actually, the Spirit comes off the side of another Michael. But this Meeple's definitely gonna die for 90 seconds. Over here, Kunkka surviving. Out comes the Ravage. And now Ember Spirit's in trouble. Ember Spirit will barely survive, but not for long. Maybe Slide of Fist get out with the Remnant. Yes, he does act to stay alive in the long run. His part is for up. He will fall by that. Get ready. Not gonna use right away though. Again, though, Meepo, he's just having this rough time.
All right, look right below the top racks. Click on the Ember. It seems fairly accurate.
He's trying, man. He's trying. It's not the best for the range rack's gonna fall first. Going for the melee now. They did get the buyback, of course, on S4. Faceless Void doesn't care about anything else. He has the Aegis as well. Worst case scenario, S4 goes down for the dieback. And that could be the beginning of the end in favor of LGD. They're going to make their way to the mid lane and try to help clean up for Mega Creep right here. And doing everything that he can to stay alive. And keep his team still in. I mean, he does play damage. The Ice Blast comes out, though. You do see Faceless Void getting low, but again, even if he does die, the Aegis will roll back up. And in the Slide of Fist, he's getting done up, though. He flies quickly, but he's the only one alive currently. Not Ducker will resurrect in a couple of seconds. Another Searing Chain use, and they finally take out the Faceless, but that just means full life and full man. That's almost as if he wanted. This is going to be a dieback, and if he goes down right here, Slide of Fist bouncing around constantly. And he will actually stay alive in the long run again, but now it's no tell, he's back. Here comes the PKB though from Faceless Void. Chronos for 10 seconds. That's how long this fight is. No tell again is gonna get bursted down. Not a friendly Meepo game. That's proven to be the case. And GG's called. OG's 0-2 in the group stages. LGD, they'll go to 2-0.
That was a beautiful start. I didn't mind it. I really didn't, because I got the idea of the game plan. If Batrider gets a blink, you just pull somebody back, 5 Meepos poop on them and they die. You got a bunch of different catch between Ember and Night Stalker and Batrider, but when you lost everything like that, you couldn't force the tide back. The Void got a jump start. The early game was just such a disaster for them that they couldn't even play the Dota they wanted to play. Don't get me wrong, there were probably better picks than Meepo there, but nothing was going to team fight against that LGD lineup.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Because I'm almost positive it's because Grant said it.
Yeah, that is definitely a hot take.
How do you know about it?
Because I totally read it one point, because I found it horrifying and yet I couldn't take my eyes away from it.
Oh, look at Lich, made useless.
The battle begins.
He can't even sacrifice for mid. What does this grow in this game?
Well, he can't feed her. He's got the
Okay, at
boots
this
queued
point,
up.
would you sell your clarity so you could TP the
Yes.
range creep?
Yes.
But he won't have enough gold. I was just saying.
Sell everything. Just do
I was
it.
actually testing your 780 right there.
I didn't even see how much gold he had. I just said yes because I thought it made sense to. If you suggested
It was a conditional question, Ben. You're asking if it were possible, would you do it?
exactly.
Well, he could definitely. He has the better.
Not, is it
Patience from
possible?
Zoe.
He's not, okay. He's going back. I want to watch DDC here.
Yep. He's gonna get the range one.
Easy. Now look at that.
If he misclicked the melee one, he definitely misclicked to pick the Lich.
So we got some courier snipe shenanigans, gentlemen. Couriers are not biting.
By the way, this is an off lane. Get that information out there.
Also, Scorched Earth level 1, a lot better than he used to be. But he has wait, the Infernal Blade, so...
Where is the Devourer level 1? Am I just casting Dota in the wrong era right now?
Infernal Inferno Blade to trade hits with support.
I mean, we're watching.
You know you could get Inferno Blade really quickly if you could level to level 2 by devouring a big creep in the jungle, right? And now he dead.
Not just
Meanwhile, mid lane, first blood, super caught out and punished. We'll make it back to safety. Aku with the train. There are no T-scores today, gentlemen.
Oh my god, his respawn is so low that he might have. Wow.
No T-scores today. Got that one too. And now looking for the third in the top lane is Mr. Yang. 2 for 1 thus far.
Help him, Lich. Lich, help him.
Oh wait, you're a Lich.
He's gonna time log in 10 seconds. They're playing this one for late game, guys. This is about the Chrono Chain Nova combo.
What about Chrono 150 damage?
Only one thing to do when you're caught out in a fissure, cold snap, and that's feed. Well, on the top lane, Yang going in again, just wrecking this top laner, at least trying to. TDC will use that girthy 283 move speed to get back towards safety. Meanwhile, bottom lane is about to be in the grave.
Man,
he is.
LD showed up to do camera work. None of that usual L shit we normally see.
Well, usually when I'm observing, I have like my legs up, I'm, you know, taking it easy. I put my tryhard pants on.
Why did Dire use scan right there?
Yes.
Dire's bottom tower is under
They
attack.
got the Weaver.
He was already visible on the map.
Got him again, dude.
We know you're there.
Except he doesn't.
He doesn't know that you know, though. That's the thing. So earlier in the office, I heard some strong opinions of roaming Earthshaker. Right now, Afu is lighting it up. He's setting up 2 kills for the main.
What were the? I mean, what were the opinions? You just said they're strong.
Oh, it's just like very much so inferior to the other 4 position, and he's better off as an offlane, which I don't disagree, but he's doing very well.
The thing is, he can still do the thing.
Oh, that big totem. FY on the run as he is the new stand-in, rocking towards the Sunstreak. Just walks right through it. Easy peasy. Who's king of the spirit of the ES, I should say. I mean, Shaker's the OG.
Yeah, he's always the Shaker.
I'm a Shaker fan. It's our spirit. I don't buy into this new school nonsense.
Also, Earth Spirit is really hard to play, so fuck that. Go with the old.
Shaker's more satisfying.
Yeah.
He's more impactful.
Invisibility.
Dota continues. Fortitude score. Great farm here on those Radiant cores. So fantastic start as Afu, sneaky, moving in, and Doom does not have the creep. And Shockwave, I don't think they have the first to kill this Weaver though, especially now with the sneak. Well, looking for a smoke play of their own, super.
Oh, Sunstrike!
Yeah, they're throwing everything. Nicely done.
Still sticking around mid though, they want to make this go. Oh, now the jig is up at the boulder. Special point rolling through, connection there with the Nukes from Skyrim. The Lina stun, got him. Easy pick.
Still boots. He's actually good. Wow, Earthshaker's arcane?
Yeah.
Radiant's
wow.
bottom tower is under
I mean,
attack.
the positive side of Lich is, since he's a useless hero, he bought everything in the beginning. Shaker could just start with like boots and stuff.
Getting that XP. Imagine how far ahead Yang would be if he were not against him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That is having a pretty easy time of it so far.
What build do you go into? There's so many different Doom builds.
Max, Scourge, Earth.
No, Scorch.
Oh, they're making the dive here on the top lane. DDC with the casual TP to free them. Easy Lich skills.
I think some sort of Blink Blade Man.
Dire's top tower
For
is
neither of
under
those seems
attack.
very nice.
Blade Mail?
There's so much damage. Look at it on the other side.
Monet, he did just put up 2 points in spin lock, but it might come back behind him. He's got 20 seconds on cooldown before another one. Time walk off. That is not happening. Vici, sapped in numbers when they take down the void.
Dire's top tower
pick
is
for
under
them.
attack.
Apu looking for the vision. Buck is okay with the cold snap. It might be enough. Sunstrike come through, but able to sneak out of it. Still Ori gonna go down.
Sneaky bitch.
Nobody expects the roll. Trap card LFY have deployed this game.
His stuff died a lot. 0 and 3 on him.
What were the nerfs to Lina in this patch?
Dragon Slave damage and your level 25%. It's used to be 40 and 4. Now it's 35 and 3 for Fiery Stone. So I'm rather confused by the way that this Doom is linked, because Doom I think is a strong down.
Lina with the big rotation.
Yeah, zap here.
But I Scorched Earth, very difficult to finish this Doom. I don't know if they can, even with the GD, that last auto attack. Health. Really hurt. That's end, right?
Oh. Yes. Right, AC just shut down. Is that a fast enough?
No, Lumi, what do you think?
Sign up for the pocket.
Actually, given how hot it's been, it was like 107 degrees during the hub. That is kind of the sign of apocalypse. It's pretty freaking. Not a night though. Trying to set up here on Mr. M. Flame, not level 6. Mid lane, they're trying to dive here. Commitment on the super. Boulder Smash coming through, the slave as well. Medici secured.
He is being given the business. 4 heroes, 3 heroes before, 3 heroes early on, and they actually weren't able to kill him on bottom due to no Sunstrike. That's their invoker. I think Apu just needs to sit mid until the Doom is sick, because there's no business, I think, being bottom. Yes, you can get a Sunstrike chain stun kill, but it's just so hard. You need to be able to like mess up.
Move on to Apu now. Boulder Smash comes through. Yang roasting him slowly with the napalm stacking up. Find another kill here. Might be slowing down that Earthshaker a bit. And looking for more in flame. Scorched Earth, but quite tanky. Not a whole lot to work with, so Vici gonna let him go. Overall, after a hectic late game, 9-4. Not as bad as it could have been. They are getting close to ultimate territory here. Jane Frost is summoned, gentlemen.
Have you guys ever played with or against a Lich? Oh my god,
this Lich is owning. I know, I've usually just think this Lich is an asshole more than anything. Occasionally, you hit a tick Jane Frost. That's not why anyone picks the hero, so it's kind of a weird thought to have.
Doom level 6. Moment we've been waiting for. Fissure into Doom, right? And then you kill. Sounds right.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They should scan him again, man, just to make sure.
The Weaver, Fissure comes out, Doom deployed as well. Still Sakuchi, but it's gonna wear off. Almost walks into the Sunstrike, shoots away. Stays alive for now, but the Infernal Blade coming through. Weaver will go down.
Dude, the walk away. The walk away, man. Cool guys don't look at explosion.
Bugs on front.
So
the worst is when you do that and then they live with like
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Then you
but at least you were cool.
It's not cool if you live though. Yeah. It's like if you walk away from the explosion, except like you blow up your own home or something. That's not cool.
Alright, Chain Frost online. It's cool people don't know it's your home.
Your family knows it. Yes. That's fucked up.
But you don't care if your family. Yo, solo kill mid lane. Simper drops a meteor, drops a cold snap.
I care if my family.
I thought he was gonna chain it up with the Sunstrike. How relieved do you think Super is that they finally has his item after being like 5 man? I mean, he can still die before he gets it.
He's got the Goku hair. He's
how many Sunstrike?
He's got none.
He doesn't have the gem.
Good option. Just lurking here is the Shaker. Alright, gentlemen, let's regroup. Vici Gaming had a great laning stage, got a lot of kills. What do they have to do to keep the good times going?
Right there.
Not die, that would be great. Oh, look at that sick Chain Frost TDC!
Did you see that mini stun and the slow
clutch? When the doctor ordered, he can't save off Boo, but perhaps he can turn this with a well-placed Frost Blast.
Why are we just hating on Lich? I'm pretty sure right now on BTS 1, there's one guy out there be like, yeah, guys, Lich.
That hero is one of the most mind-numbing heroes to play.
Brainless. Brainless is the word. There are two heroes that Fear said he wanted deleted from Dota. One was Lich, and the other was Viper. Both have remained essentially the same hero for probably about 4 years now.
So well designed and balanced.
Buy your items!
Oh, he got his Doom also.
Buy his items.
Why would you do?
That was actually terrible, dude, because you can't just smoke gank as your comeback low. Dominant. Sunstrike no setup?
It's not really dominance if you dooms when they just live comfortably.
Yeah. It's still typical. No, it's not. Like, as a Bat Rider, you just like, idiot. I would just laugh in his position.
I'd be slightly triggered.
Tilts your team, they see that and you're like, why did you doing this Weaver right now? Instead, you might lose your precious prize Lich. I'm sorry, I can't keep. I feel like I'm trying to restrain myself here. I don't know about you guys.
Lich is very exciting. If he had a deny counter on him, maybe like if he could store souls.
What if you got stronger?
Like,
get more experience.
And the less time it's on cooldown as well, and the more range creeps you deny. Okay. Like you start powering up, Chain Frost just keeps getting stronger and stronger. You have like a max Chain Frost, and then when that's ready, like an alarm starts blaring in the game. And you know, like you have to keep it. You just start painting yourself like frantically, like my ultimate super Chain Frost is ready.
All right,
prepare to battle.
One addition to that, right? Like the creeps you deny has to be the same type of creeps, right? Because the souls are racist to each other. Like if you add melee souls, like it's just not pure as the range souls.
This is getting too complicated.
That's the 780 math version.
I don't think Lich is.
Why are you guys flaming a 780 score? That is a good score.
I'm just saying I'm not on your level.
You are literally on the same level as me. You had a
my math skills have atrophy though. I am old.
Mine as well.
And decrepit, just like this. Oh! Look at the sick plays here by the Earthguard in position, but the Chain Frost, the Sunstrike, the Chain Frost!
Okay, it's bouncing! It's bouncing!
Takedown and not done yet! What's the piece of yay? They've got the bubble! They're gonna use it! But he can't block in the flames! Never mind. Yes, he gets the kill too. Lich to the rescue.
That was.
Give me that fight recap.
That was a sick game.
That was a good game.
Give me that fight.
I want to see that damage on Lich.
Give me that recap.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
All right, here
Thank
we go.
you.
Wow. Look at that bar.
Look at the damage!
Look at that bar.
Amazing.
He microed that Chain Frost really well.
Oh, he was the one who used the smoke too.
That'd be sick if you could micro Chain Frost. That would be so much fun.
Yeah.
Like, there's an option for it to auto bounce, or you can like.
No, that should be like an axe upgrade, right? Screw the endless bounce, right? What if you just micro it? Would it be too strong?
Not sure. I don't know. There's still like a limited
Dire's
range it
middle
can
tower
bounce it.
has fallen.
It'd be a lot better.
I feel like I would just hear a lot of meat burp.
Oh my goodness. That's a good like texting tone, isn't it?
It's usually like something slightly frustrating.
Oh, they are going in onto Monet. Is he gonna get? Yep.
Mask of Madness Void. See you later. This build kind of disappeared, gentlemen, but it's back now apparently.
Earlier we were watching the OG versus I want to say Newbee game, and the Void in that game also went for the exact same. Mask of Madness, Mjolnir.
And think of it when you have the elect. This Void.
And Frost Armor completely negates the Mask of Madness minus armor.
Yeah, it even lets you cast spells.
I don't know. I just see Mask of Madness Void, and it's just like you're going all in. You don't even have jump. It seems to be below.
Seems to be below.
Dire's structures are fortified.
It's the buff the hero.
All right,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Glorious King.
Okay, let's see this D1 from good old DDC. Oh my god, the Lich has done it. Where's the Courage? The Courage is flying by to scout out for his compadre, Sir DDC, the Lich King.
A 1, a 2, a 3.
Lich adds another one to his soul count.
Oh, you should get, you should get both.
Oh my god, you guys.
And another one bites the
Meanwhile, there's more Dota happening elsewhere. They've gotten one. The Doom in the bottom lane, they want more. Monet is super in trouble.
Okay.
Where's the Lich? Where's the Lich? They need that Shake Frost. They don't.
Well, not gonna lie, if Lich was there, that
He
was
is farming mid, okay? There are creeps to be denied,
Under attack.
and he will be denied. Got him. This sacrifice is essential.
space created for.
I think Lich should
Dire's
max
bottom tower has
sacrifice. I don't know what's his max frost blast.
This is a carry Lich living.
He's
Something you
pretending to
wouldn't
his
know anything
team.
about.
You get more stuff done by maxing sacrifice as you get higher level. No joke.
I'm just saying, man. He better get a Midas.
You flaming DDC?
No, I just want him to get a Midas.
No, not you.
I'm not blaming DDC. You guys are blaming DDC.
You said, what is this Frost Blast business? That's direct.
That was a pretty direct play.
Alright, here comes the smoke gang.
Oh, FY's been scouted.
So, in terms of the Doom build that you were questioning, Ben, it's Grub's Midas.
That's not what I expected.
So, talent selection for DDC was the health.
Remember when you said Blink Blade Mail?
Oh, they want a piece.
If you had a blink there.
Oh, but FY walking back into this one after his teammates straight out of there, into the meat grinder, easy takedown. Amy rolling forward. They're gonna do this and commit. Big dive. He's those bongos and he's looking for trouble. I don't think he has the damage for this. The team is not supporting. Meanwhile, Alpha front low, Echo, enchant totem, chain frost comes through. See you later, Weaver. Tanks that Laguna like spots, hits the wands, and then does it.
No frost armor though.
No. Imagine if he was higher level.
Wait, who said that? Was that? Was it LD?
I think that was Eric. That was a big comment shot.
Oh, okay. I was like, that is too real, too good.
Lich is cursed. If he weren't cursed in lore, he would have
Radiant's
been able to
bottom
dodge that
tower
uphill.
is under attack.
Oh, I see.
What? Why is he cursed again?
I don't know. He's just cursed. I don't actually know all of Lich.
This is where we need slacks on call.
I mean, I can read it.
Get him on the line. Read it out.
Biography. Maybe it's bad karma. He used the threat of destructive ice to enslave entire kingdoms. Wow, this makes him sound way cooler than he actually is. I want this guy to write my biography. These lore bits are great, by the way.
This is like a 40-minute bowling session for Lich. I just feel for this hero.
And this, by the way, this is a good Lich game as far as like what you can expect out of him outside of tonight.
And he's doing so.
He's first big Lich, man.
Oh, big boulder initiation. However, the silence comes out, but they're going to commit on this Lich. Even the Mystic Flare, FY knows who the real boss is, but they can't finish up DDC. Not like that. Wait, little nuke. Now the turn. Laguna comes out on the other side of the fight where the real heroes are. Supra's going to go down. They mow through the Invoker and the Void, and crucially, get the Frosty Man down. Doom was blown. Echo was blown. And Michi
No Chrono.
no Chain Frost.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
On shrine.
Dire's
Kind of hard to
structures
cast
are
Chrono when you're
fortified.
got your Massive Madness going.
Yeah, that build is... The thing is, he
Dire's
doesn't
middle
need the
tower
armor
is
that
under
much,
attack.
but he needs to be able to cast his spells.
That's the thing, like, you really need to be able to time walk his Void. It's very low cool.
Yeah, I think it's good
Dire's
sometimes,
middle
like when
tower
you're
has
not
fallen.
worried about dying in Chrono, and you can get away with it. Because If you do it right after you chrono, that's maybe like a 3-second window where you actually can't cast spells that you wanted to, but debatable. Not for every game, but
maybe. Not for this game. There's so many silences, so your window of actually getting good
Wait,
jumps.
isn't that a good thing then? You're like, well, I'm gonna get silenced anyways. I might as well just silence myself.
Well, generally when you're silenced, you're dead, so you know. I'm guessing.
But he's gonna get silenced anyways.
I guess.
Not if he dodges.
Yo, here comes a 2-max smoke and Void Lich. That's the combo.
Those
they
are
are.
two buddies,
I was thinking you were trolling them. Of course.
No, you guys are bullying the Lich.
No, he walks right. Classic Lich play. Walks right into the scan. Incredible. Why do Liches always just walk into scans like that? It's despicable. You have this fresh, shiny Shadow Blade ready to go. Lich, he wants that deny. Was it worth it, DDC? It seems it was. Beachy punish.
Damn that bomb.
He can't be spamming a whole lot now because the lassos come through. They can lock this boy down, silenced and finished off. He needs more health. He doesn't have it. Scar of Silence, and he's a goner.
Is this really
He didn't even get Frost Armor up on the tower. They're crumbling now.
Lich don't need no friend.
Dire's top
Need to
tower
save this tower.
is
One-man army.
Let's remember, this was not just a Lich pick. This was a first overall Lich.
Come on.
I think it's fair to expect a lot out of him.
Well, it's really the Void's fault for not chroning for the Void. That's a real carry here.
Alright, well, once he gets this Urn of Shadows, then we'll change, guys.
Wow, this is
Level 2 Chain Frost is about to come out.
Do we have any more Lich?
Not really. You gotta let them come. He's a king of high ground. He's great at punishing people who dive his fountain with the Void.
He's great at level 25 when you have plus 35 Frost Armor, Structure Armor.
Yes, the iconic level 25 Lich.
He should, in theory,
should get there quick.
Yes.
If only he had a Midas.
It's not too late.
I think that's the play.
I made a Lich show back in EI2.
That's right.
But he's got Aegis, and Doom can't quite get him ready to cast Doom. He Dooms after the time lapse, still with the Aegis up, and now they're going to follow up onto this. Master Madness deployed. Any sort of stun is really going to cause this Void to get massacred. And indeed, a quick takedown for Ori. Now finally the Aegis expended, Aptu on the run. Meanwhile, a Chain Frost was lobbed out, and DDC at Super combined! Yang gets wrecked! Now Lich on the run. Can he make it? Dodge the boulder smash like a boss. CP.
Sick
Easy.
Lich plays.
Easy.
That's why you first pick a Lich.
Let's look at that
Ladies and
damage.
gentlemen.
Alright. A solid 560 damage done in that fight.
Not bad.
I think he just used it.
Wow. And he cast Frost Armor 2 times that fight.
Correct amount of armor is casted.
He also plopped down 2 Observer Wards and a Sentry.
I really hope that this game ends with a Chronosphere and like a Rampage Lich antagonism.
This is probably the worst position 1 I've ever seen relative to everyone else.
The Void.
Yeah, look at his net worth.
I mean, it's the build, right? Like, he just explodes in fights.
Is it the build?
I think it's the build.
Maybe it's the positioning.
I think it's at least partially.
Maybe he's supporting the Lich properly. There's a lot of issues. And a handful. Yeah, I maybe like, what other build you get?
Just get him out. If you really want to farm. No?
What about the chat Lincoln?
Lincoln's in.
I mean, there's also
it would still be good though. Like they can't. He's dying like to
Radiant's
the Skyrat
top tower
Silence,
is
the
under
Lasso,
attack.
or the Laguna. Those are like the big.
Now Weaver's the Fusel can pump it, but that's because they've been owning already. Yeah, I could subscribe to the Lincoln's first build. Now he's going Manta style. Got to deal with that silence.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Just seems to me like whenever you see a successful Void, almost always it's A, getting a big chrono, which sets up your team, and then B, just like taking a bunch of damage and constantly time walking it off. And he dies too fast with this massive mana
Dire's
stack
bottom
to ever,
tower is under attack.
actually get off multiple time walks.
I don't know. The Master Man looks pretty bad, but the times that he's dying, he's just getting silenced.
I think he dies anyways.
Yeah. I'm more
It
curious
doesn't
about...
help you farm when you're dead.
That's correct, Alfie.
That's a 780.
780 analysis, not an 800 analysis. Look, people are joining the stream. They don't know what we're talking about. There's no context to the 780.
Why don't you enlighten them? Do the math.
What about this dude?
Okay, how about you use your 800 literature skills to tell us a story about how this happened?
The 800 literature skills is spent on praising the Lich.
Okay. He's done a pretty good job of that. He's got track.
I'll read his lore.
His lore is pretty good, by the way.
Not often you get the Ben Wu stamp of approval.
I think all the lore, but that's good writing right there. That is an 800.
I mean, those are honestly probably my two favorite things about Dota after just the game balance.
Yeah, it really is.
The lore
really good.
and the sound effects. Yeah, especially me.
I don't think I've ever just bothered to sit down to read the lore.
Okay, Lumi, you can look on my screen. Okay, check this out, bro.
Check it. I'm checking it out.
I'm gonna read this too.
All right.
Drifting from battle to battle and sudden creeps to fuel his assaults. Lich is always ready to help his fellow heroes destroy their enemies with slowing frost. Should his foes be foolish enough to gather, his bouncing ultimate will ensure their demise.
Okay, now onto the actual biology.
Yeah, that was just a bad.
That's the teaser.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to. I'm literally looking the opposite direction
Lumi,
with my
you
monitor.
got camera.
Yeah, I can't.
In life, the Frost Mage Atherian, not yet a Lich, had used the threat of destructive ice to enslave entire kingdoms. His subjects, aided by a few desperate magicians, eventually grew bold enough to ambush him. Armed with enough charmed rope to bind him forever, they tied the Frost Mage to adamant. Dropped him in a pool known chiefly for being bottomless. It wasn't. He only fell for a year or so before an outcrop snagged him. There he retreated. And here I pause my reading, as we might actually have a fight. It wasn't.
It was like the most dramatic.
Time is money.
There he rested.
There he rested, dead but undecayed. So the Geomancer Ahil thought to verify the legend of the supposedly bottomless black pool. Is it Anhil or Arhil? Anhil? Anhil's plumb line snarled with the ropes that bound the drowned magician, and up he hauled an unexpected cry.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
On the top lane.
Yeah.
Thinking that by rendering the dead undead, he could question the Lich about the properties of the pool, he removed the bindings and commenced a simple rite of resurrection. Even the descendants of Atherian's enemies were long forgotten by time, so there were none to warn Anhil against imprudence. His judgment almost immediately as Lich threw off the shackles and consumed him.
That's some vengeance.
I don't know. Oh, this sounds like some bad animated plot. So the whole idea is there is this supposed bottomless pool.
That wasn't.
It wasn't. And then you just kill some pool over it, right?
All right, here comes the chain frost. You ain't running from that, yay! He gets locked down. Deafening blast, a couple of auto attacks, and see you later. Lich was ready. He gonna have your mama.
Yo, he put that guy on the bottomless pool, yo. You know what I mean?
DDC.
Dude, they're not actually farming that well on BG. They're pretty far ahead in XP, surprisingly, given the win, but gold-wise, Super is way ahead.
Alrighty, you got Amy here. He rolls to the low ground, but that also means a wait hit. They don't have this Deso yet on the Giver. It's a very slow roach for LFY, though. They don't have the firepower. Quickly take down the big rock.
Also, this Doom is like going the hardest read mode ever. Taking his gold talent for his Devour.
Yeah.
Midas. This is like what you do in pub.
At the rate the game's going, it's gonna pay off.
Would not surprise me if you get into like Refresher Axe territory.
Do you get Refresher Axe? Do you actually need the Doom?
Battle
right?
Doom.
Yeah,
Sure.
I think you just run in there.
AC, Heart, Shiva.
Whatever build, like you
Pipe?
said, he has so many different builds.
He's going Shivas. Shivas is good
I mean,
too.
I think Dooming the Weaver and the Lina is very nice, but
I think it's just hard to Doom both of them. I think he just needs to set up for the Void so that Void can get good Chronos off.
Okay.
Because Doom still does damage even if he's Chronoed,
Just so
right?
your idea is just like tank up and just run in and draw focus and.
That's your job, right?
Yeah,
you have a Shaker on your team, you have a Void.
You're the
Alright.
meat tank.
You just run in there, dude.
I mean,
So
he's looking
Madness
for it.
Void, he's not going for
He's
it.
got BKB. He's got.
It's so farmed. He's as farmed as the Weaver.
No, looking for the jump now. Yang out in front. But where? In the trees. Lurks DDC. He swings around. He gets something. Straight from the get, but the Chrono is a bit too far forward. Monet is able to block up the Weaver. Bursts him down. Now the Doom onto Amy. Looking for more. Yang on the run. He won't make it out. Dealt with Infernal Blade slashing through the Earth Spirit. He might have been denied. Can't really tell, but he's dead. And so too is Lady Lina.
Wow.
Oh dear. Don't call to come back yet.
All in. Dude,
That
look
was-
at Doom's damage that fight. Oh my goodness. Did 3,100 damage.
That is the dream pub combo, right? You throw out the Chain Frost and then Echo Slam kills all the creeps. And then it's only hero bounces.
That is gorgeous.
That is true.
That's what happened last night. Except there were no
There were
heroes
no
nearby.
heroes to bounce to, so it really
The
didn't
idea is there. The idea is there.
Flawless.
All you really need is Veil to nail it. Hammer
Radiant's
it
middle
home.
tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
That was rough.
Calm down.
Or
Big chops getting
Radiant's middle
excited.
tower has fallen.
Who were you guys?
Yeah, okay, you know what'd be really fun is like pubbing with like the Lich voice artist on team playing Lich.
Oh, and he's just getting
says
into
the
it.
voice lines all the time. Like every action he does, he's just constantly using the lines. I would pay for the experience.
Dang, Invoker is level 21 without the XP gain talent.
Super needs to spend his gold here. I would dare say. Casual 5,400.
he got a lot of Sunstrike kills early on. Like the Sunstrike lasted, so he was able to pick up a ton of EXP that way. But yeah, he is. What is his score right now? I don't think he's died. Yeah, he exited the laning stage with a like 2 and 3,
Yeah.
and he just died once since. Yeah, he's been having a very good mid game. Ooh, Bat Rider is going for his axe.
He doesn't have BKB though, so he could just get echoed.
I mean, if he has BKB, he's getting Chrono and Doom anyway.
I don't think he's doing bad.
Okay, maybe if he hasn't gotten his last one.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You put the Doom front strat.
Yeah, you just run in there. It's Doom. Look how tanky he is. And he has cheese. And he's going hard
And
next.
he's going hard.
You can literally just run in there. As long as you press, for sure. 55 damage HP per second.
Monet now grabbing the Manta.
And he got a wolf. A dream.
Do you think he's gonna take Devour Ancients and he's gonna take the Rock Golem and just go?
Yeah. Yep. Oh, they tried to make a coherent Super, but Super has BKB as well as Aegis, so he ate. And now the chase forward. DDC, the chain front, it's a bouncing. They didn't get the bounce into the Chrono, sadly, but it's a aiming, about to drop Manta. Is there the timing from Monet? It's a beautiful piece of art from him and L.F.Y. Clean up too. They did lose their Lich, but a noble second.
Monet was play Apple. I think that's the first time he soloed.
Monet
I think he did.
actually LSA with Matt. Yeah, little mini Craig items
Dire's
right
bottom
there.
tower is under
nice.
attack.
That was a pretty sick man.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Weaver known to cheat her wrist, went straight for the Lich. Be like, boom, Lich.
Dire's structures are
away.
fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
He get his revenge though. One gets a 150 damage.
It's literally his lore. He's the master of slow burn.
He will put him at the bottom of the bottomless pit.
That isn't actually bottomless, but only he must know. Lich isn't a name, right? It's like an actual type of demon or something.
Double damage.
Isn't that like a class of some sort?
It's a type of undead creature. Often, a creature is the result of a transformation. A powerful petition of a king striving for eternal life. Uses rituals or spells to bind his inflated soul.
That is a very Scourge description of a hero.
Yeah, I think he's like the ultimate.
Time is money.
Maybe Necrophos. Necrophos is pretty dire.
I also like just the whole like tavern system. That was just cool, man. Now we have this like it was because it was built into the game, you know, rather than just a separate like picking screen. I missed that. Sometimes you couldn't find it. People would like not know which tavern a hero was in and start panicking.
Yeah, but those are the noobs, right? All the pros would be like,
Well, that's like 99% of Dota players.
true.
Okay, let's see Doom just run in there apart. 4,100 HP. He did eat the golem. Oh my god, he's tanky.
Oh, the ship gets popped. The BKB committed. Out comes the tornado. Catching the Bat Rider. Can they clip his wings? Cold snatch there. Fissure coming through. Down he goes. Meanwhile, looks like they are duking it out elsewhere. They have held on to that prized Chain Frost. They're gonna save it for a rainy day.
Why do they keep going for the dude?
What do you mean? He runs into all 5 of them.
Yep, but he just like, why did Bat lasso him?
He's gonna doom you if you don't. And then kill you.
Alright.
Shivas and right click.
The thing is, he just runs at you with Shivas, and
Right.
you can't blink because of the scorch of the Shivas, and then you can't really ignore him because he does a lot of damage in front of him. Well, Carl expended.
Well, I missed a kill mid, but I was busy admiring Doom's effective HP here.
His
61 physical resist,
Radiant's
61%,
bottom tower is under
and then you've got
attack.
4,100 health. So his effective HP against physical damage, what, 7,000 or something?
I mean, only have 780
Wow,
max.
that is some
Bottom
780
tower has
mastery.
fallen.
It's a lot. Okay, go.
Alright, dude, run into base.
Regeneration.
Alright, he is in the base.
Doom marching in, burn him down by about fifth of his HP, closing in
He's
on
actually
half.
dropping from the
Scorched Earth of the
Radiant's
bed.
bottom tower is under attack.
Bit of chill.
He's got cheese still. Oh wait.
His heart. You look at the heart
Oh
regen.
my god.
300 a second. How do you stop that?
You ignore him.
But Infernal Blade
Inferno Blade actually is really good.
Inferno Blade
Yeah.
is painful.
Percentage damage.
The spell is agonizing.
Fissure finds tip to Echo as well. Big dunk from Apu. You know you're in trouble when they're winning these fights without them.
Double damage.
Get the split push action on. Lena pushing her way
Radiant's middle
top
tower is under
to get
attack.
damage on his T3, but base under fire.
I also like how DDC was going back to like, looks like he wanted to deny a creep while the team's trying to like, push high ground and break the base.
Oh, Lena is doing a lot of damage over here, but we do see Monet. Monet, is he going to go for the solo play?
Big chrono,
Okay.
BKB was committed, counter BKB, Sunstrike coming through. And now
Yes.
he's still trying to attack that Lena down. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, they're also chasing with the Infernal Blade onto Amy. He's in trouble, the Doom was committed. BKB as well, another Infernal Blade. He tries to roll, he won't make it out. He's brought down in the end, and, or he did die up top, so. Way lies open now.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
This Doom hero. Wow, what a beacon.
He's just tanking the whole Mystic Flare with the fail. He's still above half.
That's the cheese.
Oh my. Oh my. He wouldn't be this strong if it wasn't for the Lich, though.
Oh yeah, imagine his effective HP with Lich armor.
Yeah. Whew. That's why he's dropping so quickly in these recent fights, because Lich was not with
You mean was not with Lich?
True. Correct.
Radiant's bottom tower
That's
has fallen.
true reason why he got the Grey Hammer.
To protect the Lich.
I do like how the player named Inflame is playing Doom.
Radiant's
Seems
bottom
very fitting. He tries to man up here with his starts the Shiva's card. He just doesn't care. The Weaver keeps on hitting him. It's completely ineffective. Meanwhile, Doom swinging that big old blade and doing work here as Invoker quietly pummels them down. Super constant damage
take
being
both
pumped out.
gems.
Once more. Let's keep a little help. Oh, DDC found him. DDC found him. Where's the help? Oh. Where's the help? No Chrono. Kill
Yo,
that
the whole
bug.
team's coming.
Save that Lich. Oh. Got him. Could be trouble. Could be trouble. Will they have the vid? Still silence. I do love how the entire team came to save Lich immediately. Would have been able to, like, you know, kill that range Rax or something. Let's save that Lich.
Well, this Doom's greedy talent certainly paid off.
Is he gonna take 40 HP Risha? I don't think that's the one, right?
I think so.
I think that is the one.
I think
He
that
has
is
Heart.
the one. Yeah, but Heart's not active in life.
I mean, I think you take the.
I mean, to be fair, he hasn't really dropped below half
Yeah.
health, so.
I don't think.
He almost did.
He almost
He
dropped
almost
below
did.
half health.
But that's his Lich wasn't.
Yeah. He didn't have Frost on it then.
Do you need more damage?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it's always good.
So is surviving.
2%. That's a lot.
That's a lot of percent.
Radiant's top tower is
40
under
HP
attack.
a second.
I mean, we may never know because they're about
He's
to.
at 70.
He's already got 70. Like,
That's
it's
with
100%
Scorched Earth,
really
though.
that much better.
That's with
Radiant's
Scorched
top
Earth.
tower has
Without
fallen.
Scorched Earth, it's not that much. Scorched Earth is 100% uptime because he doesn't have Auxer.
Oh, but man, he's got 322 right now.
It's with Heart.
I know. He's gonna ruin the beat meta. Doing that. Good forward smash here. Good initiation. The dream start for BG. Is it gonna be enough? They focused on the void. They will kill him off. Here comes Big Daddy though. Looking for the Doom target. Won't find it. They gotta save this Lich. Kill off the bugs quick. Elf knows. He knows the real enemy is character. Oh, yeah, but he pays for it. Ultimate hit. Apu on the run meanwhile. He is low. He's not finished off just yet. The Sunstrike coming through. Apu up to the high ground. Tries to survive. Will hang on. Meanwhile, Kennedy runs right into the army of Super and he'll pay for that. The Doom is still full health. They're kiting. They're ignoring him. This is the key. Instead of hailing Sages, bypass him. Can't keep up. He's getting completely outrun. Super will die. The raid boss will survive.
Yeah, he needs more damage. Yeah.
You know, if only he had 50 HP from second region, wouldn't fight here.
Well, he took the
Unfortunately.
Wow. Unlocked. 8 is down.
Yeah.
This could be the start of the end.
She's got 99 problems. But Lich ain't.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Old jokes. Recycling.
I'll play this.
That was a TNA2 joke. It was a IX Mike
To the radiant.
I still remember that.
What was it?
I remember IX
TI2. IX Mike
playing
was
at
running
tournaments.
away with us Lich and got Sunstrike.
What is the last tournament IX Mike played? I think it was ESL New York 2014. Is that accurate? Like last like playoff.
I don't know. That was a while ago.
Didn't they play on like a Redwood land?
Like the LAN party thing they did? That doesn't count.
I said land, not land tournament.
Alright, LAN tournament.
What a land tournament. I say local area network. Does that count if you're like at home with your family? Like, same to work.
I just remember his glorious entrance to the stage with the basketball shorts.
I remember that.
Envy does not pull off the basketball shorts the way IX Mike. IX Mike
pull off
has the swag.
You could be a model for this. basketball shorts.
I explain.
That's his calling.
You know, like Jordan has the Air Jordans. You know, there's Yeezys, but IX Mike basketball shorts. Now there is a product that you can believe.
What about a stash?
Yeah, the stash should just be like right across the crotch, you know, proudly on display.
It is the after hours here at BTS.
Dire's
what was it?
structures are
BTS.
fortified.
What? That's how the
Invisibility.
Chinese people say it.
Okay.
Okay, he's running in. Are they going to ignore him? Oh my
Lich
god.
has a gem. Lich is ready. Super gets up the BKB. Now the Chrono comes through. Look for the chain thrust. 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 It's a pretty amazing one. It's bouncing everywhere. To the left, to the right. I don't even know the left voice down. Good start here. Now the Doom on the back rider, but it's after the lasso. Lina getting to work with that machine gun auto attack. In comes the Weaver. The Sword has arrived. Down goes the Invoker. The Doom's healthy, but they just ignore him again. Monet's in trouble. Monet is dead. Oh, Afu, this Echo had better be immune. It's a pretty good one coming through with the enchant totem follow. Lina's done again on 2 though. Lina's still a pretty damn good late game carry. Finally will drop. Doom stays alive. DDC back into the fray, and with the Invoker pumping in the deeps, they will find 5. Can they make it? Another kill. They'll want this Weaver again. The Doom just finally swings the sword, but no avail. And meanwhile, guess who's dead? It's Mr. Yang. He gets the Lich. Yes.
Always.
Always.
Alright, I want to see damage output. Show teamfight recap.
Wow,
Doom, Inferno Blade?
Insane amounts of damage.
Yep, that's why.
I wish we could see how many Inferno Blades he killed.
18. Probably like 5 or 6. Like he was just like walking up there with it all the time. Turned on, just smack.
Smacking kid.
With a backhand.
How would
Invoker bought that back.
lean also just 2 big mid cores.
Very fast BKB timing into walking into the Chronosphere for the Invoker. That was unfortunate. Would have.
Okay,
That's true. Would have just completely won the team fight if he didn't do that.
Haste.
I think Doom is going Refresher next, I believe.
I mean, to be honest, he's not really hitting people that much in these fights, unless the Chrono is super on point.
Now that he has bots, the game has changed.
I mean, Refresher just makes sense in that aspect, right? He needs to make himself relevant in the actual offensive match.
What else could he get to make more, have more uptime on it? I like Octarine on him because you can actually have more uptime with Scorched Earth, and you also have lower pretty sick. And you like something. Not that he needs anymore.
He needs that 40 HP.
Ben, you have an HP regen bench. I feel it's just,
Yeah.
it's a little too much.
It's like
Nothing.
30 HP regen. Oh my goodness.
Is that his
That's why you're
level
on the solo mid.
25?
Oh, 15.
15.
Yeah, for sure.
You're prepared to use that off the
Country.
You should get 800 really.
Yeah, please. I couldn't make fun of you. I got
Please.
less than you. What the
I mean,
heck?
you could just make fun of me because you just do that anyways.
I do, but only if it's justified.
I see.
That's what my mom taught me.
For people that are not in with the joke, we were talking about SAT math scores.
And Lumi was disowned by his family for missing a question.
Missing a question on my SAT.
And LD too. Except it's not a shame.
It's not a shame.
Set in stone.
50 minutes.
Let's just go down level 20. Once he gets that 120 GPM.
How is he not level 20 right now? He should be denying.
Yo, it's because they keep focusing him, man. Give him a break.
That's true. He never gets.
They actually are focusing him a lot.
Yeah.
He's tanking orchids, he's tanking Skywrath Mystic Flares.
They don't want to
Earth
put him
Spirit is jumping him.
at the bottomless pit, man. But it's not bottom.
I mean, diving the Lich is a good way to end up at the bottomless pit. In the dumpster.
Wow, Moonshard already can face his voice.
For the dead.
Was he not slot challenge?
Radiant's courier has been
Oh,
killed.
he was.
Regeneration.
Was it his moonshot? Maybe somebody else bought him.
That's true. Dude, perhaps? Maybe do. I don't know. Do one is always about refresher.
Yeah.
Invoker. You're right. It should.
So Invoker did not go refresher. He went Hex. Don't really see the Hex build too much nowadays.
I think they're a way to guarantee lockdown versus Weaver.
There's also no Lotus right now.
LFY still looking to close this game out. Only one set of racks left for Vichy, but still have a lot of fight left in them, and LFY are starting to max out on some of their items. Boom. Man, Gem of True Sight, such a waste on him. He could have so much more HP regen. If not, how much HP regen? No clue. 12.
That's not a lot.
That is not a lot. 250% mana regen.
Ill-gotten gains.
He actually kind of runs out of mana because of his diffusal hits from the Weaver.
Almighty one.
We're into the super late game now.
Oh, Lich is about to get level 20 talent. Let's see that. Do you think he's going to take GPM or damage?
Please take GPM.
But 150 damage, man.
He's
gonna get off like 3 right clicks in him.
I agree.
Blink, Chrono. One strike follow up, and in comes the Shiva as well, trying to lock down the Batrider too. Look at the Ori pick. Buyback on the Lina. Alright, now they're really in trouble for Spirit.
He's thinking about it. DDC, what are you getting? What are you getting, DDC?
Dude, every second you pass by, you're losing gold.
Oh!
He's got the deed.
Yo, is he done sieging that tier 3? Let's go.
Meanwhile, the rest of LFY setting DDC up for this climactic team fight.
He's not even hitting the building.
They don't have the Chrono though. It's
Radiant
going to be tough to get the Dream Chain Frost. Miles is going to get clipped by this Tornado. Yang threatening to go in with a lasso initiation. LFY chipping slowly. And yeah, the little slap on the wrist to FY. That's Doom number 1. Doom number 2. Coming in hot and heavy. No, never mind. Not coming in at all. He's going to run out of mana relatively soon here if he's not careful with the Deso pumping into him. Down the Doom onto the Batrider. Dive forward from Monet. DDC still hanging onto the Chain Frost here, waiting for the moment. When is the time? Where's the place? He hasn't found it yet. Now the Echo. This is your moment, DDC. Let it go. He will. And the game can't handle it. It lags out. Pure admiration for the best sledge I've ever did see. And LFY.
Just wait for a pick a Lich, ladies and gentlemen.
This is how you win.
Counter them.
Counter.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
посмотри вокруг, что происходит!
Fountain which will make you have a prize. Echo slam.
Боже, ты посмотри вокруг, что происходит!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Yes.
Do it with flair.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Incoming.
Balance the scale.
Боже, ты посмотри вокруг, что происходит!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Ecstasy of agony. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Setbacks. Good to go. Not a target you want to run into right now if you're this Radiant guy, but the Yulson Puck proved to be a very good item, and he has queued up. Act level 1 is finished. Is that the answer to this game?
All in that once they get BKBs, you probably lose the game. It's playing to their strategy right now, right? They've got Veils, they've got Burst. They really have to kill people in that herd. So in a normal fuck, it's 25.
he's still able to run around. Steering change doesn't connect, but it doesn't matter in the end. He's kiting as long as possible, trying to buy some time. But yeah, that was Sand King just sitting up there comfortably waiting for the eventual bots in and got the kill. Middle lane, good job by OP, making his getaway with a refraction in the blink. They also catch Clinks though. They're gonna go on a couple more. Ghost Ship's gonna be coming out for Cuck off to the side. He puts the torrent combo. Burning, getting really low himself. Now purification heal, and he goes down actually. Great job, Clutch Gamers there. And out comes a Guardian Angel. No, I thought we were gonna see the Chronosphere, but decided not to. Speech activated by Puck. Finally, the Chronosphere comes on a full heroes. They want Rubik dead actually. They can't even kill him though. They'll lose another. TA goes down, and yeah, Faceless Boys have to get the hell out of here. Clutch Gamers making a statement in this fight right now. They've lost his Omni Knight, and they have made a 4-kill fight here. As Baboka's also rooted in place, the Torrent will save him a little bit with a side of finishing the job. That was a 4-for-1 for Clutch Gamers.
Alright, time to slow down and get your BKBs.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fights back. They just have to get them done. They're getting shredded by this finish.
Also the focus, I mean, Faceless Void, he really held on that Chronosphere and then eventually got it, and then he just went to focus the Rubik, which they couldn't even kill when he did that. Obviously at that point, I believe Clinks was definitely already picked off, so he's a good source for damage, and then TA was dealing with their own kind of mini fight.
Yeah, he couldn't find a way to save anyone.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Last possible second. There's no damage to follow it. The only person alive dipping there is Funko.
So this Ember Sphere now, Maelstrom finished, Lincoln Sphere coming along. 1100 gold saved up. He on that Blade Mail. Perhaps doing a bit more than even giving credit for. In these fights here, again, he pretty much went that right after the bots picked up. Orchid had finished on Clinks though.
Yeah, and honestly, it was really big in the fact that Puck went in right as the boat came in, but didn't quite jump until the boat exploded, and got repelled right after.
Step lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
Not being affected by that Orchid, Bernie just plummeted.
Glimmer Cape run in by Rubik right after. Rubik does have the Ghost still on him. Looking for an opportunity to use it on somebody, perhaps the bottom lane. Out. He'll have it actually for a bit longer if he gets one on. I mean, he definitely has 2 more. At this rate, I believe so. Holds on to it.
Is under attack. Dire's
so
bottom tower has fallen.
Level 1 epi wasn't killing anybody, and by the time this is 30 minutes, he got
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, almost 16 right here. With the 60 gold per minute, 150 health talent there. BKB is finished on Faceless Void now. They want to protect this tier 2, they're not going to give it up for free. You see the Shadow Blade activated by Faceless. Looking for target, Chronosphere ready. Off to the side, Rubik is here though. Currently not seen. And he is going to TP out in front of them. And away. So smoke up. Ivix game, they were pinked or they pinked area, so tells me Clutch Gamers is aware of this. The ward may have spotted them, yeah, that makes sense actually. It's only Roche this whole time, gets a tap left, and now here comes the rest of the crew. TA especially, and look how well he died here. After he joins in, so.
Because they can win team fights around the Roche, but they can't kill Roche. Their best shot of ever getting an Aegis is going as it's being taken from IG, and then you win the team fight for the last 20 or so. And giving these up
bottom tower is under attack.
It's just so brutal. You're just essentially saying every 10 minutes they get an extra life and 1,000 gold.
Yeah, so now those BKBs are online here, TA and Faithless. Blinks. 1,500 gold saved up. I wonder if he's going to be his own here next or not. I mean, it is a very good item to have against Clutch Gamers, so
yeah, you almost
would not be surprised.
The only thing, and this is where I really like Gabby's Dagon. So that's gonna
Kronos. Frost is nearby. Yeah, he's gonna go for the Kronos. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. They don't get this. Okay, are they? In fact, Dreamcoil comes down. Uh-oh. Ember going in with fire remnants. A nice lockdown on that Spirit though as he jumps in. But actually, Roste will end up going down himself. Now, Faceless Boy pops his BKB. They will finish off Ember Spirit. And Faceless barely surviving himself, knowing that with that BKB up, they have little damage. Rubik, he's on the run. Blinks is chasing. I don't think Rubik's getting out of this. Glimmer Cape might help, but They don't have protection, however. He is going to go for the TP, and now he's going to be in... Oh, okay, he gets up, actually.
Wow, he didn't get X.
No.
Oh, it's only 3X, too. That's enough. But, yeah, what do you say? Your Rasta blinked into the chrono. That just can't happen. You're a TI invite game.
Not the prettiest coordination there, and that missed out on the kill on a puck, and obviously that kind of snowflip that control. Now, to be fair, they did still kill Amber Spirit, so kind of coming out on top of that. But Omni Knight, oh boy, he's found Diffusal. No, he actually, it's a cooldown curl, he used it already. Okay, fair point. So he gets away. Pipe pop on the dire side from Kunkka right there. They were to take the fight. Tanking just breaks out at the end of that, so it's it if you're clutch. You have Ember Spirit back up now. It's got level 4 in it, puck.
Yeah, and as I was saying, this is what I love about the Pagan. Right, as everyone's picking up these PKBs.
Radiant's
they're trying for a big burst right here, it seems like, but not enough. Kunkka drops to half-life burning. Grimcoal stunned himself. He's at half-life currently too, but now Rubik's thrown in the air. Ember Cape saves Sam. Puck's in a pretty bad spot as far as away from his team, but you could also say it's distracting them if anything. And once again, he'll retreat without getting caught unless Birding has something to say about it. The Orchid is ready. Oh boy, yeah, here they go.
Attack. The Staggin all the way through. Didn't say buyback whatsoever. And with the Spire squad,
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
3,600 on King. He's going to be hexed up. Wards are put down. He'll get away. Well, no, Glimmercave trying to save him out lazy. Barely gets away, not for long. See, we'll finish the job, and now they're going for the tower. Both Puck and Sand King, no buyback, and that's all their initiation, really. So this is an easy set of racks. The question is, will it be more? I mean, 30 more seconds before Puck's even up. Oh, they're going in. Ruben, the extra door refraction. There's Repellent, both saving him, but the extra spot. Okay, it won't work, of course. TA, running at him is Armel, puts the defensive Remnant out, and BK forced out of OP, actually. Even with the Aegis, very interesting.
Yeah, he wanted to turn on everything. As soon as the blade melt came out, you can't reflect all the physical damage on you. Opting to just back up and not overcommit with the Aegis.
Haste!
Let's fall back in the Aegis. Only, I wonder if they're going to be able to get another round off before that he just wears off here.
I feel like
just got it. Yeah, I think that's what he's obviously saving up for at that point. And sure enough does. So, yeah, he has his own BKB now. So, again, all the cores have that taken care of. Ag finished on Shadow Shaman, by the way.
Honestly, if I never see a reason to say 5. Even if you get white, it's so bad. It's going to take them 50-60 seconds to push up the lane and break it over.
Rubik just trying to get sufficient out of the team faceless. He does that Chronos, but you see that's not necessarily the target that he just wants to use the solo on. Now they're going to smoke here. Yeah, they're going to smoke up, and I don't believe they were seeing Puck. Oh boy, he's jumping into this, but just scouting.
Alright, break it. Found the plan. Omni Knight takes the 100 damage down at 20.
Alright, carry Omni coming. Blinks, he's gonna be found here actually, possibly can be though. And here comes the Chronosphere, catches Omni Knight in the midst of it. Now, not the most follow-up damage because the Chronosphere was stolen actually by Rubik right there. He throws it in the back lines. Faceless Boy trying to finish off, but he can't. The Guardian Angel is up, keeping him alive barely. He'll stay alive in the long run. But not hurting, he's put back, and now Rubik's in trouble. After his own Chronosphere, he'll get taken out finally. He's the first death of this fight, and they do get Armel on top of that. He's there for 70 seconds, and they'll make it that all with no bottom action here. Ooh, that was close. Well played by Rubik, but not enough.
I mean, Clutch did a great job taking forever to die in that fight. Good job.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
They had the
Like,
glimmer of both of them getting it.
Radiant's
Yeah.
bottom
It did a lot of
has
work when
fallen.
they got picked up.
Step lively now.
yeah, very magic heavy draft, and as expected, I mean, once the BKBs come out, definitely is that extra notch of difficulty for Clutch gamers. So IG just a matter of time before they got to that point. Clutch, they made it interesting. All the credit to them there. And this is definitely more of the Clutch gamers that I expected to see as far as their performance and making it closer. But in the end, if things stick here as the mega creeps go out, they are going to start off 0-3 here in the round robin stage. You see the Surfer Wars with that action kicking in as well. They're just a last-ditch effort here for Clutch gamers, but once again, really that overtime phase. Another BKB pop by Birding. The Blade Mail on Ember Spirit is out with the Glimmer Cape. Is actually going to stay alive. Puck also didn't stay alive as he face shows out. But really just a matter of time now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire victory.
And they had called GG at that point, so again, having fun with it. But Invictus Gaming, they moved to 2-1. They dropped their first game against VG, but beating Newbee, not Clutch, so congrats to them. Clutch 0-3 here in the round robin.
EG's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. LGD's turn to ban.
Said like opium or something. I think he was joking. I looked it up. I actually looked it up. I did not find any opium brand that goes by Somnus. I don't think such a thing exists. Remaining. But he said that he just liked the name. I was also looking. It's like a Final Fantasy song too. I don't know if that.
Remaining.
And then it's also apparently a crappy sci-fi movie.
Yeah, it's like 2.9 stars on IMDb.
I don't think it was the crappy Western sci-fi movie. I thought it might have been the Final Fantasy song, but apparently he just said maybe he likes the name. So
he just made it up. He just conjured this new name. He's like, I'm done with maybe, and now I am Odysseus. I am Sominus.
It's got a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's
That's
definitely not
actually.
this movie.
That's actually really impressive. Have you ever watched like movies that are contenders for like the worst movie of all time? Like, have you ever watched like Wicker Man? It is actually like a painfully horrible movie.
Okay.
Cabin
like,
Fever.
Entertainingly horrible.
Have you seen Cabin Fever? That's also a notoriously bad movie too.
LGD's turn
Santa
to
Claus Visits the Martians, I think, was one. That was
like
a really
Leprechaun.
Movie.
Leprechaun Goes to the Hood or whatever. That's a
turn
pretty
to
terrible movie. Anyways, this is not about terrible, but awesome movies. This is about awesomely, hopefully not terrible Dota. EG versus LGD Gaming. Our draft, gentlemen, obviously is underway, and we're getting right into it here with a first pickup puck.
10 seconds
LGD
remaining.
Gaming. Look at this. They flex an Earth Spirit with their
5 seconds remaining.
I was curious if they would let Drow through and try to play against it, because that's what they did against
Reserve
LFY.
time.
In the very first game of the tournament earlier today, and they ended up picking the Phantom Lancer against it. Just because, like, so there's different ways to approach this tournament, right? Like, most of these teams here, like, well, obviously all their TI fates are set, so these two teams are going to TI. So it's not so much that maybe you're hiding stuff or anything like that, but you want to try to play against stronger lineups, like see how you stack up. So I kind of thought that they would let that Drow through as they did against LFY, and then maybe play against her, see if their counters worked against a team that has run Drow arguably better than anybody else in the last few months.
10 seconds remaining.
I think the scary thing with EG's Drow is it's not so much about being a Drow strat, it's about a hero that makes Sumail even more OP in the mid lane. I feel like when EG run Drow, it's like it's not even like how most teams run it. It's just like, all right, Sumail's going to be even scarier because they've got this Drow hero in RTZ. He's just going to play that stable, kind of safe lane hero that just sit in his lane, hit creeps, do what's needed, not do anything flashy, while Sumail make.
Yeah, the Drow just being there alone just like enables like all of their lanes. Like usually they'll run this puck as well in the off lane. It just enables everything, and then like they've always been this team that really emphasizes like lane performance.
Turn to ban.
It's like a 2-protect-3 sometimes, right? They'll go around rolling, making sure that all their lanes get good matchups, and they just win from that. They snowball from that huge advantage. And they have a lot of mobility usually.
We'll stick with that puck, regardless of having the Drow to pair with it or
10
not.
seconds
and then
remaining.
For their second pickup, they're going to go with the Kunkka, which they played earlier today, and even
5
LGD have also
seconds
played
remaining.
themselves. So both these teams very familiar.
There's been a very popular hero
Reserve time.
In China, probably more so than other regions, at least in qualifiers. It's been picked up quite a bit. Just like a lot of non-ulti based, not super expensive control coming out. He can roam, you can do it right in lane. Also, he's capable of stacking ancients like very self-sufficiently. This you don't see as much because it's harder to protect, but he can potentially stack ancients like up to 10 to 12 times without any later levels, just by torrenting at the right time. So that gives him a lot of presence in like.
Phase. First one to get the boot is going to be here. EG stable for a while. I don't think they've picked it yet in this event, but something they might be keeping in the back pocket for now. Not too many things to be able to consider. I mean, you've already got the puck, which is nice if they do keep it as a mid laner, let's say, very elusive and hard for someone like her Spirit to be able to gank, and you give her Spirit very few options to gank in the early game. He tends to just evolve dreadfully slow in the game. Can't farm too well, and power peaks will come few and far between it. It's nice to have mobility options already for each side.
Yep. Curious to see what the Sumail versus maybe matchup.
10 seconds remaining.
For me, the big story with this match: the best Western mid laner versus the best
5 seconds
Chinese
remaining.
mid laner. Maybe it was kind of like the promised Chinese superstar. Like a year or two ago, he kind of fell off the radar after last TI, was it? So he's trying to make a kind of a resurgence here for his TI7 run.
Well, who did better at that 1v1 face-off? What was it?
I mean, Sumail got knocked out first round.
Yeah, so really we got to go by that logic. Sumail's clearly the worst mid laner there, so...
There's no shame losing to Paparazzi. Well, it's interesting you say that because these two are like some of the premier, like I guess, franchise players in a sense. Maybe of course. So last year he got a huge deal from LGD. I think he had like an unprecedented like 5-year, 20 million contract or something like that to stay with LGD. So like no, they didn't sign any of their players for more than 1 or 2 years, and he got a 5-year deal. They wanted him to be the centerpiece of their team, and then VG tried to acquire him from LGD. I think the 20 million figure actually is the figure that they tried to acquire him from LGD for. They tried to poach him, and then ultimately
20 million RMB, right?
Yeah, I believe so. And then I think what happened was God's starting to sweat.
It's like, whoa, should kept playing Dota, guys, and learn Chinese.
So word on the street is that LGD, as part of keeping maybe, kind of offered him like very
women, drugs. What did they give him, Jack?
They offered him Somnus.
20 million RMB. They have to give him some dank stuff to keep him on the team, I'd say.
Well, how's this for dank? Apparently, he was offered near unlimited power in the internal decision-making of the team. Yeah, so he was allowed to
change your name if you want. Oh, I'm all for that.
He was allowed to kind of just make the most of personnel decisions for their team, and so.
Right.
He was playing with Jixing as their offlaner for a bit, like, because he couldn't really play with together with Zhao Wei. Jixing was like a very like fight-heavy offlaner who wouldn't take much resources off the map.
Yeah.
That changed their play style. And then, they've been waiting for that to pay off, and finally, I guess this LGD roster is starting to show some results and pick up some momentum.
So 11, man, you piss off maybe, you're probably off the team, is what you're trying to say. He's like, well, we're done with you. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't stack. We're done with you.
10 seconds remaining.
Silencer comes out and Lifestealer comes out here.
5 seconds remaining.
It's the combo we saw a lot. The qualifiers in SEA, at least this Batrider
Reserve
Silencer.
time.
Just grab one, instantly global. There's no counter initiation potential.
Damn,
that hero owns Lifestealer. Yeah, that's like the direct counter pick, kind of.
The Silencer bat we've seen from like even remember like Newbee, like, you know, like a year ago. It's just like, it's kind of, they're very methodical, like one pick off at a time. They grab a core and you can't do anything about it type of thing. The CK is interesting too, because they're picking that as well. This is a hero that has been quietly picking up steam a little bit. I don't know about other regions, but I think we've seen a little bit in NA and like in China as well. And if you go by this kind of like one pick off at a time, and then you have like certain push timings with the Chaos Knight ult, it's very difficult to deal with because nobody usually picks or itemizes to counter that.
Oh, I love this
LGD's
That's fun.
turn to
the
bat.
Bugna comes out, but who's playing? Is that going to be Sumail playing in the mid lane?
I think Crit is playing.
I don't know. I mean, the recent Pugnas I've seen have been in the support position, a la Planet Odd, I believe.
Yeah.
Sox have been playing it as a support. Maybe they've been scrimming with EG, and maybe they got the ideas from each other. But we've also seen Sumail play in a core position, so I wouldn't put it past him to throw it in a, I don't know.
Reserve time.
That was one of those dreaded EG games. I saw every time that Sumail Pugna game gets brought up, like with Peter around or Charlie around, they're just like, oh god, that Pugna game.
The Oracle game was worse. That was at that Star Ladder at the house. He played mid lane Oracle at that event too, and it was also just as what the hell's going on. That was a weird time for EG.
Watch out for the AA here. It's still on the table for LGD. If they want to make it a core silencer, it's again another hero that's been played a lot by this team and in China. It's a good natural partner for the Chaos Knight. There's a couple of kind of heal mechanics that he can deal with on EG. I wouldn't be surprised if they went that direction here and made this maybe mid silencer, especially if they do think that it's a Pugna. I think it's fairly good. Like Silencer's not really afraid of most mid matchups, right? Like immobile and he can get roamed on and killed, but just straight up in the lane, he's a pretty fearful presence, and they do have the Earth Spirit.
They'll learn the lanes as well as they have the last pick of the draft. So okay, Barry, they're going to ban the Sumail support.
EG's turn to ban.
Mid pick coming out from EG.
Just feels a Pugna Kunkka support duo seems. You don't see it very often. We'll give it that.
There's not much synergy between the two per se. I think you're just picking Pugna because you think this. I mean, the hero's received so many buffs over the last like
10
3 to 6
seconds
months.
remaining.
It's definitely close to that point where he's viable.
I know Giannis is out there smiling right now, even if it's in his sleep when he sees that Pugna pick. I mean, this hero is incredibly fast, right? With like boots and windlace, he moves at 400, so he just really skitters around very quickly. He scales pretty well for like He's one of those heroes that kind of trades above his position. So if he's a 4 and he's got farm, let's say he's got the Ags or maybe the I'm forgetting the item name right now. If he has
Rod.
No, the how.
Aether Lens.
Yes, thank you. Aether Lens, Ags, that kind of stuff. If he has that, by the time he gets to mid-late game, he's very scary. Like, he can keep cores alive, fight anybody. Yep.
He's just so frail, though. They really didn't give him anything in the HP department. This guy gets on the bad end of Reality Rift, he's going to be one shot. It's just going to be sucked in, boom.
I also believe that drain destroys illusions, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, if he gets Ags, it will insta-remove all of the Chaos Knight illusions. Late game, that is pretty damn potent.
The fact, like, you bring up Dakota's kind of squishing, kind of leans to it being a support, though, because you want this hero as far back as possible. If you're playing, like, a mid-core Pugna, at that point you're giving it farm, you have to be on the front lines, and I think that's a recipe for disaster. He's going to get lassoed, silenced, burst down, so I think he just needs to be the hero sitting back, decrep. If Chaos Knight goes on someone, you decrep him, that could be kind of nice.
What if they get Lina here for Sumail, and then you have decrep and Lina together? That's kind of naughty.
Definitely not too bad. They could even consider just bringing Sumail Puck. I think the mid Puck works good. You haven't got the Drow Ori running the Puck in the offlane without the Drow isn't as kind of nice, I guess. But we'll see.
Yeah, that would mean that the Universe hero is going to be a Legion
LGD's
commander.
turn to pick.
Great for the clearing of a ridiculous wave of illusions, let's say, and obviously has that purge capability against the Bat Rider. You can even purge off Magnetize, let's say, or the Silence from Earth Spirit, or from Silencer. So I think that's one of your best options you can go for, actually, in the offlane.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, not too many heroes have that strong Dispel, and also he could create some
5 seconds
laning
remaining.
problems. Just a strong laner by himself, self-sufficient. And they don't have the best necessarily for zoning him out this game either.
Perhaps that will come from this last pick, but it's going to be LGD getting the Lina. Lina versus Puck matchup most likely. As maybe does pick that one up.
Now it's EG who have to be careful with the Decrepify. Sumail is on the Pugna, by the way, right now.
Interesting.
Sumail is on the Pugna. They can still swap.
Support Puck is not a thing, right?
Yeah,
that's surely
not yet. There, gods.
It could be as of this game.
4th of July is barely alive. It's not still alive, actually. It's 5th of July here. But in China, it's the 6th of July. No, I don't know.
In Hawaii, are we 4th of July, maybe?
Maybe. And EG are saying, we've got the most patriotic meta you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Wow, I am looking forward to seeing this. I mean, we saw the Sumail AA mid, right? So you've got to trust in the.
We've seen Sumail AA mid, Oracle mid. We've seen Nyx mid and Shanghai Major. He did the Nyx mid. You were talking a lot about the other time we saw that Puck. Okay, well, crit Puck.
We'll see if there's a swap. I'm still like,
cool. So what's at stake here? Both these teams yet to have a scratch on their record. Leading at the top of the pack with the nice 3-1, or sorry, with a 3-0 would pretty much secure you a upper bracket. I might be pretty bold with that. There's still, 6 games after that to go, but it's
good.
good.
They play 7 games.
Oh, 7.
There's 8 teams.
Oh, you're right.
So you'd be pretty close to secure. Top 4 is winning bracket.
With both these teams have been already pushing past what many would consider the best competition. Both of them have played OG already in this event. Yep. And, LGD take a win here, then they could feel pretty confident that they've gotten past some of the biggest titans of the tournament.
Yeah, that's a big thing coming to this TI. Like, I've heard some, Chinese fans or observers say that, they just don't think the Chinese teams stack up to the best Western squad. The phrase they use translates something to, like, noob chicken biting, nipping at each other, basically.
Oh, they're saying that their own teams are like noob little chickens biting at each other?
Kind of. It's like the tier 2 squads kind of just all beating each other up for these qualifier spots, but none of them would beat the Western powerhouses right now. That's kind of the feeling that like Newbee has been the most consistent and strong Chinese team in the last few months.
Yeah.
And for like most of this year, but then Newbee seems to have like kind of caps against the very best Western teams. So, see.
Damn.
You can fulfill their destiny.
This deep roam by Mr. 11 up here on his main. Scouting things out as Arteezy does. Waltz on by. He already has his own Obs Ward planted. We'll see that rotation.
It's going to become the classic China offlane plays from what I've seen a lot over the last few months is block the pull camp and then camp your hero in these trees to pull a creep wave to get your level 2.
30 seconds
Seen
to
this
battle.
countless times. See if Arteezy sniffs him out. He is going looking. He will find him.
Right to him.
Yep, Arteezy knows
right
the tricks.
to him. And 11, he's not going to be happy about it, but he's got to get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, down and below, EG up to some shenanigans here. A 3-man smoke movement with Crit Universe and Zai. Universe leading out the front. A Torrent actually connects right on top of where the bounty rune is. And get the hell out of there. And they're going to be grabbing up Universe, the bounty. That means EG scored 3 of the 4 bounties to start this one out. And flexing what looks like an aggro lane.
Yeah,
support crit puck.
Bat's going to get a 1v1, but this is not like the best 1v1. He's got this boots first. He really wants to just force Arteezy to farm under the tower by dragging this creep wave, but he's only going to get the range creep. This is a bit of a rough start for his off lane.
Arteezy able to zone him totally back. Not even going to the wave himself to farm up creeps. He's totally fine with just kind of bullying 11 back as much as possible here, but we want to also keep eyes down here and below. Positioning himself through the trees. Only has that one orb here, but we'll see. Torrent not gonna quite catch its mark. They will be able to kind of back on out, but already heavy pressure onto the CK in the lane.
This is looking like a very strong laning set from EG already. The Bat having a pretty good matchup is a 1v1, but there is going to be an Earth Spirit involvement as well, but I feel like Arteezy is still going to do just fine. And this Chaos Knight bottom is struggling to even move forward to get CS.
And not easy ganking options again for the Earth Spirit, as we saw there. Trying to roll in onto Arteezy, but Arteezy already pretty safe under that tower. Has rage, has ways to be able to kind of avoid the trouble. Meanwhile, mid lane, it's Zyro hitting over onto his Kunkka. It's a maybe with the Torrent, and is just going to zone back a bit to ensure this laning phase pretty much across the board. The first kill is actually going to be in the top lane. It's 11 who takes down Arteezy. Walks away barely alive, but all right, step away one moment, and suddenly it's Arteezy who goes down.
Yeah, he got really low tanking creeps. He had rage on, and as soon as the rage wore off, Victoria just rolled over through the trees, got the first blood. But EG has been okay with sacrificing Arteezy at times, or kind of letting him catch up later. In this case, like, they'll want Universe to have a good start to start setting some tempo and being able to threaten towers as well off those pushes with the Sumail there mid. But I also like that they're kind of trying to go at the Chaos Knight a little bit. The Chaos Knight is a very fast hero, as we see a fight happen here.
Yeah, it's maybe looking to go in for the rune. He's caught between two. Zai and Sumail traded out. Sumail, though, gets blasted down. Maybe gets that kill first before Zai will ultimately get a little bit of redemption there.
Yeah, despite that nerf to the Dragon Slave damage, it was still enough there. But so the CK is a mobile hero, and he's got a good amount of HP, but he does not have high armor, and early on he doesn't really want to be using his spells too much because they're extremely high mana cost. So I think it was a nice idea to start off with a tougher lane for him. He doesn't get off to as good of a start. He can't really fight back that effectively early on.
Yeah. Seems like they're just using Yao to just constantly spam Arcane Curse, be as annoying as possible, but ultimately this bottom lane for LGD has been stabilized, and they're just kind of looking to farm, as you said. CK's actually got high CS for now, so this pressure at bottom has not really amounted to a whole lot.
They're just the pressure set up at the top lane, it would look like, trying to get a commitment onto 11. He bumps him back just a bit, and with the help out from Victoria, he's able to hit a good boulder smash. Zai can't get close enough to finish it off, and Arteezy is just on the run, looking to avoid getting taken down once again. It looks like he will be able to create enough space. But a nice quick save there, and 11 will be able to make the trip all the way back home.
Bad, Arteezy's still just so low. It's going to kind of struggle to stay in this lane farming. Even though it was EG getting aggressive, when they don't get a kill and Arteezy gets pressured like this is still concerning.
And now you have this kind of awkward phase now. If they can't hang in that bottom lane, you have a roaming crit puck who now suddenly shows up into the mid lane here. Hits off a couple of spells. We'll zone back maybe a bit, but, you know, just trying to alleviate a bit of the pressure here. Well, top lane, the pressure's coming in from LGD. Looks like Victoria rolls in onto Arteezy, and now 11 and Victoria are slowly waddling him down. Arteezy will pop the wand and get zoned all the way back, but he's going to start to get bullied here if he doesn't get some extra help.
Gold for my chest.
Thank you.
EG are snagging up some bounties, though. They actually grabbed 3 of them once again here.
Yeah, EG a lot more active right now with their supports for the most part. We've seen Puck make a lot of moves, Kunkka as well. For the most part, Silence is just sitting bottom, supporting it. Now move mid. It looks like LGD kind of reacting to EG's pressure. Trying to bring all the attention towards his mid lane now.
There we go. It's going to be Victoria. Rolling on in, looking to go for Sumail. He's a very weak little Pugna. He's dead for sure. Nice setup. Good kill. And that's the downside. Is I thought initially, you know, when we got the first phase puck, it's like, oh, yeah, Earthspirit can't really gank a puck, but Pugna, that's food.
Well, they had the ward, but Earthspirit was on the other side of the ward, so managed to go in kind of undetected, find the kill. Definitely a nice one to get to try and shut down or slow down Sumail in the early game. But we'll see if there's going to be any follow-up. There's just the one death, oh, the two deaths on Sumail now, but he's back in the mid lane. He may actually get ganked again.
Oh, yeah, rolling in there and dead once more. This is, you know, when does that Pugna just come online, you know? When does that little guy just come online? When does he actually become a threat? It's a while.
Yeah, I think this is really why I felt like this was going to be a support Pugna. The hero as a mid is so squishy and prone to just getting ganked like we're seeing.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much you can do. It's your role just to go back mid, keep farming, but they're going to just keep on going for those kills.
Yeah, especially against high burst heroes, and he doesn't, like, until he is 6, he doesn't really have the capacity to even potentially turn things around or defend himself. He doesn't have a point in ward either, which wouldn't necessarily stop an onslaught, but it's a pretty good value to put one point in that. And
Jack, I gotta interrupt you. You're the Chinese Dota expert. What the heck is this Chaos Knight build?
You mean the skipping?
No stun at all. Hold on, we got action. It's now he's getting mugged in the river. It's wet and it's wild.
Is this the norm?
I don't think so.
What is that?
I've never
Reality
seen
Rift
this
3,
in my life.
No stun at all.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just like I'm never seen this in my life.
It's unusual. Maybe he figures that with
they're not killing.
With the Legion Commander or with the puck able to phase shift or with the Lifestealer able to rage, he's not really expecting to get much use out of that Chaos Bolt early on.
Okay.
We'll either get debuffed instantly or just be dodged. Just wants to be able to.
All right, there's the one stun, but if they had another stun there, maybe, you know, could have got more damage.
He's going to just be able to spam Reality Rift, but until you get like level 4 Reality Rift, it's got a decent sized cooldown.
Now they are actually going to be pressuring the CK quite a bit. They hit him up with the Torrent and the Orb. Victoria trying to roll it on in, and he just keeps on rolling on through. They're going to be able to get the CK down and make it a 2-for-0 special.
I just feel like if you're going to go this build, at least go 1-3-1. Get like the 1 point in the stun. I mean, level 1 is not exactly the most value point in terms of the stun duration, but it's still like the damage can be pretty useful.
Yeah, and then getting points in the crit early, the Chaos Strike. I mean, it
doesn't scale well when you have no items. It goes from 125% to 175%. It just seems odd.
Long roll in all the way for Sumail. They got the Laguna, and they're going to be able to get the reach to blast him down. And suddenly, it could be LGD getting a 2-for, almost get the finish onto Zai, but he just barely walks away alive.
I also think it's like the lowest percent crit proc in the game, right? So
yeah,
I mean, when you don't have like, you know, you're not really attacking that much early on, I just don't see you really getting anything out of it. So.
But when it hits, man, it's so hard, man. You're gonna hit that creep, and it might die on one hit. It's gonna be crazy.
No, like even if you don't manage to keep someone stunned with the Chaos Bolt, like you still might get some good damage out of it. You're trading that for, let's say, Legion Commander press the attack. I mean, it's not the worst thing, right?
Yep.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's the thing, you're trading mana. Like, Legion Commander would rather be using overwhelming odds than press the attack, so... With that said, he's got Tread Soaring, so mana is not going to be too big of a problem for Universe, but...
Yeah, I think Ame's up for a report. That's really...
if I saw my Chaos Knight do this in a pub game, and I hadn't seen this pro game right now, I would be flaming the shit out of here. I'd just be like, dude, what is wrong with you? Like...
Let this program not be an encouraging sign to...
I mean, I played a pub game with Mason a couple days ago. He was Luna. He didn't level ulti on Luna until level 11. I'm just like... I'm playing a support in his lane. I'm like, we can kill this guy. Let's go. And I'm like, wait, you don't have ulti? Okay.
We saw Fiorolina not level Laguna Blade to level 9, I believe, at least once in one of those games too. So.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's a much more efficient farming build. There's some legitimacy to these builds.
Okay, moves on the bottom lane just as EG supports roll out. They make the roll in for Universe now. Are they going to be able to secure the finish with that rift? It should make it no problem. There it is. It's going to be Ame who secures it. He doesn't need a stun for that one, boys.
It's kind of a surprise there, right? I guess if you're not expecting... Well, he hadn't seen a Chaos Bolt all game, so he might have suspected it. But the Reality Rift at level 4 does have a 6-second cooldown, so given his natural speed, if you have any kind of slow, he is able to run people down when they're in kind of a helpless position.
All right, the big question: if you're going to go to this build, why does he have a Mango? You know, I accept the build, but why do you have a Mango? Come on, man. You're not going to get to that point where you need that Mango.
You need a soul ring for constant reality reset.
Yeah. He'll need it maybe with the ulti now. You know, it's possible.
Some vitamin C. Mangoes have vitamin C? There's citrus fruit. Long roll all the way in for Sumail once again. They have a Laguna they love to deja vu this one, and they're going to do it. Sumail, the victim of punishment every time I look at this mid lane. Poor Pugna, man, he just has no gains at all.
Yeah, we talked about it and kind of hyped up this Sumail versus maybe matchup, but this game is looking pretty one-sided as far as the mid lane goes, and
bottom lane is also glutton for punishment onto Universe. Seems like LGD are always privy to when he has no backup nearby and they just make their move in. He's trying to juke within the trees, tries to do the juke back, runs right through Ame, does the do-sa-do. I love that one, but then they finally cut the tree and then they square up onto each other. Universe needs a little bit more, but can't quite get it in. Crit tries to help out, throws out the orb, but Ame's still hitting in strong, and suddenly Victoria's gonna roll into action here, and Sumail rotated away from the mid lane, gets in with the action, hits him up with a blast, and then there's the finish. It's suddenly a double kill. The Pugna is back in the game, boys.
That's recovery. He's still a bit under leveled. He's still a full 2 levels behind Lena. Oh, about to be 3 levels behind Lena. Definitely nice for Sumail to get that influx of gold and a nice rotation coming out from him. Definitely see the power of this CK build there. He's going for 3rd point in Chaos Strike. He is all in on the crits. The really nice thing I think about this is it's definitely the cooldown, but also the armor reduction. It scales really nicely. You get up to 7 minus armor with every use. So it's kind of like a mini amp damage.
Roll in, gets the ward out from Sumail. Oh, also going to be shifting in from Zai. They don't really find their targets, but they are going to find the window to move in and allow Sumail to just cleanly finish out that tower.
Yeah, as you mentioned, guys, it's also good for 8 seconds, so you only get the stacking.
Coils up. They're able to get the snap on Ame. They hit him with the Decrepify. That drain has long range, but not that quite long. But they are going to allow the move in, the duel, and the duel damage to be rewarded to Universe. That's going to be your first successful duel of this game.
EG just committing more heroes to this bottom lane. If LGD want to stick around and fight this, they need to be bringing in maybe's Lena at that point. And he kind of rotates in after the fight's already broken out, and that's not going to cut it if they want to defend bottom. They either had to kind of make a decision to defend it or just to abandon it. They kind of ended up somewhere in the middle.
Them kind of almost lollygagging around a bit has created a bit of space for Arturo to fall through that mid lane, but top lane, 11 had been here, farming up quite a bit. Him and Crit now trading within the tower. It's so low. He wants to be able to move in and get a hold of it. Zai tries to go for a Valiant Torrent, but can't quite get it. Even a scan going to be taken out, but Crit will ultimately get the deny on that tower.
The Link Dagger, I believe that was the kind of reveal, so to speak, but too big a deal.
Yeah, he'd been showing it in the lane, farming through the creeps before that, but he hasn't been able to debut it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That might be something they look to now. I imagine when he gets back to the base, maybe they can grab a smoke or something. They have a lot gathering towards this mid lane. Man, this silencer, he is so under-leveled. I was just going to say, I'm clicking on him like, they got a global, good to go, right? Yeah. No. 13 minutes, he's level 4. There's no global here.
Well, Brains went the same place. Like, all right, blink lasso time, is the global up? And then I'm like, whoa, he's level 4.5. Did he not get the tomb? Victoria's level 7. I guess he took the tomb.
Value the Magnetize, which they will have. 4 stones and Magnetize is plenty. But oh, it's actually EG on the move, and they have the high ground move in, and they're going to be the ones to debut a kill onto the Bat, who is not going to get that successful showcase of the Blink Dagger here.
I wish they had a global there.
Oh boy. Now it's EG rolling on through. Victoria dishes out the Boulder Smash, but
Radiant's middle
they're just
tower
trying to
is
see
under
where
attack.
EG's approach is, but they're here to simply take over the lane. And
Radiant's
the benefits of having the Pugna when you have a posse push like this one is he gets quick tower damage in. That Nether Blast does a lot of work, and I don't know if it's something that you consider getting at level 15 for the talent. Do you get Nether Blast cooldown or Decrepify duration?
Ooh, I'm not actually sure, because it used to be
Yeah, it was
something else. I guess it was a respawn talent that got replaced.
They get the tower here, and they're looking to get a follow-up onto maybe a big one as Arteezy rages right past the whole team. Can't quite get the finish, though, and now he finds himself in a Lasso Laguna play, and he'll be evaporated from the game. It's going to be EG now looking to withdraw. Ame rotating in towards the shrine, is able to get a cutoff onto Crit. Pulls him in with the Reality Rift, and they can't quite get him yet. He jumps to the other side. They lock him down, and then they'll finally be able to bring down a couple. Sumail, though, on the back line. Get a nice cleanup onto Yao, while Crit commits him with a coil. Looking to go for the finish onto 11. Will be able to get it, but it costs him his own life. Back at the mid lane here, the back end of what looks like the mega kill streak from Sumail. The Pugna now online with a 4-staff. He's ready to play as he gets the finish on CK.
It used to be, as you said, it used to be a respawn talent. It was a 30-second respawn that was changed. So that was like pretty huge for Pugna. And that's kind of maybe surprising that you didn't see more Pugna mids because again you hit that 15 quickly and then he's just constantly like in fights, constantly taking down towers. He's difficult to bring down. Feels like you really have to burst him down if you're fighting this hero, and that's kind of an issue. As for taking the
oh, this is going to be probably oh, sorry, I thought Yao was going to be in trouble here.
It looked like there was going to be a fight there, but you know, what you mentioned before with the experience, Dakota, was pretty important when they take that tower because both EG support for level 7 despite starting off in the aggro tri-lane, so they have that much more presence. They bolt in the fight, and compared to not having global silence, you see Pugna catching up very nicely. Like he had trouble in lane, but he kept up the CS for the most part. He was able to really siege down these towers, and when he rotates successfully, like the bottom gets those kills, the tower just disappears. That's one of the advantages of that Pugna. But I think if you get the if you end up getting the Nether Blast instead of the Decrepify, it's very mana intensive. I mean, you'd have more burst and like a shorter fight, but maybe not as sustainable. So.
Let's go full Aether Lens now to go with this 4-staff. I think the key strategic thing for EG has been just getting Arteezy involved really early. Like as soon as he rushed the arm lane, as soon as he got it, he was infesting in his teammates, looking for pickoffs. He did not play a farming lifesteal at all. And considering you've got a mid Pugna, normally you'd say, oh, maybe you want to have at least one of your cores farming, but I think he recognizes that their draft is on a bit of a timer. They don't want to get into a farm game against LGD's lineup. They want to be staying the tempo, and that's exactly what EG have managed to do over the last 5-10 minutes.
See a lot of lifestealers go for that Midas these days, especially if they're going to fight, so it's like, oh, I'm not going to have time to hit creeps. I want to still keep up my income. But given his laning situation, as you said, guys, there's no way he was going to go for that this game. And then with the Pugna available, again, like they can take Roche relatively early on. He can protect Arteezy from the back lines, and they can just take objectives very quickly.
Luke bottom, it's support staff rolling in with a coil and a bow, and then with Universe stepping in, he'll get the duel and the free damage too.
It's a level 10 Kunkka already. Like their supports are just way ahead of LGD's. Puck himself almost level 10. The level difference is incredible between the two.
Jack was alluding to it a bit. Once the bottom lane like equalized out, we saw both Crit and Zai just run around the map, getting the mileage in. They were picking up the opponent's bounty runes, their own bounty runes, and just making ganks and setups, calling them up with tower takedowns. And now the supports are just so swole that you can't help but feel like that LGD just probably missed a huge power peak window by not having that global silence earlier. There was a huge fight. That whole fight like would have been so different if there was this global. They use it now, but EG are simply walking out the other direction and nothing's going to come from it.
Yeah, something stopped the bat's blink, it looked like. I'm not sure exactly what. When he was kind of went in, it looked like Silencer thought he was about to blink and popped a global. Didn't blink until a second later and didn't even get the lasso off. That was a big fumbled opportunity for LGD. You've got to get value out of that global, because now EG, they're probably going to look to just back off for like the next 20-30 seconds, push up these lanes, and then group up for another fight or a smoke, because fighting while global's down is going to work out well.
Could always be something fun, like you hit Firefly while Ward's out, and suddenly you lost your blink cooldown.
Yeah, I think it likely was the Nether Ward, actually. That's a good point.
Nether Ward will just snipe your blink cooldown like that. You didn't know what's going on. Let's get a second opportunity, but oh, just like that, they quickly cancel it out. They will be able to get the follow-up Laguna and finish onto Universe there. A hard Roman commitment from LGD will reward them the LC, but will they walk it out without losing anybody here? Quick blink, and the Bat Rider's going to be gone.
Radiant's top tower is
nice
under
little pick.
attack.
Nice, quick and easily done, even with the fast reaction from the Kunkka to try and bail him out. It really feels like a very interesting and unique approach to this game from EG. They seem to I feel like my assessment's kind of like they seem to have a better understanding of how to play the patch right now with just fighting a lot more early on. Also distributing the farm and levels. I think there's been like a recurring theme with some of these supports that they're heavily under-leveled around that 10 to 15 minute stage, but EG have managed to get a lot of experience across the board, and that's really giving them a big teamfight advantage. Just having all these extra levels, like maxing out the X early, giving them a long-range initiation. Puck having levels in both Silence as well as the Orb. He's also going to have a Blink now. EG's just farm distribution has been a lot better than LGD, who have kind of gone all in on this Lina getting farmed, and Lina cannot carry this game alone.
Yeah, that's been a good point. They've been able to find successful fights. I think that's been the crux of the experience advantage in the supports. I think like one of the supports is, so Zai's got 3 kills and Crit's got 4, and so like that alone, taking these successful fights or being there to end streaks or kill cores has kept their experience up. And, as we see a smoke play coming out from, like, LGD has kind of a traditional, like the Chinese always say, like tempo quite a bit type of lineup where like you play around the cooldowns of, you know, Bat or Lina, just one person dies. But the in-between game I think belongs to EG. When there aren't these big cooldowns, they can take these skirmishes very well.
Power.
And if LGD aren't together to answer, as we see the smoke coming around mid, they can pay the price.
Oh man, EG have potential to set up right behind LGD's positioning as they're the team checking out the Roche camp right now. And once they notice nobody's around, they move right in for it, but EG are just outside Crit.
Silencer may get caught if he's not careful.
And he does have global up. If they can get the first pick on the Silencer right away, it would be huge. But look at this EG actually drawing out a movement towards the bottom lane. They're just going to move in for the tier 2 during this, and LGD will just get 3 ages.
They seem to just not... I think if they knew they would contest it, the puck was waiting right where Silencer walked till. He just walked there like 2 seconds after the puck left. That would have been the easiest Silencer kill of his life if he just was a little bit more patient, but he doesn't see or know what was going on. I don't even know. I imagine there was a good chance EG didn't even realize Roche was going down, or if they did, they just didn't want to play around the pit because their vision in that area is non-existent right now. So fighting around blind spots at night is very tricky to do.
Yeah, they might have reasoned that LGD knew about the smoke or had seen it and had like backed up or from their camps. Instead, LG was even further beyond them, actually inside the Roche pit. So.
I think there's, like, if they know they're in the Roche, but they had a high ground advantage, they were coming in from the south, they would definitely have contested that. I don't think that was a decision from EG to let it go. They just had, they got caught a bit by surprise by it. They don't have a traditional Roshing lineup. It's actually this reality rift that allowed them to do Roche with that minus armor. A lot of bonus damage from all sources.
He also went right into the Echo Saber. I don't know if you guys talked about that much. Is it something necessary just so you get the most out of after that Rift follow-up? I guess it helps a bit with his farming, which he does not have the fastest farm. You don't have to hold this because here comes a potential for a swinger.
Bounty!
Oh, they're positioning. Crit is creeping around. Oh, the smoke is going to get instantly popped. He moves in. The quick bomb hit. Trying to get the jump onto the Bat Rider, but it is going to be the snag catch onto Arteezy with the Laguna. He could be taken out of the fight, but he gets a new infest off. It's going to be on Sunail, but look at him get quickly battered down. The pullback is there, and now it is EG on the run back. LGD, though, are able to run down Arteezy, hit him with the curse, hit him with the stun. The purge is there from Universe, but it's not going to be enough. He goes down. Big fight for LGD. Their positioning actually turned out to be the better there.
Quick fingers on the blink.
Yeah.
That Lina gets caught with a... It basically made the entire Infest combo. The Puck and the Lifestealer couldn't use their spells. Puck misses the Silence. It also means Lifestealer, when he pops out of the Infest, couldn't actually hit anyone. He wasted his entire rage and then gets lassoed, so... if you miss that initiation with the Infest Bomb, you're in a terrible spot, and that's exactly what maybe caused them to do with some fast reactions.
Oh, he tried to hide under that glimmer, but Amit crosses the street, crosses paths with a pirate, and makes him walk flank.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower.
Base. He hasn't, I mean, he's got farm now, but he was kind of slowing down a little bit with a couple of deaths. He's died 4 times this game, but at this point he's looking very tricky to deal with. Hugner's queued up a mech, and I feel like this is a direct response to like this chaos that's going right now. He's gonna get lassoed.
Yes, he is. Hugner kidnapped, pulled back and away into the arms of Somnos, aka Maybe. Laguna's him down. Not cool name, Maybe. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's going for that. Sumail wants that Grieve so he can take off total silence. Pugna, that is silence, is very uncomfortable, not able to do anything, and very susceptible to being bursted down. So.
jump in right away, pull back, and then that is the life die.
Well, apparently going all in on Nabee's Lina was the right play. It's working out just fine.
Yeah.
Underleveled silencer, you don't care. As long as you're level 6, you're happy. And a quick turn of events, EG. That Roche, EG were actually in the better position when that Roche was going down. They just didn't check it. They had that smoke was perfect. They were coming in from behind. They could have caught the silencer, stopped the global silence getting used. Obviously, this is what we see. EG don't see it. But
yeah. Oh, they'll see it when they go back and check the replay gods, and then they're going to see, oh my God, what happened? Yeah, that may be an opportunity had just gotten away from them.
Their team fight's scarier if they get their spells off, and that's always the tricky thing. Is if you get the Ghost Ship with the Puck Dream Call, there's a lot of good synergy where you land all those spells together. You have the Pug and Nether Ward to stop your opposing team using. It completely ruins this Lina, although not anymore that she's got BKB. But the key thing is for LGD, to win a fight is they need picks. And that's what the Bat Rider gives them, that's what the Chaos Knight gives them.
That was cute. Ahmed trying to jump up from the low ground using the benefit of that ward. Now reveals the ward is there, but try to get a nice little grab up on RTZ there.
That ward served its purpose. It was the Roche securing ward.
Yeah.
That Aegis has kind of given LGD this massive lead now.
Yeah, I don't know what plan B is now for EG. Their late game is pretty much all on the shoulders of wherever RTZ's current farm is at. You have the infinite scaling Legion Commander, but Universe with only 20 dual damage. Doesn't feel great.
RTZ's not farming well. Without the Midas, he's not going to farm particularly fast. He's going for a Lincoln Sphere, so he's going to be a harder target to deal with because you can't just straight up lasso him, but at the same time, he's not going to deal damage. You can ignore him, throw some Force Stops around, cut him around. I don't think he's going to be too big of a problem in this game.
Yeah, there was kind of a point where LGD, rather EG came online a little bit, like with Link up on Universe, the ultimates up on the supports, they're ready to go take some towers, but again, that smoke was huge. They haven't been able to find these smaller skirmishes that they want to be taking. Pugna requires a good amount of defensive farm because even if he's itemized to get the Greaves against the Silence, he still doesn't want to be disabled blown up. So it feels like he's going to need a BKB too, and an Aghanims at some point. There just doesn't seem to be the space on the map to support that right now. So they have to go as 5 and find some successful fights, either if LGD is separated, because then their ults can only do so much to protect them. But if LGD are together with the global silence, with their ults right now, I think it's going to be very hard for EG to fight into them.
EG already trying to fight into him at this moment. They have plenty of deep vision into LGD's territory, so they're trying to fight around their vision, but LGD, whether it's game sense or maybe having the better bit of intel, they have this very deep ward down here on EG's side. Avoid EG altogether. And as long as they can kind of play the economy game right now, we're going to be bringing in better farm and better late game potential.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not so fast.
You should have hit when you saw me coming. Better swim for it.
Yes.
Right.
My gratitude.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This battle isn't over yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Unstoppable.
Regeneration! You darken my eyes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wicked still kill.
Silence. I want a rematch.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You let this happen.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Monster kill.
No!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mean there won't be enough of you left to bury.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wings of the night.
Oh, look at it go!
Now come back stronger. Fear quiets.
Unstoppable double kill. You fought well and true.
I'll take that.
Silence.
Gotcha!
Eternal darkness.
Look at it go!
Killing spree.
Flesh sustains, gold remains.
Excellent.
Darkness enfolds me.
Killing spree. Double kill.
He's about to pop.
Dominating. Owning.
Fish out of water.
Killing spree.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'll take that. Impossible.
Dominating. Owning.
All I do in her name.
Yes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I'll take that.
Night silence. You expected daylight to protect you?
Unstoppable.
Haste. Come out!
This is all your fault.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. bottom tower is under attack.
Believe me.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Monster kill!
Locke's talons pierce your soul.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ignited.
My grab.
Triple kill!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
My death means nothing next to our...
Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Newbees turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Person, maybe not so good.
Her nickname, one of her nicknames in China is the Empress. Many
goodness.
stories surround her. I won't go into any of them. But,
Radiant team.
You can find lots of stuff.
Who would be the Western Dodo equivalent?
Of the Empress?
Is there one? I guess they're really not really.
No.
I'm trying to run through some of the checklist things that
player?
someone would have to be considered. That I don't think so.
Because there's no powerful like owners in the Western
10
scene.
seconds
Much
remaining.
more player driven than organization driven.
Yeah, there's no like kind of
5
tycoon
seconds
style,
remaining.
like kind of rags to
Tom?
empire.
Female
type of,
Tom?
like,
Reserve
like,
time.
for esports.
It's Red's region. I have no idea.
You gotta hand to them. So with this team, they actually.
But they got inflamed. Let's get back to that. They got inflamed, and that dude is,
Turn to pick.
They got inflamed. They got as part of the latest reshuffle, they got Afu, who they poached from WGU, who was like considered the heart and soul of that team in a lot of ways. I talked to them about it at Dota. They're like, yeah, it was devastating to have him go, but it's kind of like, we're glad that you made it to like
remaining.
a good like situation, that you landed in like a really nice environment, and like you get a chance
5
to
seconds
grow and
remaining.
develop. So that was a big loss for them. You've seen him play very well on that roaming floor. Really open a lot of things up for them with different heroes
Reserve
as well.
time.
DDC, he's one of the veterans of the scene. So I think along with Misery, he was like the second to last player to be at every single battle.
Newbies turn to
I
pick.
believe until was it the last one that he was.
Major maybe.
Yeah, I think it was either I think it was Kiev because Boston would have been it, but I think he made it to Boston as a sub because of visa issues. Yeah. And then Kiev he wasn't there, so that broke his string of Valve events. He's a veteran of the scene. He's usually more like quiet and reserved, but in this case, like he's taken on more of a leadership role within this team.
Is he captaining? I know he's drafting now, so he's also kind of the captain as well.
Yeah.
That's it.
So that's been kind of a unique thing for them.
10
Monet, the young
remaining.
superstar, young like 9K player who
5 seconds
a lot of potential,
remaining.
like both as a mid laner and as a safe lane, which he's been playing. So he's been slowly growing kind of over the year. And Super, a very steady mid player. He's been around for a long time. Those old VG squads. He's known for like this patch has been good for him because he's known for being stable always. Like he always gets what he needs out of lane. Not super flashy.
DK Razor player. You
there
know,
you go.
It's just you'll do it. That's great. Never gonna put the ball between your legs though. That's for sure.
They call him the bun in China.
Just dribbling and running up and down, you know, just doing the job. Yeah. Not nothing flashy about Super. Super's never. I don't think Super's ever done like a flashy highlight play. It feels like, you know, the guy never's like rampage by Super, sick play.
This is basketball. He's like the fundamentals player, right? Like he doesn't dribble between the legs.
But not like Kawhi Leonard, like not that good. Just do the fundamentals that I own. But something like I don't know, Stockton maybe.
Yeah,
something like John Stockton is Super probably for anyone sports ball players out there. I do want to roll back a couple of players because I'm always curious why I have you here. What's Afu? What's that name mean?
10 seconds remaining.
Well, it's just like is thing that they have.
Remaining.
Like if you'd say Ol or Lil or something, like just a moniker you put in front of somebody's name, right? It's kind of like that. So they have that with old, as well as like old chicken and stuff, like old this or little that.
They love to add stuff like bro and old and L and La and what about foo then? What's foo? Or is it FU really? FU.
I wish it was
team back.
Might be.
FU.
I think it's just part of his name. I mean, he's not he's not Chinese, so I'm not entirely sure.
All right. Well, maybe you know, by the end of this tournament, more people will know
10 seconds remaining.
Who Afu is, and will care, and maybe want an Afu jersey someday. Looks like we're well into a draft now, gentlemen. We've gotten past the boring phase of the draft. First pick's already underway. Nyx Assassin and Warlock going to be the 1-2 punch for Newbee, while LGD get the Precious Sand King and they go right into a Raptor here. So a lot of the supports, the foundation of these lineups being established early. Yeah. And then the core's getting all banned.
5 seconds
nothing
remaining.
Crazy with the openers. Both teams snagging a good roaming forward position in the Sand King and the Nyx. And also here is that CAD could, if you decide the draft permits it, be running the off lane. If you really want to grab like a different forward position hero, or you feel like the Sand King make it like a really good laning matchup.
There's been some recent small nerfs to a lot of these like dominant forces we've seen with the Clockwork, Blade Stalker, and the Sand King. So we'll have to see how much that affects them in this meta. In some ways, LGD is kind of taking Newbee's pick from them. This is a very reliable 1-2 opening they've had. And then some LFY heroes. Well, these teams are similar in the sense that their drafting may not be the craziest. Like for Newbee, they usually go for these very stable lineups. They won't go for like very high degree of difficulty execution. Generally, it'll be very reliable. That's always been a trademark of theirs. For LFY, they've had a couple of kind of signature strategies we've seen through Epicenter and such. Like one of them, I've taken to calling kind of the bog because it's just the only way I can really describe what it is. Like there's just so much slow with it, whether it's like AA, Death Prophet, which is still a possibility here. And they kind of just become this bogging death ball that just runs at you, and you can't fight them. It's very that's literally Omni you see getting banned out from that. Yeah. The DK is like a super staple mid that they've been using that teams have been banning out like first or second against them.
So get him Death Prophet now instead or something. Ooh, okay, so Chaos Knight Kool-Aid is out for sale for sure. Everybody's feeling it.
Nice.
LGD are like, I just saw our sister team pick it, so I'm gonna pick it too. Strat Stealers.
Yeah, maybe they
but
went
that
to
was
them
more of like a, what would you say, it was like a direct
remaining.
lifestealer counter at the time. Why here and now though for LGD?
5
it
seconds
doesn't feel
remaining.
like you needed to be like, oh, I gotta get a CK now.
Yeah, I think it's just proving to be a pretty stable, strong
time.
improving carry. It's actually quite good against the Void because he time walks away, you just pull him back with a Reality Rift, or you can just force him out of the lane with a Reality Rift to begin with. So I think he's one of the better heroes at dealing with the Void. Some ways.
We're seeing a lot more Void core recently, and we see it against heroes like, say, like the Bristle or the Veno, where like you're not really dependent on that sudden burst damage, and then he just like time walks it off. All of a sudden, it becomes very difficult to kill him. So if you look at LFY against the Void, I mean, they didn't pick necessarily specifically with the Void in mind. With all the burst, all the silence, all the stun that they have, like they are capable of bursting him down, what's preventing him from just freely time walking about. So, especially if they believe that it's a safe lane carry Void, which looks like certainly to be.
Looks like it will be Jack. A Bat Rider comes out, so unless, you know,
10 seconds
they're going to just suddenly throw it in the mid lane, I would imagine this is going to be a off lane
5 seconds
Bat Rider
remaining.
for Senior KP and Faceless Void, I imagine.
Reserve time.
Or no, sorry, this is for. Wait a minute. Moogie, that's right. U9 changed his name. So he definitely wants to be Moogie now? Has that been confirmed? No more U9?
Yeah, apparently there's like an issue with like getting interviews and stuff because sites didn't want to interview him.
Newbees turn to ban.
I remember you talking about that before. Okay, Moogie it is. Fair enough. I will kindly.
Moogie's looked very new and improved since he's changed his name. I have to say, Moogie looks a little bit better than the U9 that we thought struggle for a little bit.
Did he escape the memes by changing his
10
name?
seconds remaining.
Could be. He can't flip upside down anymore, right?
They're looking for it though. I'm sure they have like the Chinese meme lords on it. They're like, Moogie, let me flip it here. I'll flip it? No? Okay, what if I stick it inside a cow? Oh, whatever. If I rhyme it with the T instead, Toogie? No, that's not good enough.
The Chinese meme lords had a really good one for Sumail that I can't adequately explain because you kind of so like if Sumail is not performing well, they start taking bits and pieces away from his Chinese nickname, and it becomes like 3 different words, and they can do that like 3 or 4 times until it becomes like stripped down to like a bare minimum, like the simplest characters. So it's hard for me to explain without getting into Chinese stuff.
Just way too advanced for us.
It's kind of similar to how like with Ferrari they used to joke like if he wasn't doing well, the wheels were coming off, like he suddenly becomes like a 2-wheel cart or like a rickshaw or something.
The worse he's doing, the crappier the car.
Yeah, that car's becomes just only the wheels are left. Yeah.
Jack, is this the bog? It's looking a bit like
it's a boggy hero. There's a little bit too much stun for it to be fully boggy, but that is in the bog, in the spirit of the bog for sure.
Okay, so the
that is a superhero through and through though. They tried to get superheroes off the board. They're like, first DK, gotta go, and then I just like casually throw out Death Prophet for fun. But they're like, no, wait, he's got a point. Death Prophet's also gotta go. And then Super's like, don't worry, I got one more hero. I can just casually go through the game, not draw any attention to myself with any big plays. I can play a Viper. And then Newbee are like, you know what, we have SC God, so we have a Tinker. We're going to do big plays.
The big thing I know, the second I see this Viper pick, I look at LFY's lamp, I'm like, they are not mobile. These 3 cores are all pretty, they kind of slowly move around the map. Like the bog style, like I definitely think fits them. Like they have a few more stuns, but it's kind of like this Death Ball type lineup where they can't flash farm particularly well on any of these 3 heroes. They can't gank all too easily. They're going to be very reliant on this DDC Disruptor to actually find them some picks. So Tinker is like the perfect pick to pick against a lineup that can't move around very well, that can't catch you all too easily. So they're going to have to shut down this Tinker early or he could become a big problem.
Yeah, they have a lot of mobile pickoff too to pair with them as well. That's going to be the theme, I think, the Death Ball versus the mobility, almost a more EG style type of play maybe coming out from Newbee this time. And the bun, as Super's called, getting the potato hero.
Remaining.
The boggy ball movement. He still thinks he's on Vici from TI4, really, I guess, if that's the case. Poor guy. But
they're all dead!
I think the start of every game now, they pause and everyone warms up the chat wheel. I think that's like the new Dota tradition, so
yeah,
we always have to kind of get through that phase, and they never tend to use them. A bit unfortunate. Any other like standouts here as far as what was that?
Oh, the Meat Merp. The famous Dota 2 Meat Merp.
I love all the new little toys and sounds they love to add in this game. Just always keeping it ever so entertaining. Yeah, just like that.
That's one of the sounds that I could hear when I'm like, I could quit Dota like in the next 2-3 years, and I'm gonna be 80. I could hear that sound, and I'll instantly remember it.
Yeah.
I'll be like, that's Dota.
Parker, go back to bed. All right, let's get into it here. What's at stake? Both these teams are a 1-1, looking to get another one into the win column, looking to get yourself at the top of this round robin into the upper bracket. Double patience for Joe into this.
Prepare for battle.
And is Joe still playing Dota?
He had to go on Django, was it, or one of the teams?
Yeah, Dango. I think he was a sub. I'm not sure if he actually played. He still plays Dota. He still streams it very actively. Just not competitively in that sense, but he still plays quite a bit. Like the Chinese kind of high-level in-house has its own set of like kind of followers and almost paparazzi, if you will, who just look at what happened in these games, who's flaming who's not giving up mid to who, stuff like that. So he's still very much actively involved in those.
It's really not fair because, I mean, us in the West used to have the luxury of, you know, NEL and E stuff where you can kind of peek in and see like what's fresh. I remember like peeking and seeing when the Yule's Scepter Shadow Fiend was starting to become a thing, and you're like, oh, okay, what's happening? Then we went into that Star Ladder and it debuted, and we don't get to peep through that anymore. Like, hopefully one day League play will return to the Western scene and we can all enjoy the griminess of the pubs and what these pros do between these big events.
League play is going all right in China. CDEC's had a couple very stable seasons. A lot of Western pros, when they come to China, they want to play in CDEC as long as there's an active season. There's still a good number of players, so that's probably like the best and most active in-house league in the world that's still going.
30 seconds to battle.
Dream League, hello.
Well, like talking about individual player league.
Yeah.
No, not like a team league, you know.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, let's get into the action here. Doesn't look like we're going to be seeing too much action here. No heavy early smoke movement, just some respectful ward play here. Mid-ward, almost carbon copies from each side, it would appear. But now move in from LFY saying, we want to claim up the bounty here.
Battle begins.
So the roll the same Tidehunter together, but the stun goes out, pops up, and it is going to be Afu who picks up the bounty. LFY will take 3 of the 4. But if they have the same luck as EG, that means they lost. So, you know.
Bad news.
Bad news for them.
I'm curious if this Chaos Knight's going to go that same build. That's what I am most interested to see.
Then they're definitely copycatters for sure.
Well, maybe it's one of those things where the fact that it happened last game makes me think it needs to be a meta thing in China, that's the Chaos Knight build. I did some like Dota buff looking up between games because there was a Chaos Knight pick or two in NA for the qualifiers, and they all maxed Chaos Bolt. I was like level 7 max Chaos Bolt. No points in passive, 2 points in Reality Rift. The standard CK build.
Interesting choice from Kaka. I like this on support Nixes, getting the mana burn first, because whether you're, say, zoning a hero that needs that mana to spam you or stay alive, or you're here in lane against like a hero like Disruptor who's very inefficient level 1 mana usage on the Thunderstrike, and then if you mana burn him once or twice, he pretty much doesn't have a harass tool anymore. It's an interesting pickup for level 1 Nix.
Yeah. I kind of, like in this all-playing Nyx that just, kind of just walks down there as a support. The poor man shield means he can just sit here. He has crazy health regen. They can't really bully him out. It's going to be a tough dual lane to deal with. And it frees up the Tinker. It means Tinker doesn't have to worry about those support rotations, because if LFY want to get their Chaos Knight farm, they're going to have to keep at least one, maybe both supports down bottom in order to do so.
Yeah, otherwise the bat just runs him over, especially if he doesn't get Chaos Bolt. He can't stun the bat cone, and he's got the chaotic.
He's already got one. He's already got one, yes.
We're seeing a different Chaos Knight build.
Or for the correct one, I don't know, either way. Either way, LGD got a win in that last one, so maybe it's new bad.
I think he could have gone 1-4-1, at least. Like, I don't like the second point in the Chaos Strike. In the third, he didn't get stunned until level 9 or something. But I think maxing Reality Rift is fine. That makes sense.
Monet has got Chinese Eternal Envy potential. This is a very young, good core player, and he is, by all accounts, an anime lover, an anime nerd of proportions. So.
Oh wow.
Is there similarities in playstyle, would you say?
Maybe not as much, but I mean, again, a very young player's got some fresh ideas on some stuff, a little bit like E. So there's a sense of that, a little bit.
So he's.
Yeah.
Fu is in trouble potentially in the bottom lane. Makes a long cross-country run from the Newbee side and only gets hit with a couple of sneaky stacks. Nothing too serious, no hard commitments, and some pump fakes coming out of that rift.
Nice thing about, I mean, you definitely want Chaos Bolt this lane because you've got Magic Stick, you've got unlimited mana. Like, there's definitely mana problems to justify not getting a stun. Chaos Knight. See if he starts looking to use it. He has got 10 stick charges to play around at this bottom lane. Seems like for now the two teams just kind of eyeing each other off, neither looking to engage down bottom. Similarly up top, Tide's kind of
lots more laning respect being shown here, it looks like. So.
They've got the triple magic sticks for LFY, so even though they're being mana burned, they're going to have that at least decent amount of sustain to bring the mana back up should they need it for a brawl.
I would be concerned now because as the levels coming for LFY, they have better opportunities like this one. Bottom lane, 2-man stun on the follow-up after the rift, but they can't quite get the finish. KP takes to the burdened skies and flies over the haters and down through the river.
No 2-second stun. He rolled the dice and
now he's like, I'm never gonna level that stun again.
Yeah, top lane, meanwhile, Tide is gonna be first blood.
Catch that one.
Clearly they just chase him down with some time lock, orb of venom, and early up. Oh, fatal bonds actually, no up people.
Goodness, Afu, I've seen him snag 3 bounty runes under the nose of Newbee already this game. And now he's walking Kaka home. Take this. Caustic present.
Oh, he doesn't get the kill.
No, we're not gonna kill it. He's still gonna live on.
Pro-man shield. Good item.
Got that bounty though.
Level 1 caustic damage nerf.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. That was Sanking actually receives some of the biggest nerfs. 45 to 20 damage at level 1. White.
The price you pay when you're the pick of an event or tournament or qualifier. Sorry, Frog doesn't care. You had a good, you had a good qualifier?
Compared to like Nyx, who lost like 5 each. I feel like the Sanking nerf definitely gets a bit better. 5 movement speed still has a roaming 4 position.
Smoke right behind, but they've already crossed paths with Afu here. Not the target they were hoping to get a hold of, but they didn't get forward anyway. He's stunned, they're going to fly over him, but he does burrow to the high ground and will try to make a hasty retreat. Maybe Mask of Madness?
Mixed feelings on the Mask of Madness.
We saw it earlier today, or, you know, the other crew were casting a game with a Faceless Void Mask of Madness, and it was not very pretty in that game.
I mean, I saw that wasn't S4 on it because he played the offlane Void. Or was that the game?
There was one where it was used as a safe laner against Newbee. I think they beat OG with it.
LGD.
Yeah.
Oh, they did
that.
It's interesting. It's almost like come like full circle, right? Like you used to see that build on Void all the time. You'd have like the Maelstrom and the Mask of Madness. You'll get solo kills. And, you know, it was nice to...
Yeah, it's just tough, because, like, what they were saying is just, like, now he can spam out some spells, and, you know, it's the value of the silence there, when you're... Would love to get some time dilations and potential time walks out.
Yeah, I mean, you use it, like, you time walk in, you time dilate, then you instantly Mask of Madness, or you pop into Chrono, of course.
Looks like they have got the jump onto Kaka here. Support just kind of crossing his way back under the tower, but do they have enough firepower? They'll have to use the glimpse back. The Carapace slows him down, but finally they will get their man.
They'd help him out as well. Bottom lane, meanwhile, solo kill. Monet, maybe having some crits or something there. Reality Rift, he's maxed it out. This level 4 Reality Rift is actually, it scales so much better than the stun does. -7 armor, 6-second cooldown. This, I'm actually so convinced this is the spell to match the level 7 from what we've seen.
Yeah, when you get level 4 of that skill, you can actually stack the armor reduction, as you mentioned.
Super is trying to sidestep the stuns. They commit him with the rock. He ends up eating the damage. But he's, yeah, shrugging off the damage. Decides to even turn it back around as Moogie's jumping in. And that's a rock committed and no kills at all for Newbee.
Yep. L5 have got Ravage back up if they want to get Tide involved now as well. They may just want to, yeah, shrine up with the Viper, the Chaos Knight. They've got this armlet, so they're very strong and scary right now. And this is definitely a timing for LFY to try and fight. The only thing they're missing really is DDC's Disruptor ultimate. He's just got his Tome though, and there we go. He hits level 6. Everything they need comes kind of online at the same time, and they can force some towers and at least force some fights here with the Warlock ultimate down. This is definitely the time to go in my mind.
Just checking in on our boy SC here and his Tinker. It's still going to be a little bit before we even get to see his ruby red shoes come out, so it's a bit of a stall period for this Tinker, because even after you pick that up, you still have to even get the Blink Dagger before you can like securely move through those side lanes. But I guess the big threat on the LFY side would be the Disruptor and the Sand King once he finishes this Blink Dagger.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
See the Chaos Knight move back towards bottom lane, find the Bat Rider again. Hello.
So he found him, pulls him with that Rift. There's the stun. How many shots? It would take 4. He gets the glimpse, and DDC KS's it. No, he helps set it up and get the finish.
Really nice thing about this crit is that you do lifesteal off of it, so even though maybe it doesn't scale incredibly well, it's more damage, which means more lifesteal, and with the armlet taking away your HP, it's nice to have a way to regen it back up.
And the Echo Saber as well. Oh, Warlock. Just unfortunately the wrong place at the wrong time. Well, right up into the high ground thinking it's safe, but Super and Afu are both there waiting for him.
Patience from LFY just setting up on that cliff, waiting to see who comes sauntering through, and it is indeed the Warp.
Poor little guy. Doesn't even have a rock, so LFY can just continue fighting.
Oh, again bottom. They're running on King. He's chain feed.
Oh my goodness, as he returns, he tries to shove the lasso, but it's way too late. We're back at the top lane now because we got an Inflamed Tidehunter now trapped between 3. They're going to even commit the Chrono to try to burst him down. He still has that mech, but they got enough firepower to take out the Watermelon Man.
Maybe okay with Chrono down. You just respawn, TP bottom with your team. You can take a tier 2 even, theoretically. Although Tinker may be a little tricky to push into.
We do have DDC's ult, Stack Storm, also up and ready to go.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Love to find a glimpse target. Not sure whether that'll present itself.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And an Invis rune going to be picked up by Afu. Or Sand King, so we'll see. They might get a setup on the mid lane. I also heard the Vendetta go out. So let's see, KP. Current chain feeder, unfortunately, still feeding here. Looks like possibly mid lane. Oh, he is dead for sure.
1 and 5, and that was 3 deaths in like the last 2 minutes. Right upon it, it's so bad. He's probably looking. It's like he spent the last like 70, like of the last 2 minutes, he spent more than half of it there.
He's 1800, so how close has he been to this Blink Dagger?
Every time he respawns,
oh man,
finds a lane where he's like, oh, I'll finish it, and then he gets ganked. He's not progressing.
Yeah, he might just settle in or go for a jungle camp or two at this point to finally finish off that Blink Dagger.
It's hard because you've got other teammates farming. Like if someone like a Void can apply pressure somewhere on the map, you can get that free to farm. But with Chrono down, Void's also just farming. Tinker mostly just wants to farm as well. SCC doesn't have a blink. It doesn't really... I mean, he's not going to be leading fights anyways. It really is just the Nyx and the Void who can kind of be the front runners as far as starting fights off and roaming around. And Void doesn't want to roam.
They want to be the ones getting pickoffs, right? Especially if you're Nyx and Bat. And, they don't necessarily want these big organized 5-on-5s with LFY. They're obviously going to have the Tinker to like hold objectives and high ground for as long as possible before the LFY deathball gets to them.
Definitely the good news is that this Tinker is not very farmed. I feel like that was the one hero they're going to struggle to deal with this game, but they have managed to pressure his lane to a decent extent.
Yeah, he needs a couple more items before he becomes that kind of a problem. And is this the kind of a Tinker game with all these illusions and such going for the Ags and just hoping to laser back like CK?
Yeah, it's going to be a great counter to the CK and his illusions and his ability to fight. He's going to have to just rely on like a BKB.
Yeah.
And then even then his illusions won't do a whole lot. But his hero is still, we saw last game.
Yeah.
A BKB CK can still go off.
That is for sure. LFY now rummaging on through of smoked. Got a nice deep ward down, making the hard cut.
Thought they were going to catch KP there, but yeah, they managed to just barely, narrowly miss him.
Thankfully for KP, it looks like he will finally finish that Blink Dagger.
Dire's middle tower
Kaka,
is under
however,
attack.
close to potential trouble. This mid lane, tier 2 is under heavy assault from LFY, and it could be quick to spring into action if not careful, but it looks like Newbee are starting to bring over some rotations now, as the tier 2 is under a bit of pressure. SC is trying to creep a bit closer with some marches. Try to push it back a bit. Meanwhile, bottom lane, it is going to be Moogie finishing out the tower. Afu has already rotated over, but this Faceless Blood should make it away with the extra money. No problem, and he is hoping to pull it all together into a Maelstrom next.
This is a LFY lead, but I think they're going to... I mean, they can take these outer objectives, but they're going to really struggle at breaking high ground against Tinker. Newbee have this great pick-off potential. The Void... Tinker is kind of like the Void Invoker. He can just go around, find a Chrono by himself, Tinker TP's in, finishes off the kill. So they've got this really easy to execute lineup as far as finding those kills go. So I think LFY do need to continue to press their advantage and try and find picks. Like Tide getting a Blink Dagger is going to be key. The lack of catch is going to be the biggest issue for them.
Ooh, Kaka just popped out from an invis, goes into Vendetta. They try to drop a sentry. We'll see the ward. Kaka has already distanced himself from potential trouble. Newbee don't really get a lot with their movement in, but they have forced LFY to pretty much have all hands on deck for the bottom half of that map. So stalling things out a bit. Newbee, you think the game scales on, it just gets better for him in the late game, or do you think the CK can still just be the true late gamer here?
I think it gets better for them. Between Fatal Bonds and Tinker, between their ability to, I think, just be more efficient at this point, to split farm a little bit, get more off the map in different lanes, whereas LFY are kind of encouraged to deathball, so if anything, they'll deathball for Roshan probably very soon, and then after that, maybe try to make a move onto high ground. But obviously, like, Blink is going to come sooner or later from KP, that's going to make it a little bit harder to park the Viper in front, and hit objectives with the team standing behind him, because you have that kidnapping. So I'm not sure if Newbee will contest this. Maybe they use this opportunity to push the lanes out and try to get some more vision. But if they don't contest this, I would expect LFY to go very shortly afterwards.
LFY, slow and steady. They take Roshan as Kaka a little bit too late. He's even headed that direction.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Courier though. Getting in it. Does it go the other direction though? Can he catch it off? Come on,
Radiant's
boy, get it!
Has been killed.
Makes you feel a little bit better.
Does he go for the TP? Ward TP potentially?
He had no items.
Uh-oh.
Hi. Oh.
Radiant's top tower.
Now you're not going anywhere. You see if we'll glimpse you.
Radiant's bottom
he
tower
knows there's a
is
ward
under
there,
attack.
I'm pretty sure too.
And he catch out Kaka. Kaka is going for the TP. DDC doesn't see him actually. Nyx takes makes his narrow escape.
Nice little juke, but perhaps losing his ward will, it's not really, his journey there isn't really achieved.
He got that courier.
That's true. Oh yeah, the courier deck.
Courier makes it. Oh, down below, KP trying to TP out. Oh, he is back home, but is he going to stay alive? Oh, the fountain is blessing him with lots of regen there. Did he have to get anything else to help that one? No, but super had mercy.
So this Viper goes next. He's going to finish off his Hurricane Pike. I do feel like Viper as a core scales late game a lot better than he used to with the introduction of talents. He's got some pretty nice late game oriented ones, health, agi, attack range, and then you get this plus 20 armor. If you kind of combine all those things together, you're actually looking at a much more potent Viper in the late game.
As long as he doesn't get hit by a limb.
Yeah, he'll MKB or BKB at some point, even a Manta style. He'll definitely get an item to deal with the Tinker.
Outside of that, then he's good.
Definitely looking like a very passive game from the Newbee side. They do not really want to fight.
Just a lonesome little warlock who happened to be crossing the street.
Spent his money. I mean, he got his Midas, which he's probably like, man, he can use my Midas, but at the same time, at least support your Midas.
Yeah.
So he'll be at least. Newbee definitely just want to play for the late game. Don't really care about kills. They just want to stall this game out as much as possible.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Monet is eating a lot of damage here from the March. Has to be a bit careful here as they try to chunk their way through that tier 2. A trade is possibly in order here from Newbie as they have their own pressure coming in through the bottom lane. Boogie has that Maelstrom, as you can see, flexing it about. Looking to go straight for the Mjolnir. Closer to the Hyperstone pickup, it would appear. The rest of LFY, who are hanging around the mid lane, are now making their own rotation down to the bottom side. They're sending in Inflame first, along with Super. I don't know, maybe if they had the opportunity to catch a straggler, they could Ravage, but Newbee are not looking to fight right now.
It's so hard to catch. They've got the Sand King Blink at least, that makes life a little bit easier, but Newbee are just going and splitting wherever LFY are not. Sand King Stun and Disrupt your ultimate. They may catch Newbee here.
Need a bit of vision. Static Storm is going to be dropped, so they can't time walk his way out from this. They're going to commit the rock in. It hits the 3 of them with a good Fatal Bond, but if there's nothing else, then you've just, well, committed the rock and Fatal Bond for nothing. And the rock goes down just like that.
Well, he might save him. Saves him. It's definitely worth it there. He may even turn it around with a time walk in the chrono,
middle
but
tower is under attack.
That is tough for Newbee.
KP is flying nearby, narrowly avoids trouble again. He's got his Blink Dagger, but there was no Blink Dagger debut moment for Batrider in this game. That window seemed to be totally gone, and this is the moment of the what? The bog? Is that what you said? The bogs? The bog?
The bog fast approaches, man. When
the
you
bog.
Start losing those towers that once juicy farmland that you possess is just crept on by the bog.
The big bog is here. And it's creeping through your game.
Especially with Warlock ult down. I mean, I feel like they really have an opportunity here to close things off, get up that super aggressive map vision at the very least, maybe finish off this tier 2, maybe make a high ground attempt as well. Here's the thing with CK, like you don't really see him used this way, but if it really comes down to it, you can generate illusions to kind of just run them at buildings. They do a lot of damage. They're very durable, and then you can just back off. If they can't force you into a fight afterwards.
That won't work so well with the Tinker Axe coming up, but
yeah,
definitely a way to kind of slow roll this game. I think LFY are going to maybe recognize that breaking high ground is a whole nother beast, taking these outer towers. They can definitely just take an approach where it's like, well, we can't push high ground, let's just cover the outside of your base with wards so you can't leave your base, and then we have access to farm in your jungle, our jungle, all 3 lanes. Newbee will only get whatever farm arrives at the Dire base. Not quite the case just yet. Newbee have managed to kind of venture around this bottom lane. They're actually going in kind of an aggressive maneuver themselves. Pop that Midas, bro.
SC is also just so close to finishing out this Ags. I feel like once this Ags is done, the fights do get a lot harder for LFY.
Yeah,
especially when they don't have the BKB done quite yet.
He just got it.
Oh, he just got it.
Second.
Okay. Viper, nothing, no defensive measures for that, and he's not even picking one up unless he's going for a Manta, which could be the case.
Had a heart queued up for a small little while on Chaos Knight, but it seems he quickly realized, like, wait a second, there's a Tinker. You gotta get this BK. Viper, yeah, Yasha could see a Manta there to deal with the laser. You know, even buy the Yasha. We'll see if he actually commits to that.
Smoke from LFY mid lane is Kaka, and they will go for it. Blink Burrow setup onto the Nyx. He's just the lone straggler support, tanking the gank. Looks like for Newbee's side in the mid lane. And then LFY will just roll on through Newbee's turf and see what's happening. Maybe see if they can get a DDC glimpse pick off or something. Trying to roll right on through, but looks like LC Company are going to be avoiding the trouble there. And they'll just go in for the tier 2 instead. The Bog, it continues to move and shift.
It feels like a much slower paced game than what we normally expect to see out of Newbee. I feel like this is, I mean, they're still like in a position where this game's still quite close, but this doesn't really feel like Newbee in their strongest form right now.
Yeah, like they're kind of a methodical team, but they're methodical at like it's kind of like clockwork when they find kills, right? It's like, oh, cooldown's up, find a kill, cooldown's up, find a kill. In this case, it's not. It's a little bit listless.
Is under attack.
Because again, they're not really about this kind of like split push game. It's not, you know, they struggle on a patch that really favored this. It's not really their playstyle
Radiant's
as a
middle
team,
tower
so
has fallen.
it becomes very technical for them at this point. Like, who can safely push where without dying? Who do we send to these different lanes? You know, where do we contest vision so they will instantly see where we're going or find a gank? It's not really up Newbee's alley.
Trying to make something happen here. It looks like they might have gotten a grab onto Super. He's going to take a lot of firepower though. He's got the hood and a hurricane pike. They're doing what they can, but here come all the TPs towards the shrine. They're committing the chrono on top of it. Here comes the MP combo flying out from Afu onto the backside. Lots of serious damage. Newbee frantically trying to make their escape. They will lose 2 for their troubles. KP could be next.
Oh, he's trying to backpack trick his blink dagger so he can blink out.
2, 1. No, not gonna get it.
He had like a millisecond where he used it. Very tricky to do.
A gift from the
That's it. There she blows. Done like that. Hard commitments in to go for the finish. It's a lot to be able to get the Viper down, and it costs him a lot with the shrine still there. There's just good access points for LFY to respond.
And importantly, the Viper was incredibly tanky and hard to bring down when they went on him. They had to use everything to get that kill. Void, let's say BKB likely going to be the solution to what happened there. He needs a way to not get demolished by that Disruptor ultimate.
No rock was committed in that fight either. They still get to hold on to that.
Yeah, I don't think Faith was there. It was like, it's one of those really deep moves. You don't expect your Warlock to be at that top tier 2 tower. It was like just a 3-man expedition or 2-man expedition with the Tinker TPing in. Warlock was kind of on base defense duty.
Still hanging around from that previous fight. Spotted out now, heads back home.
His item selection, I mean, Voids as well. Like, they're not going for any blink daggers on Nyx or Void. They don't care about pickoffs. They don't care about taking team fights and having good initiation. They have got the bat. He, of course, will go for the blink dagger, but very much they're just thinking late game. Aghanim's Nyx queued up, Void going straight to the BKB. These heroes are not looking at any kind of short-term items. They're playing for the long term.
So it's on LFY to put the pedal to the metal here.
Yep.
See if they do it though. They
MKB counts 9. Go.
Oh.
Have to rely on the BKB against Laser.
Stupid Laser. Yeah. It's probably for the better. They have late game preparations in order just in case there's a lot of extra tools on the side of Newbee here. And I'm seeing Super. Does he have a Yasha? Is he going Sage and Yasha? Wait, what's flying out? I thought he queued up that Yasha. What's he got?
Changed his mind for BKB.
The good old Bickup. Laser.
Standard Viper items, nasty stuff. They're rolling. Bog's moving through the top jungle.
Look at this. Blah, bogging around right now. They're like, we would love to take a tier 3 and take these shrines if we could. Uh-oh, SC in the mid lane. Quickly blinks back. Afu now has a blink and a force staff, so a little bit of extra gap coverage. But LFY, patient, moving around, do not see the openings they like. And little they know, actually they need to wait 1 more second. There's the Roche. Go in the pit, nothing's there. Walk out and Roche just trolling.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
likely get it uncontested, I feel like, regardless of when it respawns, but yeah. I don't know, the sooner the better isn't really the case. I think they're kind of in a position where this game will have to be slow played by them. Maybe I would have liked to see LFY to pick up like Midas even somewhere, I don't know, like support Midas this game would have been super value. I guess Disruptor has 2-4 for it. Tide could have perhaps gone for Midas this game. It just feels like one of those games where you got to recognize that Newbee are going to delay the hell out of it, avoid fights, defend high ground. That's like the dream Midas game for an offlaner or support. Even a Viper, like, I don't know. My inner greed just says they should have bought some Midases.
Yeah, when you know that you'll have time to eventually pay off stuff. But yeah, LFY may want to consider going high ground again here to have the Aegis, of course, and also the Blink and the Pipe up on the Tidehunter, which is going to nullify a lot of the damage output coming out from Newbee. That's one thing we haven't really talked about. Kind of certain ubiquity of the damage output right now. Sure, it's all magic. That's going to be a real issue once they have, say, you're talking about the BKBs, the Lincolns, obviously the Pipe in this case as well, with the extra life. Even the Viper's going to make the Deadpool very scary. They have to deal with the lanes right now when you gather.
Bounty! Whether or not they go for that Roshan you mentioned. Killed it off just yet, but they are in position to do so this top lane. Tide with a few minor problems, but has the Greaves, even a shrine nearby if he really needs it. Actually, that was used
Alright, phase 2 of the Bog is about to be underway, I would feel. I mean, Aegis is now going to be for their taking. The BKBs are now there for Super.
Yep.
And you probably will not go all in for the MKB yet if you're the CK, but I mean, come on. Aegis, BKB on Viper.
With Aegis, he'll buy it.
It's go time.
Yeah. They're going to get to a point where they just have more items. I mean, this is the not so thrilling way of playing Dota when you're ahead, you have map control, but you can't really push high ground, and your opponents have the lineup where you can't pick them off. You just slowly get further and further ahead. They had like a 5k gold lead 15 minutes ago. It's now a 10, 11k gold lead.
Nice. Wait, what?
Okay. Did he...
You stunned right through him, you didn't even see him.
Tide's Blink was still on cooldown. Not sure if he actually
gift from the tempest of battle.
It's awkward, but...
Should have given a visual cue that he actually hit him.
The Bog misses that one.
But, I mean, this is the annoying thing this game for LFY is their lineup's not amazing at picking off heroes and finding them at this point, and Void, Bat, Tinker, all very hard to catch because they've got escape spells, blink daggers, but they know they can't catch them. They'll bog their way to victory.
Yeah, that's the thing is like if they don't get a pick off, I don't know how the hell they're gonna bog themselves inside the base.
I mean, this is one of those strategic games where they're playing like a game of chess where they're up by like 2 pawns and they know they're not really that far ahead, but they are ahead. So if they just keep trading pawns, eventually, you know, they'll be in a position where they're in a bigger lead and can just somehow get a victory out of that.
After 186 moves,
yeah,
I will have my first check.
Yep, exactly. You know, it's like you take out all those pawns one by one, and then your pawns can then cross the other side, and then you get your queens back, and you're just, you know, you've got this small lead and you can turn it into a bigger lead. You just don't want to go for any risky plays.
Meanwhile, in a Dota, they're like, here is my priest. Move that in. Here's my bishop.
That's a perfect example. Guts, actually. It's kind of like, because a 2-pawn lead in a chess game is pretty big, but it's not like an immediate win type of thing, right?
This is like,
You
surely.
play it through until you've simplified things, and then the pawns become queens. So that's kind of what you're maybe.
At least in like the amateur chess. I think the professional level chess is very different, but you know, from my experience playing like low level chess, it's like you don't know the moves that will end the game, so you take those free pawns one by one. You find the least defended pawn, you kill it without losing any pieces, and gradually, you know, you're gonna win. It's kind of what LFY are doing here, and it's gonna be up to Newbee to make a big play with their queen or one of their rooks or bishops. Well, it's normally actually the knights. The knights are the big playmakers. They kind of dig themselves deep on the map. I feel like KP is the knight this game. He's gotta make some big plays, find some key pickoffs for them. Similarly, Mugi on the Void has a lot of kill potential. Also, this may be the GPM game for the Void. We talk about those GPM talents as far as when you want to get them. This may be the time with it. Playing for the long haul. I don't really feel like 300 health is going to be a difference maker when you're just sitting on your high ground. It's going to come down much more to initiation.
All right, we have everyone with the exception of this Tide Hunter at the pushing point here for LGD.FY, so I don't think that means they're going to be committing for a push unless he's on expedition to try to find Tinker split push nearby. But a good thing that Newbee been doing, they've been using Kaka a lot as this like scout. They put him in the lane first, he looks around a bit, and then I guess SC knows it's safe to go there and keep the lane pressure out.
They protected him with some nice wards. They've got the anti-Tinker ward as a let's protect Tinker ward.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I like that, because usually you see teams put that out there, you see them in the woods, and you manage to pick them off. Newbee are ready for it. They're like, hey, you know what? We know you're gonna pop that ward down. Let's make sure we see it when you do. And give our Tinker that much more breathing room as this game trudges slowly onwards.
Nyx has been scouted. Should die here, though.
Sometimes the scout.
You're ravaging for a support Nyx. That's when you know the game is slowed down. They're not actually going to go high ground with the Sages. Sorry to be a spoil sport to you guys. To Jack, as well as viewers out there. This game's we're probably going 50-60.
Newbee's like, whoa, they did the Ravage. Let's go.
That's the thing. You've got this Aegis, so even with Ravage down, you're not too scared of a fight because Aegis CK, I mean boss. It's gonna get to a point where they're gonna need 6-slotted Viper, Chaos Knight. They're going to want some of these level 25 talents in the late game as well. CKs this game are not... I mean, the cooldown reduction I feel like is going to be the way to go, although they're up maybe a BKB Void to deal with, but his 25 is not as scary as like the, let's say the Vipers. He gets plus 20 armor is pretty good.
Not plus 80 Viper Strike DPS?
We're seeing all these like supports get farmed now. Disruptor Ags, Nyx farming his straight Ags. I mean, that's a sign of a game where not much is happening. If support Nyx rushes an Ag Scepter.
Just gonna come together for the big one and done special. It could.
Yeah,
this
is a one team
more
fight
so
kind of
for
game.
LFY. For LFY side, most certainly.
I think this we got.
Oh, move in. There's the rock, but the chrono coming up from Moogie. He moves right for the Ruptor, and he should be able to get him out. BKB's now getting it popped. There's going to be the move in burrow play. They still able to get the trap in onto Super. They're trying to beat him down, but the rest of their team is getting pushed on back. LFY trying to take it to the doorstep now. Kaka pops his Carapace, is able to waddle himself back indoors. SC has been taken down, but LFY lose 2 for the trouble. Both their supports. But the cores, Trifecta, are going to move inside the base and go to work.
You don't have Tinker for the CK ult. That's troubling.
Yeah, they're going to
trade your support, but that was definitely the core that they wanted to kill, so that worked out.
Ooh, slide on in. They're trying to get the burrowed Nyx. Kaka is out. 50 seconds, no buyback. Monet looking to go for the finish onto KP. They pull him back into action. They didn't even need a Ravage for it.
In hindsight, this Tinker should be kind of looking at this like, oh, maybe they can defend with Nyx Axe. I was of the same mentality as Newbee, where it's like, oh, we probably don't need to buy back this Tinker, but oh yeah, they did. The second that CK ultied, they probably should just pull back the Tinker, help clear the illusions with him, because they're building some smelters. It's the kind of game where we're looking at where it's like this game just gets opened up by a Tinker pick. Tinker is the key hero. If you can never catch Tinker, this game will drag out indefinitely, but as soon as the Tinker gets caught and picked off, high ground we go.
They did it all without that Ravage either, too. They just got a good lead into that mid lane, chased him down.
Sanking Burrow Strike, and you're just kind of caught out of position. And the Warlock ulti, the Void Chrono, that's not Newbee really wanting to fight, it's they have to. Like, if Tinker gets caught, they just have to go and use their ultis and try and save them.
Radiant's top tower
like, Warlock using Rock just to save Tinker and kill nothing is definitely worth it. Even using a Chrono to save Tinker is worth it.
And it looked like the connections were all pretty good, but, you know, LFY are just too boggy, man. You got hoods, you got pipes, you got mechs, greaves.
It's pretty nasty.
They're just shrugging it all off.
And you can't run from the bog. You've got Glimpse. That was what actually Tinker got pulled back into the Chrono because right as the Warlock and Void initiated, DDC got off a clutch Glimpse. If not for that, he actually does survive. So.
Once you set foot in the bog, you're not just going to saunter away.
If you're trying though, frantically, your Tinker heads to those side lanes to alleviate the pressure as best as he can, but LFY were able to get a lot of damage done in that mid lane, and that means that these shrines can now be gobbled up, so they get one of them down.
one lane of Rex doesn't really win you the game, but again, they've taken now not just some pawns, they've taken a couple rooks. They're getting a bit closer. It's much more about the gold increase than the actual. They're going in here mid lane with double Ravage.
Pull back. That's a chaotic offering. Not going to be in the game anymore for 75 seconds. He doesn't have a buyback. Oh goodness, you're talking about a big artillery weapon that Newbee are not going to be having anymore on their defense. And this could be Raxus. Now this could be the game. Now there's going to be the Ravage coming out from Inflame. Finds good connection. Boogie moving in with the Chronosphere, and he's trying to swat at the Chaos Knight. But guys, I don't think he's taking too much damage there. He's actually shrugging it off, and suddenly it's the Faceless Void who gets blasted down. KP moves in, trying to get the finish of Monet, but is not going to be able to do so. Your Ravage number 2 is also going to be coming out, and it's an ultra kill for Monet. He gropes his way into a win on the back of an ultra kill. 26-8. This one is just all LFY. The Bog. The Bog! It's like an old science sci-fi film. The Bog comes. Not
exactly,
very,
one of those late night like sci-fi channel movies. It's just some,
not exciting, but it's just kind of like
weird, janky stuff going on.
You see it and you're like, couldn't you just walked away from the Bog? No, it's...
Oh yeah, there's like a simple counter that the third person outside of it, but the people in the Bog, you know, it's just much harder. It's not that simple.
The game wasn't like a viewing.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mars TV Dota League, the only tournament that people from Mars could play in, but we couldn't find any Martians, so we have Dota 2 players instead. Just as close. But we are into heat number 7, I guess you could call it, of our round-robin action for these 8 competing teams, and we are about to hop into OG versus VG Gaming. I'm joined once again by Jack and Gods. Hello, gentlemen. We are going into the late part of our night. It is like 4-something in the morning local time, but we are energized off various
amazing chemicals,
amazing energy
in
beverages.
Moderation.
In moderation. We're being responsible here, us 3, and we got Rob in the back running the show. So shout outs to Ice Element for that. It's good to see you, bud. We have 10 out of 10 in the lobby. We're getting psyched up and ready, gentlemen. We have OG, who are currently 0-2, apparently. You know, the team who's supposed to be like the biggest kids on the block of winning every major and looking like the best going to TI. Saving strats, right, Jack? The only reason they're losing.
They remember last year what happened when they came into TI as the favorites, right? Everybody was looking at them. Last few years, I think the overwhelming favorite coming into TI, whether it was OG last year, obviously Secret the year before, has struggled a bit, so I think they're going to switch things up. Like, we don't want to come into TI as favorites. We want you guys to all overlook us and
we're going
to
to look like,
on us.
I want to see how bad they can look. Let's see if they can be bottom of the barrel bad, and then that way it only looks totally awesome for TI. What about VG Gaming? This is actually the team of the full list coming to this event. Them and Clutch Gamers. I was like, for me personally, have not had too much experience casting a lot of these guys. Jack, tell me something about VG Gaming that maybe OG should be shaking in their boots over.
Well, I'm not sure.
You had the bog thing going for LFY, and I bought that, and now I'm gonna look at LFY and they're the bog team forever moving forward. What's VG Gaming's thing? What's their thing, Jack?
I'm not sure if I have any such bog-like identity for them. They have had a shake-up, obviously. So it was Chuan and Hao on this team that joined them very late in the spring. They wanted to kind of ride that and try to get into TI. It didn't work out, and so both players have left the team. I think Hao, well, as we mentioned earlier, Hao, some people believe that he might be done, but we don't know if he'll come back again next spring. And Chuan is at least not playing again until after TI. So in place of that, they have FY, who's over here from VGJ, as that team didn't qualify and has struggled a little bit recently. And then they got End Back, who was their carry player before.
So what happened? Why they just got off the team when they didn't make TI? I'm sorry, I didn't keep up with VG Gaming and what happened with them. That's what happened though.
Yeah,
like, we're not getting TI. We're done with this team. And then okay.
I think for veterans like Hao and Chuan, I mean, you're talking about TI champions. It's like once that moment happens where you're not playing at TI, you're like, well, I think those guys struggle to find the motivation to play the other tournaments because they've been at TI, they've won TI. What does an out-of-season tournament really matter? And they don't have that same motivation to play at their best for these smaller tournaments.
If you've climbed Everest before, you're not maybe as excited about taking on these smaller climbs, right?
Yeah, but with the
Mount Baldy right
potential,
Mount McKinley doesn't seem so appetizing after you've conquered.
Yeah, but
Everest.
what about this? What about the future of Dota now with the new system in play? With this, would a tournament like this have those points? Maybe you'd want to actually stay with the team and try to get some more, because they're handed out also, like they said, player individually. So RTK would get points Chuan/Hao could get extra points just playing in a tournament like this with VG Gaming. I don't know. Post TI time still would be.
The big thing to remember with that is when it comes to qualifying for like TI, it only counts the 3 highest point players on your team. So it gives teams the flexibility to bring in a new youngster. They can only do it's the same with like the trade deadline, so you have to do it during the roster shuffle time, so you can't like totally screw over your players or anything, which is great and all. But then you can bring in like a new pub star going into TI, or you can bring in someone like Chuan. Like, let's say you're a team that's like done well, you got some good points plays, but you feel like you're just not quite a TI winning team. You can bring in like a veteran like Chuan as that like 4th or 5th player. He could have not played the entire year, but you could still be qualified to go to TI just because he doesn't need
points.
Chuan. Yeah, because he's Chuan.
That's interesting. That's going to be an awesome, system. It's going to be an awesome season of Dota.
There's been some other rocky stuff with this team. Chuan, I think End and Ori maybe it wasn't the easiest for them to play with him, and then they ended up bringing in Lanham to coach this team.
OG's turn to ban.
And they don't have that same motivation to play at their best for these smaller tournaments.
If you've climbed Everest before, you're not maybe
back.
as excited about taking on these smaller climbs, right?
Yeah, but with the
Mount Baldy, right
potential,
Mount McKinley doesn't seem so appetizing after you've conquered.
Yeah, but what about this? What about the future of Dota now with the new system in play? With this, would a tournament like this have those points? You know, maybe you'd want to actually stay with the team and try to get some more, because they're handed out also, like they said, player individually. So RTK would get points like, or sorry, Chuan/Hao could get extra points just playing in a tournament like this with VG Gaming. I don't know. Post TI time still would be.
The big thing to remember with that is when it comes to qualifying for like TI, it only counts the three highest points players on your team. So it gives teams the flexibility to bring in a new youngster. They can only do it's the same with like the trade deadline. So you have to do it during the roster shuffle time. So you can't like totally screw over your players or anything, which is great and all. But then you can bring in like a new pub star going into TI, or you could bring in someone like Chuan. Like, let's say you're a team that's like done well, you got some good points plays, but you feel like you're just not quite a TI winning team. You can bring in like a veteran like Chuan as that fourth or fifth player. He could have not played the entire year, but you could still be qualified to go to TI just because he doesn't need points. Chuan. Yeah, because he's Chuan.
5 seconds remaining.
That's interesting. That's going to be an awesome, system. It's going to be an awesome season of Dota.
There's been some other rocky stuff with this team. Chuan, I think End and Ori, maybe it wasn't the easiest for them to play with him, and then they ended up bringing in Lanham to coach this team, kind of with that veteran leadership and the voice that Tron listened to. So End ended up basically stepping aside. I think he gave it a go with that squad Dango as well. Ultimately, it would have been an issue of like, hey, if they actually make it to the main qualifiers, I don't think he's contractually allowed to play against his VG squad. So, well, now he's back to the VG team because Hao has stepped aside as well. So Hao and Tron obviously like that experience playing together and on Newbee and such, and they're part of that same kind of generation of like older players, but it's a little bit different with the young ones. So that's always been an issue with like in the Chinese scene, like the newer players and the older guys, like how do they mesh, who do they listen to? If a younger player should be taking a leadership position, is that possible with an older player that's still there on the team? So that's something that VG has recently had to wrestle with a little bit.
All right, gentlemen, we have a draft underway now for these two teams, OG versus VG Gaming. VG Gaming, actually, look, what's VG Gaming's current record here? I don't know if I'm safe to alt-tab on my screen,
I'll check for you if I can.
OG,
I think
as we know.
They beat Newbee, so I think they're 1-1.
They're 1-1. 1-1 for VG, 0-2 for OG right now. They had first pick, and with that first pick, they got the Earth Spirit. But if any team was to pick Earth Spirit first, should be OG.
5 seconds remaining.
Confidently say that Jerix is the greatest Earth Spirit player on the planet. Every time I cast a Jerix Earth Spirit game, and I say this though, he tends to unfortunately not have his best game. I'm just saying that. I mean,
no word on if Mars has produced better.
You never know. Mars Spirit could be a big thing. Does leave the Sand King out there. It's interesting that OG still banned the Drow, even to go against VG Gaming. They just don't want to go against the Drow game. Sand King gets picked up and a Warlock, and we go back to the fabled Fly Phoenix once again.
This is the classic TI 6 era OG Fly Phoenix.
OG's turn to pick.
Well, it wasn't Jerix M, but the Earth Spirit that Crit used to sometimes play, but now Jerix, of course, has been the front runner for this hero for OG. And it's very much like old school comfort picks for OG.
We've seen a lot of a decent amount of Bloodseeker from VG Gaming, so I'm wondering if they'll kind of stick to that and go with that direction here. HYM is drafting for them. And then for OG, I think they ran an Arc Warden in their first game against EG. I believe they let the they let the Drow through, ended up being a Storm, and they ran the Arc Warden. And that was interesting because I don't think they've yet won a game on the Arc Warden, but the hero looks promising in like a number of ways, right? Like the way it's played, like they use it to fight. They'll bring him over to like rotate his illusions to the safe lane. I mean, rather to the mid lane to help out the mid. It's interesting. It's an interesting hero against like a Drow draft or a lot of range heroes. It seems like it would have added value in some ways.
It's a very unique concept because you can fight while farming. You send that illusion to a lane to go fight with your team while your hero farms, and on top of that, it's like a zero risk fight. You don't. I mean, you lose some. You give up gold, which is I think the big change. So there is a lot of benefit to killing the illusion, but the hero itself does. You're not dying, respawning. You're still farming, so you've got that constant uptime. But
it's an illusion farmer, guys. It's OG.
Yeah. Let's see.
How long before how long before they just go back to the Alk because he got a little bit of loving? That's when, or the Nagas just somehow creeps her way back into the draft.
The plus point, the 2 to 2.5 bounty rune scaling, and then was it the base stat increase, or is it the
for Naga?
I think it was 13 to 16.
Something got buffed. Yeah. Yeah, I can dig that up. I had the patch notes still open.
I have them here, but yeah, I get.
Naga Siren base health regen from 0.5 to.
Oh, I was talking about the Alchemist.
The Alchemist got some stats. Yeah, base agi, so probably gets like an extra starting armor, and is just going to be able to last hit and farm that a little bit slightly better. But for now, it's big team fight from OG. They get the Tide Phoenix. Usually they do pair these heroes with at least one big farmer, like the Naga or the Alk, though. So I feel like we have seen that certain level of like trial and error from OG. Like game 1, it was like, let's see if the Arc Warden works any better this patch. Game 2, it was like, all right, let's see if the No-Tell Meepo works. I mean, there is obviously they play these heroes in scrims. They played them a ton in the past, but it's always going to be different when you play it in a LAN environment against the best of the best. But they are not going to experiment with their old heroes. They're going to experiment with something a bit new that we've seen from the Chinese squads.
I think usually you're just countering them along the way or trying to. You have Batrider now against the Tide, which, you know, Batrider's going to be forced to go for the Tide, but you get Trolls, who makes anyone really good at breaking a Phoenix Egg. But yeah, Chaos Knight, what's the deal? What Chaos Knight again coming out now? I read a fun thing, actually, between the games on True Dota subreddit. They were talking about Chaos Knight, and someone was mentioning a bit how if he does become, I think, a hot flavor, that we might see more Brewmaster again. I mean, Brewmaster kind of pops up occasionally, but the Dispel magic from the Storm Bear does 1,000 damage, and that's amplified to CK's illusions by 260%, so it's like 2.7k. And 4-second cooldown.
Yeah. That spell
on one bear.
It's received some just absurd buffs because it's so situational. Like really good, like, and it's also the last spell that most Brewmaster players micro. Like that, you pop your ulti, the first thing you do, you chuck that boulder. While you right-click a hero while chucking the bolt. The second thing you do, you grab that Cyclone Panda, you find an annoying hero, you find that Bristle, you find that Viper, and you chuck that motherfucker up in the air so he's not doing anything.
Right.
And then after that, you're like, oh, anything to dispel? Oh, this Cyclone here we can kill now. I'll dispel the Cyclone.
Exactly. That's what you're looking to dispel. Like, you're not using it to bomb down CK illusions.
Yeah, but even a late game CK illusion where you get him a heart and everything, like 2.7k late game is like, here I come with Phantasm. Gone. One puff.
That's just the mentality of like every Brewmaster player, even at like 5k, 6k level. That's like a good Brewmaster player does all that, and you can play the hero to like a very high level, but the exceptional Brewmaster players are doing what you talk about, Dakota. And also the drafters have to pick it when it counters something like a CK.
Well, I remember last year,
Omni Knight Guardian Angel, you know.
I remember last year there was a draft where Wings picked Brewmaster against Warlock, and people were theory crafting. You know, were they doing that to use Dispel on the Fatal Bonds? With the I actually asked them about that. They said, well, I don't know why. Gave me kind of a wry smile, and he said, no, we just like the hero.
He's like, that's a good idea.
That sounds more like Wings.
He's like, yeah, we should have.
But interesting. And then, you know, a couple months later, they use the Panda with the alacrity from the Invoker to just siege down like buildings super fast. But that's an example of what you're talking about. It just became like absurd, but you know, very situational, and it became like the crux of a strategy.
Because the other thing is, people were saying, because that particular True Dota thread was started by someone who was trying to push for CK, but at that time, I guess, was still not getting a lot of great, because people were looking at him like a poor man Sven, or just not as good of a Sven. But why now are we seeing him above a Sven? How does Sven not match up to where CK is currently?
He doesn't get kited the CK. Reality Rift basically means you pull that target to you, and yeah, you're a melee hero, but you don't have to suffer from that same kiting issues that other ones. Sven, I mean, he has the stun to kind of keep them in place, but it's a much longer cooldown. So I think the short cooldown Reality Rift is what makes Chaos Knight a hero right now. That constant ability to not only spam the spell, but also reduce their armor. Like, your physical damage is pretty crazy. I really like the sustain from the crit. That lifesteal when it procs is incredibly nice for just jungling, for farming in lane, for synergizing with the armlet. So
Yeah, this hero has traditionally had some like mana problems, but when you max the Reality Rift, that spell is not really that mana intensive, and then it just feels that he plays faster, right? He's one of the fastest heroes in the game already in terms of move speed. Yeah. If you're spamming Reality Rifts, he's not a hero that has to spend a lot of time with like protected jungle resources the same way Sven does.
10
seconds. It feels like you have to stack for him, and then it's like it comes down to like when does he get his BKB, which item order does he get it. Remaining. If you're on the Radiant side, it's already harder to protect and stack your jungle than on Dire, so that makes it like naturally harder to play Sven. But CK requires none of these things. Like,
well, he can't do the.
Yeah,
he can't do stacks. It's not like he doesn't have the option.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so it is funny. They definitely like people are saying he's a poor man. Like he definitely has that similar role to the Sven, but you guys make really good cases for where those differences really lie between the farming options or not having to even worry about making those farming options and just being able to rift people down nonstop. It's pretty awesome.
We've got some interesting characters on this VG squad. You've got he's like one of the young gun type players, like a newer mid player showing a lot of promise. Yang has established several reputations for himself. He's got one nickname, which is like kind of like leather shoes.
Leather shoes? That's fancy. Is that why? Because he wears leather shoes?
Yeah.
Or he's like leather shoes.
He's also known for being a flamer and.
Oh what?
And
that's not cool.
He's had a couple of visa issues. I think last year he didn't get past constantly. So people are kind of joking that like maybe he's just flaming people during the visa interview and not able to pass because of that. So.
Leather shoes.
I like that FY's Steam name is Car98. He's obviously been playing a bit of
PUBG.
Yeah, we can bringing that PUBG back to Dota.
People were saying at the major everybody was playing it, or Epi, and
at the
summit
you know?
people were playing. I saw ROTK playing it a lot.
Yeah, the Chinese teams have had to deal with a PUBG plague, so
Western teams too. I walked into that practice room upstairs house at the summit, and there's 10 PCs in the room. Only 2 people were playing Dota.
We're just saving strats for TI.
Yeah.
PUBG it is for now. And then all the Chinese teams will have no, I guess they're playing it as well. I was going to say they can finally get back at us instead of us saying, oh, you're probably busy playing RPGs.
That was the old newbie, you know?
Yeah.
They started the...
You're busy playing PUBGs.
The memes about,
busy playing PUBGs, not Dota. But we started out with a pause. I was trying to see if there's any interesting hero pickups or anything like that. And you said Amy, that's HYM, is that what HYF?
HYM.
HYM. Should I call him HYM or should I call him Amy? Who is Amy?
Probably call him HYM is fine. He was on the VG squad.
Yeah.
They briefly had Burning and JDH, so it's like the two new supports, HYM and JDH, and that didn't last very long. I think JDH got sent down, and HYM stuck around. So he's also a very young player. Just it's a kind of mix of new generation players here, and with some veterans as well. But they're all pretty young. And this VG squad, they had this issue. I keep going back to this story, but when they had like a similar lineup, it was with DDC instead, where like nobody on the team was like really vocal. That was when they had like Nono. They weren't a very vocal team, even though they had lots of individual talent with like End and such. And they brought in Mikasa for Nono, and though Mikasa was clearly like not on the same skill level as other mid players he was going up against, he provided like the leadership and the direction. And so even though like they would be behind in the mid laning phase, they still managed to win a championship with this guy just stepping in as coach, and that was kind of just how important it was to have that leader, to have like the in-game
leadership. Oh, you're talking about
on the same page.
The Starladder VGJ run?
Yeah.
That was awesome.
VGR it was.
Or VGR, yeah. I remember being there for that. That was awesome. Mikasa was very impressive. Yeah, I mean, everyone was
had Na'Vi in the finals in Kiev.
Yeah.
Special.
He was losing the laning phase. It felt like almost every game, but would still pull out sick plays later on, or his team was making sick calls. He clearly was like riding that team into the championship. And
so
now he commentates.
The message that Anna's playing 破两路更好打 means well, like, oh, we're down 2 lanes, now the game's easier, because, like, the creeps are coming to you, your back's against the wall.
That was my Zeus pub game early today. I want to be down Megas. I come online when those Megas roll out with my Arc Lightning.
There you go, it becomes easy to farm, right? It comes straight to you.
Perfect, all according to plan. Looks like last player, No-Tail's reconnected, so we should be getting away fairly soon. We'll see how OG can fare with the Chaos Knight. Definitely, so far, I mean, it's still very early on. It has been kind of like the breakout
Does he know
hero.
the build, though? Does No-Tail know that it's all Rift, all right? Maybe you be a baller and go no stun, but 1-4, you know, whatever.
We saw 1-4-1 last game. That was the build I kind of advocated for. He hasn't gone the Magic Stick starting item, which we saw last game against the Bat Rider. Whereas this is the build I think the first Chaos Knight we saw did. Who was playing that one? Already. Was that
Ame?
Oh, Monet was last game.
The last game, yeah.
No, I'm saying the very first.
Ame,
yeah. Ame went for the no stun build. I think with this Stout Shield Mango, whereas we saw Monet last game go for
It's a beautiful thing, by the way, when one team does the ally voiceful chat and then the other team does it at the same moment. But they don't know because it's ally chat both the way through. Yeah, these chat world things though.
It's that last one. One blow means basically we're screwed or we're done. We can't play anymore. We can't continue.
It's pretty fitting.
Is that the favorite go-to in the Chinese scene?
One of them. Most of these were recorded actually from the Kiev major because it was tough kind of going back to get like the really old clips.
Yeah.
So that one's like.
That's just RTK's thing, right?
Yeah, it's like go. Like,
Ciao. It's from the documentary. Who's that one though?
They're all dead?
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Yeah, who says that?
Parker, you said that you don't have one on the voice wheel there?
No.
David's got 2. 3? I don't know how many he's got on there.
I think he's got 3 the most. He's got 3. I think Toby's got 2.
Yeah.
And yeah, Paul's got 1.
And then there's Paul's got 1.
So those are the 6 English ones, I think. There's 6 of each language. I think it'd be weird.
That one, those the best by far. That Russian one or the Vlad one is just
that one's
so
just.
good.
I hope we keep getting fresh ones because when you hear the same ones over and over, and playing like the volume of Dota that we do, it's just like.
So everyone has the same soundboard. Everyone has the same 6-button soundboard. There's like.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to bring back your sound wheel, Dakota. That's what I'm hearing. You're the OG sound wheel.
Just have to load it up with chat wheel at this point. This is pretty much what I did.
You had WoW on your soundboard.
Yeah.
Do you have any of those other ones? Do you have They're All Dead or anything like that?
I still have my soundboard at home.
I want a Korean caster soundboard. Those guys are or like the Filipino casters like start singing and stuff. I want some of that.
The Spanish casters have some high moments too, you know. I think there's a lot
we got the G from both teams. It is time for some Dota. Let's get into it. Instantly, OG are going to smoke right up, and guess what? VG have also smoked. It's a smoke on smoke start of the game.
You see this. You saw this a lot during qualifiers. Like you'd smoke out just to get the early wards up. So not a huge surprise here. I wonder if FY is going to go for the tree cut in the Ancients, the elevated ward spot, or if he's. It's going to be over instead. You see each other, but 325 and go over to a chopper too.
Oh, coming with the burrow.
That's
suddenly,
a Boots Bat Rider.
Yeah, suddenly we're committing like that. No, well, Yang doesn't want to commit too hard.
I don't know where Earth Spirit is. He's the danger hero. Unless you get eyes on Earth Spirit, you cannot get too aggressive there. Even though he's on the other side of the map, that is not information VG Gaming are wary of.
Early Orb of Venom, early point in the roll. Just the greatest Earth Spirit in the game. He's going to miss his first roll now. What do you see the ganking options here? TA is, fine. She's got refraction, so it takes a few more swats to take down, but it can be done. Troll also bad. I mean, there's ganking potential for Jerix in the early game now.
I think we'll see some lane securing mid, not really kills on the TA, but just harass to help Puck win the lane. And then we'll see, I mean, Tide's not really a lane you gank. I think we'll see Maxi head towards that safe lane. He'll kind of swing between mid and safe lane. Mid, just secure the lane, bottom, look for kills. And kind of track FY on the map wherever he goes. FlyX, you got the bounty rune, since No-Tail was healing up after that level 1 skirmish. As a result, No-Tail's Magic Stick will come a bit later than he'd like. Does mean Fly's Magic Stick will come up nice and early.
Yeah. And when Phoenix received all those Nice buffs.
Well, mid lane, there is a roll. He landed it.
Oh, he did land it. Okay.
This is the lane secure. Roll mid. Bully TA. You won the block, so this TA is in a rough spot.
Step up forward, needs from the other side here. Commits him with a face first roll, gets the connection. They have to eat the fairy fire, needs one more. Ooh,
you have to waste his salve just to live.
God, the salve to live.
Lane is one.
Oh, I mean, aren't you almost better off just dying there? And coming back to lane with the salve, right?
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower.
It's better for you, but it's also better for your opponents because they get the gold. So it's one of those things where if it's not first blood, I think probably, but for first blood, it's a big chunk of gold for Ana or for Jarek. So it's definitely better for you as an individual just to die, but because of the amount of gold you're giving up, it's probably not worth it.
Mid's one, and Jarek's is not pulling off.
If he gets rolled on again, he's in such a rough spot.
I think he just missed that first roll, but yeah, clarity up, you know.
He's glyphing already. This mid lane is disaster.
Man.
Help.
Or
the chat wheel.
Beat her down. He's level 2. He's got boulder smash.
He bought a second salve just to stay in the lane,
and then dies.
Then he buys it. He does buy a TP before he dies, so he didn't lose gold, but he also doesn't have gold.
He does not have gold.
That's the good news, Jack. Yeah, there's a positive.
So what do you think? Should Avicii just had FY in that mid lane from the start? You know, like we saw DC do through the qualifiers with Bulba and stuff?
100%. This is a patch where you dual lane mid if you have to, you tri-lane mid if you really have to. DC would tri-lane mid in half their games. You're versing a Jarek's Earth Spirit, you cannot expect your TA to be fine in a 1v2 there. Especially with the block. The beauty of the Earth Spirit is he's blocking the midway from the start. TA, I don't think had a support blocking the way for her, so that meant the block was on the enemy hill.
Jarek's is rotated to the bottom lane now. FY and Yang are both hanging about. No tail, Rift shenanigans here. Maybe he's trying to bait something out from VG's side, or mind game him a bit. Well, Jarek's does wait out.
Just tilt him a little bit.
They have a ward over there Jarek's was standing under, so they know the Earth Spirit is nearby.
Yep. Looks like mid has stabilized a little bit. Nice play from TX. He got the cancel on Ana's salve with a sideways hit, which kind of hurt Ana quite a bit since he was banking on that. But he does have the bottle.
Hard move for Fly, but that's when Jarek's makes his roll in. That is going to be the Icarus dive out, and if he gets a Force Spirit to land, but they got the Boulder Smash. Yang's going to be going down. A rotation comes out from YF here on Little Warlock, but OG got what they wanted, and Jarek's heads back home.
And at mid, is he going to go for this kill? He does, has a silence, but can't damage through the meld.
Or he's good.
It's not looking good. Or he can grab a bounty rune on the way back and maybe get his bottle, but not really sure. That's it. I don't think bottle's really the item when you're in this position. You're kind of heading back to base hill anyways. He's going to pick up he picks up the Bassi then sells it. Maybe he's going to get the bottle. I feel like boots or the Bassi is maybe a better call, but it's going to be a rough lane, whatever you buy.
Yeah. The one lane we have not really had the chance to look at is kind of the win-win lane here. These were the two top last hitters for a while until Ana just took over. But S4 and Elf, is that who that is? Elf? If I said their name wrong, Jack.
Elf?
Elf? It's Elf? Troll? Warlord?
Oh, End.
End. Sorry. Okay, now I know. Yeah.
Wait, it's displaying an elf for you?
It says elf on my screen, right? Or am I reading that wrong? No, it definitely says elf and then something.
That's not what it says for me. Interesting.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you've been having different names in your lobbies. Oh, mid lane. Ana. There's the burrow. Roll comes in. Doesn't commit the boulder smash yet. Seems like Ana's going to be fine, and they avoid the 3-man rotation.
Played. Shrine is up in 10 seconds, so he can even stick around. Base shift dodging some Shadow Word procs. Not bad, not bad. Sankey's trying to camp this shrine, but Jarek's is too clever for that.
Yeah, they're both level 3, but...
Actually, he doesn't even need the shrine with the salve bottle coming out, so...
Ooh, he might need to kick roll away. Kick, there's the roll away. It's gone.
Oh, no, he's...
Uh-oh, he rolled himself accidentally onto the high ground.
Be down in a sec, but...
But yeah, okay, avoids the trouble there. But that rotation continues on here from Vici, and they take all the way to the bottom half of the map here, looking to go for No Tail. Fly still waits within the trees, but it doesn't have a point yet into that Sunray.
No Tail showing he does know the build. 1-2-1 so far. We'll see that max reality rift.
So what's interesting about this is I kind of have to wonder where this came from first, because OG were playing Arc Warden, and I think around DAC time they went to China like practice and scrim, and since they were looking so dominant at the time, I believe as a result of that, saw some other teams start to pick up Arc Warden as well, like LGD. Like CDC had run Arc Warden before in different positions, but you know, it's said that LGD basically got that from OG. So I'm not sure who started spreading what and how this came to be at this point.
And OG's actually been in China boot camping before this event. They were there for like an extra week or so. Since I think they sometimes struggle to get the whole team together with Anna being Australian, so they kind of use some of these LAN events as pseudo boot camps.
Yeah, they've boot camped at Mars a number of times. It's nice. Mars TV's got a big studio. They set up like a room for them to boot camp and you know, shoot some fun content. Liquid was there before.
Bottom lane going in.
Yes, looks like an attempt to get the Bat Rider. Jerix, though, has to boulder smash his way out from a bit of trouble. They have surrounded the Earth Spirit, and it looks like they will torch him up. VG get their first kill of the game.
Looks like this CK has not found the levels or farm in the laning stage that he ideally needs to start fighting. I'm not a fan of this. I think the raindrops is kind of wasted gold. It's a very small amount of wasted gold, and it will prevent some damage like the Sanking Burrow, but mid lane, they're going in on Ori.
They're also going on to Fly bottom. We see the Icarus dive out, but yeah, just there we catch the back end of Ori getting finished off.
I feel like Notel, yeah, with the build didn't need this raindrops. He needs to get that treads up as early as possible and start working on the armlet. Very small thing, but ultimately, like, he sees value, and there is value in this raindrop. Just the more small items you buy, the longer some of those core items take.
Support's also gonna start needing some levelage here. See Warlock in the mid lane, still grinding it out at little level 3. They will want that rock to come online at some point, so giving him a place to farm up is gonna be pretty damn important.
Jerix is nearby. He knew the troll was jungling the small camp. If he finds him, this could be a kill. No, he's beating.
What have we
Stocking out for the 8-minute bounty, which he will pick up at that moment, though. Looks like HYF was able to drop down on
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They'll be watching Jerix now, but they're not going to be able to do much about it. He's just kind of stalking him a bit and hanging it about until he gets closer to that level 4 or to level 5 and closer to magnetize, and being able to come in with some heavy team fight play. Because S4 has been pretty much top lane the whole game. Got Ravage, obviously. He's going to push forward into getting a hold of the mech get up. Any reason why we didn't see him just go for the Enigma that we saw him play a couple of times, or is this not the Enigma game as we see a jump actually for aiming? This should be a swift kill support.
Tide has more lane presence. Probably the big thing. You can actually contest the farm with a safe lane carry, whereas Enigma, you deny some, but you're not really present in the lane too much. I think that's a big thing with the Tide.
Rift pullback and a stun with Jerix now showing up into the lane. It looks like Yang will be making his exit from the lane. Take down onto him. OG up now 5-1. Great early start for him.
Yeah, nice kills being picked up in multiple lanes. Chaos Knight not farming amazingly, but Dota is a game of 3 lanes, and 2 of the 3 lanes are being won by OG. Tide at the top, the lead farmer, the puck in the mid lane, doing very well also, so things overall going well for OG.
You gotta credit Earth Spirit again.
Top tower has fallen.
Playmaker, he's been everywhere setting up these kills. Other than that, like, OG kind of wants experience in the lineup, as we see
Gets the stun onto the TA. She tries to roll in. They make a full assault onto No Tail. Quickly surround him, and he is done for. Ana tries to rotate in to have a say in the matter with the coil, but it's a 5-man approach already from Vici in the mid lane, so this OG just suddenly not prepared for these kind of numbers.
Yeah. S4 has rocked up with a Ravage, though.
Yes, he has.
Kind of go time, but they also don't have a Dream Call to set it up, so he can walk in, but that means VG Gaming will just walk away.
Forcing him to step off. I don't think they have intentions to commit with this Ravage.
Overall, I think VG Gaming, these kind of rotations are nice, but they definitely want to maintain some space for TA to keep farming. They've got the drums on bat. They kind of want to just run it OG a bit now and fight, but at the same time, running into this Tide Ravage is going to be tricky.
Yeah, both of their cores need a good
fortified.
amount of farm. As for OG, I mean, they need experience on their heroes. They need level more than anything else.
Dire's middle tower
to start
has
getting those
fallen.
ults, and then beyond that, they can just kind of keep taking fights. They have a lot of overlapping AOE and big ult synergy, so they definitely don't have to like sit around and wait or give VG the space that they need. Yep. The towers are starting to drop already for each gaming, so.
Yeah, TA and Troll both are heroes that need farm to function, whereas like this Puck, you've got this Veil. I don't feel like as a Puck nowadays you have to like sit back from your Blink Dagger. If anything, you just go fight. Before your Veil with just double null, you're really strong and can fight. Now with a Veil, he's actually really scary. His damage output is something very difficult for most heroes on the map to deal with. So
and the Magnetize is now online, or Spirit plus Veil Magnetize. It's just going to be pretty disgusting. They have great team fight. That with Ravage, there's no question.
They'll likely leave one hero farming, not because, like, Chaos Knight's farming mid alone, it's not because he necessarily needs farms, it's just inefficient to, like, fully 5-man, so they're going to go for this 4-1 split and put towers and things.
Tiny rip right there. Oh, he actually misses the Boulder Smash, though. Will they still be able to get this Sand King? Well, they're committing real hard for it, but they did get it. Will it cost them? Oh, the pump faking. And it did force out the shift there. They still get their man. It's a little bit of extra effort there for OG to get the pick off, but they finally get it. A long roll in, and the Boulder Smash on forward will get the grab onto the Warlock. He's magnetized, and they get a 2-man special. But now Yang could get caught out. They're committing with the egg. FY tries to tag the Shrine, but that's when S4 pulls the trigger on the Ravage, and they're looking to turn this in from a 1, a 2, to a 3-man and possibly 4-man pick here. Well, they'll get 3. It does look like.
Good aggressive Dota from OG. Jarek's leading the way. He sees that Warlock and he's like, he just kind of rings the charge bell and basically running in. They know if they kill that Warlock, take away the Chaos offering, the team fight is gone from VG Gaming at that point. They don't have Epicenter, the Sand King doesn't have Blink. Their entire team fight is built around this Warlock.
Oh, Lana just jumps right into the perfect pocket spot. Troll, though, trying to run his way out. He's trying to use these trees to avoid trouble, but eventually they scout him out, orb him down. And the onslaught of OG just doesn't seem to stop. Determined to get themselves a win now at Mars TV. 10-3 seems like a good track to do so.
Yeah, it's all kind of coming together nicely with how shut down this TA is. TA is the most farmed here on this dire side and has caught up alright, but it's the fact that VG Gaming have had to spend the first 13 to 14 minutes just playing defensively, farming Dota, which is not how you want to play on this current patch. If you pick a TA and you have a slow start, you're just putting yourself at a really big deficit.
That sucks. Go awesome. Pull out that Phantasm to see it. One dinky illusion. Oh, maybe this one illusion will help me against the bat. Here comes Yang, trying drums himself in. Is he going to commit in for the lasso? Oh, they'll commit in for the rock. Are they going to use the lasso too? Yes, they will. Certainly with 2 ults, they'll get the pick off. But it is a rock and it is a lasso down.
Rock being the troubling ulti to use there, because it feels like OG are just going to have a respawn and run right at VG Gaming again.
Oh, yeah.
No reason to hesitate now.
Master Jarex will scout things out. A little low on the stone count, so probably be patient a bit. About 4 stones ready to go. It's definitely fighting time once again for OG if they'd like. Egg is up once again. Ravage will be up in just about 20 seconds time. We were mentioning a bit about how the rock is now on cooldown for Vici, so they will probably be in their best interest to avoid fights here moving forward for at least the next minute or so, but I don't know if OG are going to allow it. They smoked up. They're already making moves possibly towards the mid lane.
Top tower is under attack.
They leave Puck there alone. They're actually trying to fake out VG Gaming by pretending to push mid, perhaps.
Did they have him reveal himself out of smoke there?
Tower is under attack.
Okay. Yeah, they actually
they did now.
Well, that's a Radiant scan now. I'm not sure if the Dire one popped or not.
Yeah, the Radiant one's down there. The Dire scan.
The Dire one did pop in.
Just the back end of that scan.
Yeah.
And now they're just gonna not go there. Vici will just head up north and dodge that entirely. That's good for them. Good scan read.
It's gonna be tough for Vici still. Like this TA wants to normally as TA like Blink Deso is where you start getting strong and scary, but there's enough stuns and disables spells like Fire Spirits even, like, I feel like this TA is going to hit this Desert timing and then still can't fight. Because there's just too many spells that can ruin her in a team fight. Unless she somehow sneaks in Aegis, then she could. But similarly, the Troll needs like a BKB before he can fight into Ravage, Boulder Smash, Chaos Knight stuns. Fire Spirits are going to be amazing this game, so... to me, Vici Gaming is buying time to get BKBs.
They need a lot more time. The fermentation process of Vici is a long one here, and OG they're thirsty, they're hungry, whatever. They just want to gobble up. They don't want to wait for the process. Ana, though, could be in a bit of trouble. TA will get the pick off there. Falling from the back into that coil, and now the bird flying about commits him with the egg. S4 looking to run on in, gets the Ravage. It's onto one, but a big target on Ori there. He tries to go for the melt, but no, there's a sentry. Tries to pop up, but there's really nowhere to run. And it will turn into a 1-for-2 trade for OG.
May find more. It's got an Arcane Rune. That's
it is
the dream, but at the same time.
He's just trying to bait him in. Trying to bait in this bad. Yeah, keep giving me sticky stacks. That is going to want to hang around too long
Dire's
for that.
top tower is under attack.
Decent fight for OG. They lose the puck, but TA kill. Maintain some presence on the map. They do commit a lot of their big ultis. Ravage, Dream Coil, Supernova. See what Vici Gaming can do now. Their big limiting factor is not having blinks right now. So even if they wanted to take advantage of these ultis being down, they need either a blink on Sanking or the Bat Rider to actually satisfy. They can't really, there's no point in smoking if you haven't got a blink dagger on one of your initiators.
Curious what the item progression is going to be for No-Tail. The other CKs went into what? Echo Saber after this? Yep. He is going to go straight to AC. Oh, we missed the action here. It's Jarek's getting a kill onto FY, looks like on the other side of the globe. Him and Ana, they get a nice little pick off on the support.
And here we go, Vici Smoke. They don't have that blink dagger. This is, it might work, but I'm definitely not a big fan of this since there's a very high chance of failure for this smoke gank. When you don't have a blink initiator,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Doesn't need a jaunt. Yeah, he's going to stay there. Needs a blink out though.
Uh-oh. They pincered in Ana. Ana going to buckle under the pressure of these four. Commits in the coil. They'll get the puck.
And I think at level 1 phase shift, he didn't level it up. And then also the level 2 Dream Call. I think a lot of pucks you'll see stick with level 1 just to get that max out phase shift as soon as possible for the easy blink escapes. But
what have we here?
They are successful in the smoke gank, so Caster Curse prevails.
I'll take your dream at last.
And Ori is flash farming his way to getting that Deso complete, so he can be a good damage contributor in any sort of upcoming trades. You don't want to put this all on the back of a Troll either, too, because Troll also is going to be moving forward into a defensive pickup in the BKB, so damage is going to be necessary.
Seeing No-Tail just use his ultimate a little more liberally than the other Chaos Knights we've seen. He's just popping it to go farm with. It's got a really long duration. That's one of the big buffs to the spell. So you can just kind of send it at a wave while your hero farms a jungle, or send the illusions at a wave or a jungle camp somewhere. So overall, just kind of a more farming-oriented play coming out from No-Tail.
All right, OG have eyes in Viji's woods. They don't actually have vision in there, but they are planning on moving on in. And they'll take a more northern approach, it would look like. So, a ward from Fly's side to be able to see the approach from this Warlock if he does step over a little bit closer. S4 is the bodyguard here.
Dire's top tower
Ravage is up and ready. So a cautious approach as OG will just go for a more secured hit onto this tier 2 tower in the top lane. Getting just kindly escorted by the rest of the team, while Vici are handling business elsewhere. It seems like they have no interest at all in heading towards the top. They don't see any OG members across the map, so just not comfortable kind of going into any sort of ridiculous heavy team fight, at least at the moment.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, but a possible defense could be in order here for OG. They've summoned S4 to the bottom. He and Jarex are side by side for now.
Take a tower without losing. Feels like that's the... You take one of those pawns without losing your own. They're just making small little trades that are kind of efficient for now. They still
structures are fortified.
Jumping for Yang. Oh, he is close, but
very close.
Ana was able to make it away. That tower is super low. It's actually deny ready. VG are not hanging. They're gone. Mid lane.
Radiant's middle
they didn't even take a pawn. They just like looked at it for a bit and then walked away. This was not the right time for taking pawns. Oh,
if Vici can get to their double BKBs at a good time without losing any big fights, they're going to be in an okay position. It's the TA Troll. Troll's just going the casual Yasha BKB build. TA, Deso BKB, standard stuff, but they desperately need them. Like, until they have them, their 5v5 is very weak.
Not sure if that smoke was spotted or not. It's hard to see with deep vision down here. But once again, whether it be that or the game sense, VG are evacuated the whole top half of the map the second that OG were starting to head that direction. And once OG kind of scout the perimeter a bit, it looks like they'll just, you know, don't mind if I do, take themselves inside the Roche pit and get things started there. VG are nearby. You got Rock, you got Bat Rider. You know, there are some respectable forms of defense for the Roche pit that OG are going to have to factor in. Plus OG don't seem to be doing crazy damage.
Here they come. VG is smoking. They want to get the back lines, or at least not go on the Tide or CK.
Oh, blink in, but insta silence. It looks like the grip from Jerix was there. The fortunate lag. Couldn't quite see it, but yeah, phase shift and the pull stopped Yang in his track right there.
I think OG just know there's no way this goes badly, given that there's no BKB. So VG Gaming engaging them. There's going to be Ravage, Supernova, Magnetize.
Flame Break, Bat Rider blinking.
Yeah, he can make some plays happen, but they may trade kills.
All right, there's the burrow. Roche isn't done yet. The Veil's going to be committed. Orb goes right into the mix. They just blow up the Sand King before the Roche even goes down. They will drop it in. Yang able to jump over, grabs it up. That's going to be the Ravage committed from S4 on the right-hand side as they trade it, and No Tail gets blasted down. It is still a favorable fight for VG. It would look like Fly jumps out from his egg, and OG head up towards Ori's position now. Oh, they dropped this sentry, but it's going to be just off the mark. He shows himself and then quickly blinks away.
I honestly think that's like the best case scenario for VG Gaming.
Yeah.
No BKBs. They have no way to win a team fight there. They have to have like a scrappy, chaotic engagement, which is exactly what happens. Then they sneak the Aegis while killing the Chaos Knight. That couldn't really have gone much better for them given their current item status. So I think they're going to walk away pretty happy with that fight.
Yeah, what was your take on the fight? They're jacking and a pretty split up, and I saw S4 run out from the pit to shatter Ravage, and then just, you know, a lot of OG. I don't want to say they left No Tail behind, but you know, he was the only one remaining in the pit when he went down.
We're seeing a lot of that. This kind of like it's kind of dueling ideas between these big team fight ults where you kind of need multiples. Usually, it feels like to win the fight. Like you don't want to use that in a small skirmish situation as the follow up. Versus like more of these kind of like brawling and skirmish lineups, as Parker mentioned, with like more sustain and such. So we're seeing a lot of that, and sometimes teams are, you know, caught off guard taking a fight that they don't have strength enough to take it. I think OG has generally done a pretty good job throughout this game, and they're very good with these kind of combo lineups. Like even when nobody else was really running that kind of stuff, they were still confidently doing it in Kiev and afterwards.
Big test really comes. The Tide's their most fun hero, so you chuck BKBs on these dire sides, and that's where the Chaos Knight being where he is in terms of farm could become a slight concern. Seems like No Tail kind of realizes he's not farming too well. He's continuing just to pop Phantasm to farm creep waves.
What is it? What is it about him not being able to get as much farm as what we've seen before? Is the options out there? Is it the Echo Saber? Like, I'm curious, because it does feel like he is kind of steps below.
Yeah, he had his lane contested more than S4 did, is probably the biggest starting point, and then also the deaths. And like, if he dying in that fight really hurts him because he's meant to get the Aegis, and he's also if he stays alive for the fight, he's getting kills. He's going to boost his own economy. It's the Tide who lives and gets a huge chunk of gold while getting off lots of spells. Tide is 306, meanwhile Chaos Knight 2, 3, and 5. So the 3 deaths. If you die at the start of the fight, but your team wins a fight, like, yeah, on paper it's a good trade. It's a 1 for 3, but it's the key hero to get farm that's going down.
This is where it's like that kind of like trade you have between like CK and like a Sven, let's say. If Sven was like losing these fights, like he would be the one maybe farming these stacks and could, you know, blast his way back into some good farm relevance. But, you know, CK, it's like, oh, when you have to bank on your own just PvE farming to get back into the game, and he sucks, it feels like. One hit at a time on each creep, one creep per time.
This you keep mentioning the Sven. This is a situation where it felt like if you had the Sven, you'd be able to obviously farm up a lot quicker and get back to what you.
Yeah.
So this is a hero that doesn't like to really have his momentum broken or to not be constantly, like, you want to be constantly winning fights and picking stuff up. If you get really set back, this hero doesn't catch the ball. Similar to like how a life stealer can sometimes get in trouble too, except without the bomb potential of a life stealer.
Well, double BKBs are online, and they have picked up a gem to go with it. They have a minute left on the Aegis. This is theoretically a window for VG Gaming to do something, but even without the Aegis, I still feel like they're going to be strong if they can get a smoke, be ready to fight fairly soon. They will no longer be as afraid of OG in these upcoming engagements. So here they go. They're just running at him.
They're looking for No-Tail. No-Tail has friends behind, but by the time they've already made the move for No-Tail, they're going to be too late. Jarex is going to be the first one on the scene, moves in with an instant grip and kick, but it is going to be too late. No-Tail been pulled away and already going to be just handled before the rest of OG could respond. Look at this, though. FY. Hard move in, gets the catch onto Jarex. S4 is trying to keep them off, has the Ravage, but they've already dropped the rock. They're looking to go, but Jarex finds the rollout and makes a hasty escape. Now the move is made from Yang, trying to get a hold of onto Fly, but it looks like VG Gaming are good with this and head out the other direction.
Not the ideal BKB usage from TA, but felt pressured to pop it. Knowing if you blink in aggressively and there's a tied Ravage, you kind of sometimes maybe pop it in fear of it. It was not even close to bringing down S4. That's never a target he wants to go on in a fight.
I see these perfect world servers are just as perfect as ever. We're bearing with it as best we can here. I'm like, all of a sudden, like, Jarex is just like sliding his way out of the screen, and I'm just like, what the hell, did he just kick himself? Oh, he rolled away, okay. It makes it entertaining.
This game's kind of going to slow down a bit because OG can't force objectives and fights as well with the BKBs up now. Whereas VG Gaming want to keep hunting No-Tail. Rough game.
Yes, he is. Another setup could be there from FY, and then that allows Mr. Elf, aka N, to run right in. He does a little bit of that running man action, and then suddenly No-Tail just disappears.
Kind of feels like VG Gaming are just kind of slow rolling their way back into this game and starting to gain a bit of a lead.
Yeah, they just basically recently took a lead off that fight.
Dire's middle tower is under
up
attack.
on the Bat Riders, so they can start clearing some vision out. They're just generally moving a bit more confidently on the map. OG have to get the lanes pushed out in that process. Like each hero that you take away reduces the obviously like the strength of their big ults, and so in the process of doing that, like VG don't have to worry too much about an immediate fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Pressure some top tower here, but I don't think they'll force a fight.
It does feel like, kind of you mentioned, like OG just don't seem to be playing with as much of a clear purpose on the map. Like when they're moving out, it just feels like they're not really clearly achieving anything with certain heroes. We kind of question like, oh, I wonder where the CK trend started. We're seeing like, I think No-Tail may be a bit uncomfortable on the hero. He's getting picked off quite a lot. He's having a rough time farming. I think even the constant ulti spam to farm creep waves, not having any team fights, can sometimes hurt him as well. So No-Tail is really just back into the jungle farm mode. He shows in lane, he gets ganked, so he's going to feel as safe as his jungle, but he's also not farming particularly fast in that jungle.
Some of these OG supports can grab some farm. They could bring in their own heavy contribution to these fights. It looks like Jarex, which is nice about Earth Spirit. After you pick up, you know, your essentials like Urn and Blink, you can get a variety of whatever depending on the game. And in this one, a halberd is what stands out to him. And it, you know, hey, Earth Spirit can make a halberd work.
They're going double halberd. It looks like Phoenix has one queued up as well.
Oh yeah, cool. Double halberd to really shut down this TA and Troll from doing anything regardless of BKB or not.
Yeah, it's going to be actually, the supports need to have a big impact. When your carry's kind of underfarmed like it is, the supports need to just do more in a fight to make up for it, and that's what we're going to have to see out of these halberds against these BKB carries.
I'll take your tribute.
See what Fly does at 15. May just be a GPM talent kind of game so you can get some of these late game items. But 65 fire spirit DPS is great, but not great against BKB.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I think Phoenix might actually have the best level 15 power of any hero in the game.
Oh, No-Tail trying to run in with the Gush coming out. Man, that's the thing, is that this CK gets a hold of you, you're just dead.
You can actually just force a high ground here.
Radiant's
All right, tier 2 is going down.
Dyer's middle
Force
tower
him back at least.
has fallen.
Do some damage with the illusions. It looks like the illusions were popped a fair bit earlier, so they're going to wear out. Just be thrown at the tower. Not bad for OG.
They still have one more tier 2 there in the bottom lane if they want to do their approach like that. I mean, that one obviously they were blessed with the pick off on the Warlock behind the tower, but could more or less look to go for the same thing.
OG's kind of in let's prepare for late game stage, which is let's deal with the BKBs.
Move bottom, they're making a move for Ana. This is an Epi jumping, but instant rift, shift, blink, and now what are you gonna do, Puck? Just drops the coil, but then Troll just begins to go in on the little fairy dragon and just shreds him up. A little fairy dragon sushi.
TP mid now. They've seen Roche. Actually, it looks like they're just gonna go instantly to Roche. Maybe find a pick at mid if possible, but Roche is the bigger objective.
Okay, hold on. Troll had an ability forward for a moment. Name's now inside Roche pit now. Okay.
Whoa.
We're good now. Oh man, that Roche goes down so quick. OG, you're right outside though. S4's got the Ravage. Hey, what are you guys doing in here? Walks in with the anchor smash. He knows he's got a Ravage and could stop this show.
He's just too tanky to.
Feature just like, we don't want any of that guy.
Charles will sneak himself back in. He's like,
yeah,
you think I left the
Jerix
pit?
though, he could roll and kick him out and take the Aegis. S4 is back in once again. They're back out once again. Oh, well, they might have found an opening here, and it's a hard, quick hit. And it's, of all people, going to be No-Tail quickly blasted out of the fight. Fly, frantic to just fly out the other direction if possible. S4 is back inside that pin once again. Jerix and Ana have scouted out the Sand King, and Jerix is trying to commit him with the Magnetize. It's still on him. Should drop one more stone and be able to go for the finish. While that's happening, we're back inside the pit once again, and it's OG who are going to be able to move in and try to get it. Looks like No-Tail's bought back. They're inside, making it work. Jerix, though, trying to create the space. The Flame Break has bumped one out. The jump and grab. Did he pick it up?
He got cheese.
No, he got the cheese. It's No-Tail who managed to grab up the Aegis there. And it's going to be VG trying to fly up and making it away, but Yang will get caught. That's a gem down. It cost them the egg to get for that kill.
That's interesting sequence of events. Like OG, they're the ones who secure Roche and put themselves in position to go high ground here, but it was a Chaos Knight buyback, but now Chaos Knight actually has ulti.
Ravage is still there too. S4 did not have to pull it out near that Roche pit. But
no RNG on the ulti.
Yeah, he's getting some pretty bad RNG.
Yeah, he's got Aegis. He's gonna feel fairly confident right now.
That upheaval though, he's like, it's taken forever to just run from the distance of the tier 3 to the racks, and now he's getting blasted on the way out. They're committing it hard for through the BKBs to be able to do it, and S4 can't even find the opening to kind of get off the Ravage. He now has to walk himself outside from the base. They'll wait for the return of No-Tail. He goes right back in, and it looks like he will be able to get the upper hand onto that Sand King. Now moving in for the racks.
No BKBs, tight stills Ravage. This is not so much go time, but this is secure racks time if you're OG. And they will get that melee racks and then just back out safely, securely.
Good patience.
Quite the scrappy fight around Roche.
The heroes are just disappearing, unfortunately. I can't quite tell if they end up dying or not, but it looks like this one is all success for OG.
S4 really stepping up to the plate around the Roche pit. He stalled them so long. He was just keeping them busy for the entire time they were trying to secure Roche, and in the end, VG Gaming were too slow to kill it, and OG capitalized on a fight outside the Roche pit to secure it for themselves. One of those moments like when Yang blinks in, he's actually in a better position to get the Aegis than the Chaos Knight was. Problem is, he's just frantically clicking the ground. If you pick up the cheese, you can't pick up the Aegis because that's his only empty slot, so you have to pick up the Aegis before the cheese, and you're just frantically clicking. You're just trying to pick it up before the other team, so...
That timing worked out really well for him, too. He, like, got that flame break in. Almost managed to bump them both out from the pit. Then he would have had that extra moment to think about what he had to grab, but...
It's where you wish you had 2 empty slots in your inventory. It's something, like, it's kind of been a new thing with the cheese on the second Roche, where these steals happen, and if you pick up a cheese, you can't pick up an Aegis.
Behold!
But We'll see where OG go now. They're going to kind of systematically take some shrines. They've finally got the level 3 ulti on No Tail.
Lots of stuff coming together for OG too. The Halberd is, I see, done on Jerix. No Tail. BKB, looks like. Yep. 10 seconds fresh. Mwah! To be able to kind of pull it out.
Got an arcane rune for his next ulti too if they want to falsify it.
Yeah.
Click FY with a scan. Will they go off this?
Okay, so this guy's already for Yang. Of all the people he has to grab, it has to be S4. And my goodness, they can do the damage to take him out fast, but he does buy back. He's going to the shrine. And OG have already lost another. Jerix is going to be the first one to go down, and now OG are on pursuit to get any counter fights here. As S4 is trying to run himself back into the action, they will manage to take a hold of Troll. And
they commit a lot to get that kill. The BKB is the big part. You use those double BKBs. That's why S4 buys back. He knows we've just got another lane of racks. You use everything on me, we're going to take your racks for that. Question is, can VG Gaming defend this now?
Pop their pipe, they head right in. The Greaves also going to be put in. A silence is there onto S4, who still holds that Ravage. But OG are going in for the home run. The mid lane tier 3 is dropped. The Raxes are open. Here comes the Epi move in, plus the Burrow Strike. OG still holding strong. No Tail, though. Could be falling here. Does manage to BKB himself and run out defensively, and OG will be able to come back in together here, it looks like.
See if they re-engage here. They know there's possibly a BKB coming up soon on TA, but it's still a 3v5 fight. And No Tail, there we go. He's going to get the Sun Ray. This may be enough to secure this rack.
Oh, no, already going to work. The forces there and on forward. Ori looking to blast down the Fairy Dragon if possible. It's not quite enough damage. The Veil comes out. No Tail going to work for Yang. There's going to be the Ravage at night. Nice connection, too, with the Egg follow-up. VG Gaming have to dish out everything they can for all the buybacks here. Multiple buybacks going to be committed, and quickly OG haul ass out of there. But then they grab up and pull right back in. No Tail. Can they get the finish onto the CK? I don't even know yet, but it seems like they've been able to bump him right back inside. On goes for the finish and gets it there on Amy and on Yang. S4 swimming himself right back out. The triple kill is there, but here comes Troll and TA. Focusing the Tide. They can't quite finish him off. He's just so big, and with that anchor smash, it's just so much freaking work. They can't get it down. He's got Greaves too. He still lives and makes it out. Ana and the rest of OG are there to fend him off. And VG, with the final hurrah of their defense, did not do enough damage, and well, they're gonna have to head back home and defend the scraps of their base.
There's a lot of buybacks used from that Dire team there. At least 4 buybacks, it looks like. No, I could be wrong. Could be 3. I'm bad at counting, you know. It's tired.
I think 4 were used if you count S4s.
Warlock, yeah, if you count S4s. Warlock did not. Troll did not. Okay, so they used 3 of their 5. But that's a big investment just to save your racks. But definitely going down 2 lanes at this point would be more or less GG. This is... I don't think I've seen this on TAs ever. -8 meld armor reduction over the +3 refraction. But at the same time, I haven't seen much of level 25 TAs since it was what used to be a respawn count. This is a new one. An extra -8 armor is quite a lot.
The insta burst was so useful when they got the first life of S4.
Usually the refraction seems just almost mandatory.
Yeah.
It does so much, but I guess perhaps with the Phoenix or Beard Spear, it's a little bit more of a dot going on that they can nullify that.
The big thing we're seeing from Vici is they're dealing with the Tide a bit better using the Silver Edge break. That's how they kind of killed him that first time when he fought back. It was kind of a cute idea, like, hey, this Tide is not going to expect to get bursted because he thinks he's protected by Kraken, but the Silver Edge surprise allowed them to kill him. The problem was they had to commit double BKBs to get the kill as well. They could get that kill without using BKBs, then they can actually take the subsequent fight, but Tide buys back and they're kind of at a loss after that. See where things go from here. Level 25 is approaching, that's where things can kind of get crazy in the late game, but also these BKBs on the Dire side all down to 5 seconds at this point as well, which is a concern for them.
Yeah, and they are on the edge with the buybacks, as you mentioned, so if one bad fight here, a nice ult coming out from OG, and that would just straight up end the game. There's a Troll.
Of all the people that happen to catch out with a coil, it could be Troll, and there he is. But he hops to BKB, and they look to go for the fight regardless. The follow from Yang is there with the lasso and the rock committed, but they lose Yang right away. They will be able to get fly down. OG popped their pipe. And here comes the epicenter from the Sand King. Hard hits with the Burrow follow, but now the Magnetize comes out from OG, and it looks like they might have done it. They will lose S4.
This is okay for VG.
And then they're moving in, they're swinging, and they're going to get the finish on No Tail as he attempts to TP away. It's a double kill for Ori, and VG actually managed to get the better of this fight.
Yeah, Phoenix didn't get spells off. You know, more often than not, a team fight will come down to just who gets their spells off and who doesn't. And a key hero like a Phoenix not getting to use Sunray or Supernova in a fight like that is going to be a deciding factor. On the Dire side, managed to get off the Chaotic Offering as well as the Fatal Bond, so the key spells came out from the Dire supports. Without a Supernova, they definitely laxing there, and a DDTA pushing forward could clear up some of these tier 2s. Looks like for now they're going to focus the top lane tier 1.
They do have a bit of a window here without CK ult, but it's just so integral to that hero, especially given his item situation as well. Not sure if they'll try to push for more here.
Middle tower is under attack.
I think Radiant's knock down the top tier 2 here, and that's going to open up the base potentially if they do want to make a move with Ravage down for at least for more than another minute as well.
Oh, they're pinging Roche. They're actually going to have this TSDD slight bit left on it, and there we go. Extra -8 meld. Goodbye, Roshan.
Dead. No chance for Roche. Holy snap. Once the 6K lead or such for OG has been cut almost in half. And it's now VG Gaming, you know, evolving into this later game that is becoming quite scary.
Charging forward. Haste. Very hard to deal with. You can't really look to that Ravage as a teamfight solution when heroes like TA have 2 lives. We'll see comes of it. Fly again. Oh!
Whoa, that spotted deep, and then the Flame Break bump back? Oh, he's done for. Has an egg, but obviously not going to be able to use it here. He's just silenced up and taken out 72 seconds without a buyback.
It's definitely one of the downsides of being like a super high-level support at this stage. You often don't have money for buyback, and if you do die, it's a long time on the sidelines.
Yeah, crazy. He's only level 20. All those wonderful talents for Phoenix.
Split push from Ana bottom, though. He's going to get his level 25 off of this.
Get
that CPM, I'm sure. Still got to grow in terms of his itemization.
Oh, they're dishing everything they can for that little CK illusion.
Oh, he doesn't go GPM. He gets orb distance and speed. That is definitely unexpected.
I mean, I don't know. Has many things been expected this game? I feel like the talents have been all over the place this game.
I think that's pretty rare in general across scenes, right? Getting the orb speed, just because like you're not really used to it, and unless you've been practicing with it, you end up overshooting spells or just like missing stuff, and it's kind of hard to play with.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of cute and you fly around the map, but Puck already does that without the orb speed is the thing in my mind. Like it's going to be kind of, I mean, he's already impossible. In theory, he's meant to be impossible. He's got Lincoln's Yule's phase shift with Blink. Like that is meant to be an unkillable Puck already.
That's like a choreographed dance of ganks that you have to kill the Puck with already. You have to. Everyone has to hit the right maneuvers at the right time. But
the other side of that is he's thinking, well, I'm already kind of 6-slotted. Do I really need more big items? And yeah, there's definitely room to grow. The Veil can be replaced by a Refresher. The Octarine's got queued up. You can kind of go to that like 6-item Octarine, 7th item in your backpack Refresher. Dagon 5, of course, always a popular one for the late game Pucks. And the GPM talent definitely gives you that money to spend on it. But
now we can orb real fast, gods. Look at that thing. Woo! Wasn't that worth it?
Take your tribute.
He could have picked up about 1,000 gold already.
Yeah, but you see that orb right there? He almost made it out of the base from the fountain. Now look at that one. Damn.
Yeah, I'm going to say this was the wrong call personally, but I don't know.
At TI, you get 420. At Mars, you get warp speed, buddy.
The actually only other time I saw the other time I remember seeing the orb speed picked up was actually his teammate S4 and an offlane Puck doing the same thing. That was a bit different because it was like the very end of the game and like they were about to win, so I think he's just like, well, this game's over in the next 5 minutes. Why get GPM?
Radiant's top tower
this
is
game
under
could
attack.
be far from over, and that's where I feel PM is definitely attractive.
Yeah. You know, well, maybe we'll see the one big play that an orb had to be there that much faster, like that one.
Yeah.
You know, wouldn't have had the opportunity if the orb was there, you know, half a second later, let's say. VG though still what looks like firm control here, moving as the buddy system, taking over OG's ancient camp.
Well, they just, that's okay. I mean, they're down money, but it's not really about money at this stage anymore. It's maybe also the reason you don't get GPM, because is gold really going to be the deciding factor in a game like this? Not so much.
DD Troll.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Potentially, but looks like he'll take that damage.
Radiant's top tower.
Pop the ult. Him and Ori will have a jolly old time wrecking through a tier 2.
Yeah, where are the late game bottles? This is where TA or Troll should have one in their backpack. Pick up some of those DD runes and whatnot.
Or just give it off to their little Alki Warlock so he can bottle things up for them or something. He's got 2 spots, I see.
You always want to have a late game bottle nowadays. It's one of those things where it's still very new and like it's hard to develop those new habits. And sometimes it'll just suddenly occur, like maybe 5 minutes from now, I'll be like, oh yeah. It's like next time they see a DD rune, they're going to be like, oh yeah, we should buy a bottle for this. But definitely a TA having like a double damage rune instead of a... You can put your Desolate in your backpack, pop your DD rune, and then swap it back in.
All right. Go OG. Here come OG.
As
that flight out, you know.
Age is expiring. This is like a...
big moment.
Pretty classic smoke timing though. Vici Gaming should be ready for it. We'll see just how ready for it they are.
See what kind of setup they can hope for here.
Assault's up on the CK, but no buyback for him, so he's got to have like a perfect.
All right, Ori's there in the lane. It could be bait. Insta coil, insta boulder smash. Now the BKBs are going to get popped. The egg is committed on the other side. They get the Ori takedown. This is looking good for OG. Rock's committed. The Yang pullback's also there. They grab a hold of No Tail, but there's no follow-up at all. And it looks like VG Gaming are going to quickly spread out and try to get the hell out while they can. Yang, though, no chance for him. FY commits him with the Burrow with the epicenter right in the midst of the fight. That's going to force out S4 with the Greaves, with the Ravage. They get the pullback onto Ed. He's able to eat the cheese and survive. He turns to fight. The follow-up Burrow from FY is really good. Troll looking for a new target here. Tries to go hold for Ana. Ana is able to jump on the backside and make it away. And now Vici here going in for later rounds of this fight. Ori with the deep commitment in on the back end of his buyback here. They're hoping to take a fight, sliding in. FY can't find the target, gets silenced. Well, they continue to chase here. Jerix rolling forward, Ana's still there as well. Finally, Ed once in, he tries to get that bash, but he can't get it. Runs out the other way, and I think Vici will finally have to forfeit this one.
Okay. That's the TA buyback. That's... If not, there's no further kills.
Oh, not me! No! Oh no! Poor Warlock all left behind. That fast orb caught right up to him. A coil too? Can't catch me in that glimmer.
Damn you! He's got the keeper of the like pervert voice now.
Yeah, also that Twitch chat neckbeard voice is all coming together too. It's all the same thing, I see.
I'd say the perfect trifecta, but really it's just the same person.
Well, yeah, first promising moments for OG, it felt, but he still did lose No Tail, but
Illusion.
it costed Vici quite a bit.
TA buyback is scary because you're now playing in a situation where if TA gets jumped again like that, it could just be game over. So it's going to be very passive play out of Vici Gaming until they get that buyback back up, most likely. That's a full 6 minutes away though, and that means OG will have another opportunity. They've actually got another smoke to play with, so they can actually have a go and run at Vici Gaming once their ultis are back.
Might have to YOLO it sometimes. I mean, OG came into that last fight without buyback on the CK, so
yeah,
just kind of.
Well, and I think Vici Gaming take a page from OG's. Look, go for a play. So they were kind of just sitting there farming the lane. They're trying to bait the TA rather than try and jump OG. They were waiting for OG to jump them and hoping to counterplay it, but the TA just died before they could do anything. The chain stun, Jerix gets the boulder smash, they immediately followed up with a coil. They tried to force stuff the coil to get that long Ags break stun, but I don't think they quite got it. But either way, it was a great idea. And here's the next smoke.
OG mid lane.
Troll could pop this.
Cooldowns are good.
Yeah.
Woo! Troll skipping right in through the river. Man, look at that orb fly.
Octarine Arcane, look at the cooldown on it. 5.775.
On that orb? Oh.
That is...
Keep throwing them.
Practically nothing.
Smoke up. They try to go in.
Coil caught on 2 from behind, forces out the early Yang BKB. Now Jerix committing in hard onto Ori. Rock finds good connection. The Fatal Bonds is also there. Troll moving in for the action to try to shred them all apart. Yang's going to be the first one to go down. S4 finds the Ravage. The Rock is there once again, though, onto OG, but OG are surviving. Oh, with Vici committing everything they can, even the late game Epi, it's just still not going to be good enough. It's No Tail hitting it home with the Ultra Kill. I mean, it was a bit of a slideshow jump, if I'm being honest here, but OG is winning it all the way through.
I was impressed you followed what was going on there.
God, people are dying suddenly, but OG's winning.
TA didn't do any damage with BKB, and then after the BKB, she got halberded. She did no damage. That's your most farmed hero, your highest DPS hero doing 0 damage in a key team fight. That's game over for you. Great execution from OG when it matters in those team fights.
That's OG finally getting their first win at Mars TV, which, you know, call this heat, gentlemen, and with that means that OG get their win, so they're now 1-2 in their round robin phase, while Vici Gaming are now also 1-2 with this loss. So they're about even there. Not all of this has been updated. Was there another match happening at the same time? I don't think so, right? We're now going one by one now.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 by 1. And what is coming up next for us here? It looks like, according to our screen, Clutch Gamers versus LGD.
I think Clutch 0-2 or 0-3. They've had a they're 0-3. It's been a rough start for the SCA squad.
So we'll look to see if they can get themselves a win. We seem to be good luck for these teams getting a win, so maybe it'll be good luck for Clutch, or if LGD are going to try to hold the top of the round robin with a impressive 4-0 record. We will find out soon. That's Parker. That guy's Jack. I'm Dakota. We'll see you soon for more Dota action. hello there, everybody. Welcome on back inside the BTS studio, where we are bringing you the English coverage of Mars TV Dota League LAN. Still have not figured out how to say that well, but we are well underway of the round-robin Dota action, and we're about to hop into Clutch Gamers versus LGD Gaming. And as you can see, we already have a draft underway here, gentlemen. And welcome back, of course, Gods and Korean Barbecue Jack, as we have LGD Gaming 3-0 going against Clutch Gamers 0-3.
Man, I could go for some KBBQ right now. That'd hit the spot pretty well.
Fortunately, I don't think anything is
LGD's
open
turn to pick.
at 5:54 a.m. It's almost breakfast time,
you know.
boys.
Breakfast KBBQ,
Check
no
Chick-fil-A
problem.
biscuits, maybe? I don't know.
Throw some straight up bacon right in the Korean barbecue grill.
That sounds good.
They already have
10 seconds
They already have scrambled eggs on the side, right? Like with the
Dire
dip.
team
This has got to happen.
Corn cheese for breakfast.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Well, hello there, everybody. Welcome on back inside the BTS studio, where we are bringing you the English coverage of Mars TV Dota League LAN. Still have not figured out how to say that well, but we are well underway of the round-robin Dota action, and we're about to hop into Clutch Gamers versus LGD Gaming. And as you can see, we already have a draft underway here, gentlemen. And welcome back, of course, Gods and Korean Barbecue Jack, as we have LGD Gaming 3-0 going against Clutch Gamers 0-3.
Man, I could go for some KBBQ right now. That'd hit the spot pretty well.
Fortunately, I don't think anything is open at 5:54 a.m. It's almost breakfast time, boys.
Breakfast KBBQ, no
Check Chick-fil-A
problem.
biscuits, maybe? I don't know.
Throw some straight up bacon right in the Korean barbecue grill.
That sounds good.
They already have
breakfast style.
They already have scrambled eggs on the side, right? Like with the dip with the meat. This has got to happen.
Corn cheese for breakfast. That's good. I'll do that for sure.
There's going to be 24-hour Korean barbecue place. Probably not out where we live, but at least in the LA city, I bet there is.
Oh, without question, for sure.
Hit us up with recommendations, fellow LA denizens who are also awake at morning.
All right, we have a draft. It is not as exciting as Korean barbecue. It looks some pretty meta pickups here, a lot of blue pickups here. We got Witch Doctor, Faceless Void as your 2 punch coming out from Clutch, LGD, Earthshaker, and Mr. Disruptor.
So Clutch Gamers, storylines. This is a team that really caught fire, right, for that stretch where they won 4 straight qualifiers, but they didn't really perform well at any of the lands that they went to.
Or didn't go.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean, not there. You know, it's just that's how it is.
That too, including their kind of hometown Manila Masters, and then they had a very distinctive style at that point. Like, it was very fast paced. Boombox was always on these kind of roamers, and they had a playmaker. Usually, I believe it was Armel, just kind of on these like, Puck, Queen of Pain, just like making plays all over. And then they had like a very aggressive and distinctive style, and it fit them so well for that stretch. And then afterwards, both the style and the results just kind of seemed to disappear for a bit once they got to these big lands.
It seems they've kind of maybe, I think initially what I was hearing from like some people in the team and people around them was there was a certain amount of nerves and stage fright playing on some of those big lands. And then I think it also maybe Dota's a game where you have to be very confident. Like, you can't be uncertain when you make a move. You need a captain that has a clear vision and voice and says, we're going to do this, and it's the right call. And I think once you start, they're a team that kind of once they started losing, they didn't really find a way to get out of that rut.
They weren't
LGD's turn to pick.
They're not true to their name. That is correct, Dakota.
But maybe here at MDL, a new story for Clutch will be told. I like this 3rd pick, a little bit more spicy to the mix here. The Ricky comes out, says, we're looking to get frisky in the laning phase, or you know, at least get that extra bit of intel. Make some good setups.
5 seconds
Ricky Witch Doctor seems like there is a bit of lack of damage in the early stages, but make up for that later. Get some items. Witch Doctor gets some points in Maledict.
It's a future draft problem.
There's a hero that does not give two shits about a Ricky.
I'm in the meta still, remember me?
Yeah. You want to hit me? You want to hit people in the back? Okay. Bristle loves that.
That's true, actually.
By all
Bristleback,
means.
the direct counter to Ricky.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
They did into a Faceless Void though, which is interesting.
5
Again, we've seen like, a
yeah.
lot more Void safely. It not only excels in terms of like damage type
Reserve
against a hero
time.
that lacks real burst like Bristle, but the time dilation is very annoying to short cooldown
Super annoying.
heroes as well. So, and then Ricky returned to kind of we saw Slardar Sand the kind of boombox style roamers that he was doing so well on. So maybe, you know, a step back in that direction here as well. Are we going to see a Necro though? Another something that we've seen some teams. Oh,
Ban Jack.
They banned it
Jack,
themselves.
get the program.
Absolutely not gonna see a Necro. I'll shut you up right there. They had gotten rid of it along with the AA and a Bat Rider on LGD side. So Clutch, I don't know, Shadowblade candidates maybe, or Silver Edge candidates rather. Let's get a nice little Legion Commander to throw in the off lane maybe.
They want the Armel Invoker maybe. Get that Chrono Sunstrike synergy.
Yeah.
Invoker's a hero that doesn't care too much about Bristle. You cut him around, you chuck EMPs on him. You got damage to kill later on as well. Maybe a hero they need to grab now if they want to get it at all. Since it's a likely last ban if you don't pick a mid hero. Same time, maybe Armel's got a pretty deep hero pool, so too concerning if he doesn't get his Invoker.
Could they go with the Medusa? There's some synergy there. It's a bit slow, I guess.
Jack,
but...
it's 6 in the morning. I don't want to be hearing that talk,
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh,
There we go.
nice call. That's what I want to see. Oh, it's the Bloodseeker. LGD don't care.
Nice. So there's
Blood Rage
Bloodseeker.
Quills.
He's been just increasingly popular. So in FCA, like Fnatic was using this quite a bit. Like some other teams have come up to it. And in China, I think Vici Gaming for the most part used it a bit during the qualifiers. Hero was played remaining. Like a good, like 8 times or something during the qualifiers. We saw it quite a bit, and so it's often played as a mid, like more of a core now. Like it's a good matchup. It's very difficult to really zone or kill most of the time. Has a lot of presence as a ganker. A number of different build paths that you can go with it. Whether it's like the Fnatic, you know, the QO style Midas Radiance, or if you see more of like an Aghanims, maybe Sanjin Yaki, like more of a move speed utility, like a kind of ganker build. So there's a lot of possibilities here.
Well, Clutch Gamers experienced that Bloodseeker Pudge. I don't know if they were on the receiving end, but they did obviously see it in that SCA qualifier from Fnatic. There's some nasty synergy between these heroes.
LGD's
value the Earthshaker. I mean, teams have either been banning it or taking it very early on. Or rather, LGD has been taking it very early on, or if it's banned out against them. So this is an offlaner that's risen very quickly to the top of many lists. Like, obviously, with being able to fissure block and kind of ensure that you get lane creep and experience, or just putting a ton of pressure if the other team wants to zone you out. He's a beefy hero. Pardon the
5 seconds
not
remaining.
just because he's the Earthshaker, but he's beefy. He's hard to kill. He's got a lot of HP.
Reserve time.
Yep.
Looks
like it'll be a but it's the same concept where you can still secure that offlane by just a fissure block, with the Bristleback more likely played in the offlane role. But last pick Sand King.
What do you think about the Storm pickup? It's a good Storm game. I feel like he also worries about time dilation, and you gotta be careful about smokescreen. But lately, Storms, I don't think like we saw the debut matchup, teams are picking Storm regardless of what seems to be on the other team, and have been making more on just the Storm incorporated with their own personal lineup, their own strategy, and their player.
Oh, ideal Storm game when you look at time dilation, smoke. Sand King's done now. I mean, you didn't see the Sand King, but I think maybe he'll make it work. He's got Bloodseeker to run in and set everything up for him. I think that's kind of the beauty of this. Not just Bloodseeker, Bristle. He's got 2 heroes that are going to run it first. He gets to come in and do his thing.
We'll see. LGD, I just could tell by the way they were drafting, though. They were super confident.
Yeah.
Picking so fast. It just reeks confidence. Reeks Laugandie.
Laugandie.
The sauce. whatever kind of sauce.
Some good hot sauce for this tournament so far.
Yeah, 3-0. Can they keep the streak alive? One team has always got to be that team that almost goes undefeated. Will it be LGD?
Well, since I think we've seen a team go undefeated at a LAN event from start to finish. I know
that's why I said almost undefeated.
Yeah,
well, there's got a team that almost gets there and has one loss to Team Red. Something like that.
It used to happen occasionally because like ESL would do their like straight up single live tournaments, so there was less matches.
I can't hear you over the chat, Will. I can't hear you, co-caster. Let's let them get the chat warm up out. No, sorry, please go ahead.
Nope.
Are you done yet? Okay.
Yeah.
Just can't wait till TI main stage. People are trying to like cast games. It's like screaming throughout the whole stadium nonstop.
30 seconds to battle.
That sound just makes me smile. I don't know.
It's a good text message sound. If you don't already have it on your phone, I would recommend it probably as a good little.
Okay.
Hey, Mom. Your mom's texting. Get off the computer. Hey, Mom.
Do you do that custom text messages depending who's texting you?
I did for a little bit, but then I settled for the old KP. Uh-oh. Looks like we got first blood potentially.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Yeah, look at that. He gets a good step back.
Bounty rune.
Grabs the bounty. He's turning around. He's going to get Boombox instead. Oh, the burrow's there. Yeah, they get Yao. He's going to be the first blood. Boombox is low, but the Thunder Strike will conclude just in time. He makes it away. Rappy steps back. Voids the potential circle of death and now is trying to limp his way out. But Ame is not going to chase. That means the salve will be there. Rappy will take his way to the lane. First blood belongs to Clutch.
Yeah. Courier snipe mid! No!
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh no, I cut the back end of it and it's the witch doctor who got it fly solo.
That's like the panic. You hear like, I yell courier snipe mid and you don't know which side to look at suddenly. You're like, oh god.
I had a 50-50 chance and my eyes went to the wrong side first, so yeah, my bad.
That's alright. That's a very SK thing. They love their courier sniping and shenanigans. It's rampant in pub games over there.
I mean, witch doctor courier sniping? Yeah, that's not one you commonly look out for. It's a funny looking set too. Here we go. First game. Shows up to mid lane, throws out the coconut onto Somnus. Somnus wants to fight on forward, looking to go for Boombox, needs one more right click. Can he get it? Oh, but looks like maybe goes down first. And then the follow kill will be there. He'll get the kill, will not be there for the XP. His lightning spirit will be, but unfortunately he will not. So frisky action already coming out. This is what I was expecting. I have not been able to personally like cast a game of Clutch Gamers, but you know, this is a Clutch Gamer kind of a game if I've ever heard about one.
It looks like it. It looks like it right now.
They're owning 1,500 gold lead.
This is working.
2 minutes in. It's GG, Jack. If this is NA Dota Pub, this Storm Spirit's feeding mid.
Yep.
Couriers are on the ground.
Yep.
He's 0-5 already. He's just like, it's over.
Yeah, all we're missing is the Peruvian all chat, but everything else seems to be there.
Yeah, it's a report in Joker, something like that.
Carmel holding his own right now. Goes too far forward though, and you could get blocked out here from the nearby Victoria, who's creeping in now. Here it comes! Boom!
I'll take that.
Tried to warn him, but now he's gonna have to run towards Victoria. He's not even getting the chance. More right clicks there, and it's Made picking it up, and now we're leading 2-2. Bottom lane, more action though. Look at that. Burrow strike in from Rappy as he gets close back. It's a glitch in the matrix, but they'll both end up getting dropped. 3-3, we're back even again.
Oh, top lane meanwhile.
Oh, and the courier responds. Top lane, we get the kill. It's Bristleback getting dropped. Double damage Witch Doctor suddenly at the top lane.
Witch Doctor's going off. He's killed. He's got the courier snipe. Level 3 already. This is when you're having a good time as a support when you get these kind of starters. He's got 900 gold. He can buy a food stick. Upgrade that courier, I guess.
Reminds me of one of the SCA qualifier games where Witch Doctor started like 8-0 in like.
Yeah, that was
right?
Chemo Execration.
Yeah, it's like
they 5v5.
Yeah, and he got an ultra kill basically before the creep spawn, right?
Yeah.
It's like one of those like if things are going very smoothly and it's like seems like everywhere you go like something great is happening. You're getting killed, killing a courier. Feels good. Feels good.
Those games are the dream, just because you know every once in a while the team there's like a 10% chance they're like that game. Like, all 5-man smoke at the start, down the middle. But to have both teams think that at the same time, that is really, it's watching a real train wreck.
Poor Great King Curry is stuck mid. No one can afford an upgrade.
Oh, 11. He's in trouble. The Sunstrike. Got him. Armel. Back in.
This is the SEA Witch Doctor. Super aggressive, always moving Maledict first, looking for kills non-stop. This is the SEA way of playing this hero.
Boombox is discovering that there is no place welcome for a Ricky. Bottom lane, Sentry. He doesn't like it. Goes to mid lane. There's another Sentry. I just gotta find another place to soak up XP.
While Witch Doctor's having the dream game, Ricky's kind of, he's not having a bad game by any means, but he's struggling to find a place to have an impact. Now is okay.
Yeah, Witch Doctor, he gets this luxury. He just walks in with boots and throws out a coconut or a few right clicks. Oh, almost the opportunity to maybe go for another courier snipe. Checks out to see if there's a ward in his spot. Will not scout anything.
Storm. There he is. Level 5.
Yeah, they have that deep ward over there as well, so they're probably going to try to wrap him. Maybe get him one more time before he gets his ult up.
He's coming back mid again. Let me focus, set something up.
Well, they have a Radiant scan there that he just walked into, so I don't think so, guys.
That's why you either sit behind him or your Storm needs to fall back to the jungle, but Shaker's, he's in position.
You're ready.
But he's like, dude, you're bleaching my XP.
This guy, you know, it's going to be a slower journey to level 6, but at least he'll get it. Boombox looks like you came back bottom and might head back mid or elsewhere there. Ame is working with the jungle camp. He's got Yao by his side and really no threat in the lane at all. We look to see where Rappy's at. Rappy, well, he's got Tranquil, Scout, a Mango, he's tagging a Shrine, he's got Blink and Q. He's almost level 5, so I'd say you'd be pretty happy if you're an offlaner.
Too crazy, but definitely on par with most of his core items. Playing Bristol's actually CSing very well despite the 2 deaths. He's got the 2nd highest CS in the game. That will mount to, but he's got levels. He's very dangerous to go on because of that quill spam that will come from behind. Looks like Ricky is kind of content just to leech that XP from the pull.
Get that
is
courier.
good for the courier, yeah.
It's just right over your head. You got to go for it. Okay, going. Well, he gets the bounty at least. Top lane, Chrono rather, on top of 11. The Maledict should help get the finish, but the Star Spirit has rotated over, and he will get some redemption as he finishes off that crazy coconutted Witch Doctor. Now a Fissure there, looking to go for Gabby. Gabby hiding within the trees. He still has the Time Walk. Gets it out now. Is not going to get any health back, but it does find a safety pocket to be able to TP away.
Just going to rotate bottom with a TP. See if
look at this.
Sets a kill.
You see Ricky.
Bottom lane, they've gone in. Don't know if they can get this kill. If anything, Ame's going to easily turn this one around.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's chunking him down real good.
Okay.
Eventually we'll be forced
back. Get the kill, but scare him off.
Wow. This game is quite feisty, isn't it?
It's good. We need to cast more of this. But we need some SC Dota.
Oh! Ame.
Oh, the creep helped.
Yes, he did.
That one there.
Ooh, roast tomato just saved his life.
Bloodseeker's a particularly interesting hero because, I mean, he's kind of strong right now, and like, you know, the Blood Rage doesn't cost mana, but there's also a very all or nothing component to him, which I really enjoy in terms of like, who are you gonna Blood Rage, right? You're gonna Blood Rage a target, and then, you know, or you're gonna Blood Rage. Like, Crusade sets up these very tense, like, or kind of trade or go in situations.
Invisibility.
Like it makes everyone, whoever you use on becomes a glass cannon, where they do big damage.
Good smack onto the Ricky here. They're looking to go for the fault. Meanwhile, mid lane, Armel was hit with the Rupture, and it is going to be a 2-and takedown. The floodgates have been open, and LGD have just came through the mid lane to play.
I'll take that.
Structure. Decent synergy there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's for me.
Oh,
bottom. It's a good
Witch
cast.
Doctor. Oh, he was trying to do some cheeky bounty plays. Coconut bounce there, but eventually the right click will be in, but the burrow turnaround could make it worth of it. Oh, he tries to turn and fight, but he gets handled there. It does look like they will lose the Sand King. Rappy gets dropped. Well, mid, thanks for the heads up. It's going to be maybe jumping in behind the tower here, looking to go for Armel. Needs a little bit more, rolls on 4, gets hit with a cold snap.
Has a regen.
Does jump back. Oh, that regen is going to get canceled now. Sunstrike, too far to the side. Boombox, though, is on the chase. A Fissure's there to help out. He needs a little bit more mana to be able to get the jump, and there's that regen.
That's a Sunstrike probably shouldn't miss. Should have waited longer until he knew which way I was running, or... Gotta land those ones. Still, okay for Clutch Gamers here.
Bad, and they don't seem deterred one bit. They're already potentially right back on the action path, it looks like, as Rappy and Fly Solo have now smoked up. And with the Ricky, they are going to go on a little 3-man gank squad here. They have the Storm nearby, but they better time these stuns out well and just hope that they have the burst potential between Smoke and Coconut and Burrow. Okay, there's the Burrow. There's the Epi. There's the Sunstrike. And they got it. All right, 4 times kill streak going to be handed over on top of it.
That is a determined kill right there. That's I don't know. I think that's kind of one of those rotations that could get you punished. Like if maybe is not there, let's say there are other heroes, like that could very easily be turned around on. So ultimately a nice play from them, but also very risky.
I guess it's a high risk, high reward kind of a play, Jack. Oh, 11 here. Caught between 2, hit with Maldic.
There's Sunstrike, there is.
Juking back the other direction here, and then Jukes back the other direction, only to get hit with a Chrono.
You gotta feed your Invoker those kills. I feel like the last kills Invoker could have
Oh, buddy, a long jump in comes out from Maybe. He's looking to go for Gabby, and it looks like he's got him, or does he? Oh no, he does not. The smoke screen's there, and Gabby's going to be able to time walk over the trees and away from trouble, but the Doctor is not. Is able to get into the action and help slash him down, but has he gone too far? Yes, he has.
That's the budget Jack talked about.
He was feeling himself after that last kill, and he was just, well, maybe feeling himself a bit too much.
Yeah, you don't want to do
that. And goes in like the glass cannon he is, falls over and bursts into 1,000 pieces. 9-10 now. Clutch Gamer's still up and ahead, but...
He's got a Mask of Madness build coming in. That is...
Who?
He's going all in on the squishiness here, the Bloodseeker.
Oh, whoa.
I've not seen this build. Not to say I'm saying it's bad. I'm more just like, whoa, it's gonna be squishy. May as well make himself even squishier.
Tower is under attack.
This is just a YOLO build. This
I mean,
is what you like to see.
Where are you even getting the armor from to make up for the armor loss? You're not, I guess.
If you kill them before you get right click, you don't need armor.
Oh, okay, I guess that's true.
And it's a lot of magic damage. Like even Void with his bashes, he's not really doing a whole lot of right click. Invoker's probably the heaviest right click, really, but he's even using spells. So ultimately, seems okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Who are you, like? So is he blood raging himself in these fights, or do you even blood rage someone like Bristleback for extra kill power? Dishing got some heavy firepower on the top lanes. Addicts committed, but they still can't even Gabby. Leaps away. No problem at all. Meanwhile, the 1-2 fault from this is Yao. After committing it for the kill of this 2-man gank, he's the one that loses his life.
Attack.
I think for the most part, Ame's just going to blood rage himself. Increase his damage output from Blood Ride, Rupture, and then run in with it when it's safe. But it's also good to use on the time you're going on, depending on the situation.
They got maybe?
No. Oh, he's going to be close. I think they've got him.
Oh, yeah, the kid loses speed. Jump away further.
Needs to dodge Malik, takes some failed. Oh.
This movement there from Clutch Gamers get the upper hand and get back-to-back drops of the Storm Spirit.
Clutcher kind of just playing aggressive Dota.
Yep, I like it.
Level 4 Maledict. This Witch Doctor has definitely been the MVP so far, in my mind.
I agree.
This is signature Clutch when they're having success. They take the Dire, they make constant rotations into your jungle and find good fights.
Yeah, the 3 games down, it's like just go for it. I think they'll quickly realize that this is how they were supposed to be playing the tournament all along. We'll see though. We'll see though. But
yeah, once Southeast Asian coach said that their team was you know, just for a little bit leading up to qualifiers, looked to be in disarray. So, not just that, but like they were looking last minute to find like practice and scrims. As apparently they hadn't practiced for a while. So, we'll see if Clutch can regain what was a fairly wide open current King of SEA title belt, right? I mean, we have our TI qualifiers, but still nobody has really just taken that region by stranglehold just yet.
Looks like they pointed out our little Earthshaker friend Victoria hiding within those
Dire's
trees.
middle tower is under attack.
Clutch Gamers another pickoff, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Clutch Gamers were coming in pretty feared from the Southeast Asia region, taking so many qualifiers, but poor showings at lands, lots of visa issues, preventing them from even being in the limelight. I think it's about time you kick it into high gear and realize, you know, take advantage of these kind of opportunities now. Now you're down 3 games. Let's really turn it up.
Blood Rage, Manus Bloodseeker. You don't want this guy getting jumped.
Jumped in the chrono and then he just gets batted down, killed right away. I don't know. I don't know. Something seems to be happening, you know, when you get a couple of wins, you start doing some funny stuff.
Yeah, this may just be his build that he likes to go for in pubs and when he plays in competitive, and it's worked for him. So sometimes players will have their own unique builds for a hero. And Jack can imagine that Bloodseeker's got a lot of different viable builds.
Alright, so move in from Clutch now. Got Gabby's Chrono good to go, and the Death Ward. The classic combo, gentlemen.
Under attack.
The Ward, of course, which must be placed just outside the Chrono. Here we go.
This is a Chain Frost, really.
Yeah, it's down. Alright, well, they'll settle for a measly little disruptor support. I don't know the target that they would like, but acceptable. And I was gonna say Boombox here is also scouting out some more information. The team has not gone too far, and they're actually coming right back in once again. It looked like Clutch were thinking about more ganking opportunities. So is LGD just kind of avoiding fight altogether for this moment until they kind of just scale into more relevance with the Storm Spirit and the Bristleback and stuff?
Feels that way. I mean, this Bloodseeker cannot team fight at all. He's so incredibly squishy. He can find pickoffs and kind of play around his team, but he doesn't want to run in. I feel like the purpose of this Bloodseeker Bristle is to run in to set up kills for the Storm, but you've got this incredibly squishy Bloodseeker build that doesn't really mesh with that strategy, so we'll see how they work around that, but it does feel like they're going to have to just farm it. 11 at least has some good farm with the foot Vanguard, so he can kind of front line.
Ooh, almost try to get a dust catch onto this Ricky, but he is just out of vision. They had that sentry up on the high ground. Oh, he jumps in. 2-man smokes. Follow-up is coming in from Clutch Gamers. They're trying to drop down the stack storm while Victoria hops out with the Echo. Connects onto 2 with the follow-up fissure play on the other side. Boombox will get finished off under the tower. Gabby moves in with a chrono. Helps them get the finish follow-up onto Victoria, making it a 2-man advantage for Clutch Gamers. At the moment, Armel with the double. Cleaning it back into the EMP play. They move in now and surround the Bristle, but here comes Maybe. Looking to clean things up now. Moves in, gets the first kill on the Witch Doctor. Tornado's going to be there, though, and now it's all on Maybe to try to survive, but he's going to be low on mana. He pumps out some more and is going to be able to get the jump away. He will be the only survivor in this fight. Sunstrike, did they catch him? Woo! Just next.
So close.
Damn.
Whew. That's the Clutch Gamer.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just they're keeping the pace very quick here and just pressuring at towers at every juncture. Really enjoying watching this one compared to some of the games we had before.
Yeah, EG and OG. It's Clutch Gamers know how to play. No, but they definitely are bringing more of a fresh, spicier approach to the early mid game, and LGD are coming off of those type of matchups against OG and EG and such, and maybe if just we're going against more of a disciplined, you know, stone cut early game, whereas Culture just, you know, butterflies running around the map.
The CA teams have a track record of upsetting teams who play too slow-paced, methodically, and farm-oriented. Case pass with like OG, among others.
I do fear for Clutch though, when they start hitting that brake pedal a bit. I don't think this is a team that you want to slow down against.
Yeah. Their late game's still very potent. Their team fight with Void Invoker is going to scale very well into the late game. To see, and I think actually, like, if anything, their heroes scale better. Like the Bloodseeker, I don't think scales well at all. He's not particularly farmed. He's going to build that's not going to allow him to scale well.
Yeah, I think I just get more nervous about Clutch's like late game decision making, mid to late game decision making here. They definitely have the opportunities to be crazy in the early game, but okay, now we have LGD though. Already beginning to make their move into the mid game. It starts with an early smoke move, pick off, and just on the Witch Doctor here, kind of just is in the right position to kind of tank the approach for the rest of his team.
See if they can get a tower off of it.
Yeah, +1 objective follow-up would be nice.
Being found.
Ame is being stalked. He actually just hit his Mask of Madness here. If the team was a bit closer, they could take advantage of this, but looks like Ame's already heading out.
Is under attack.
Still stalking a bit though. He's boombox.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Comes Rappy. Rotations also coming in though from LGD's side. They're the ones rolling in. They've already made their move. They're gonna get it. That's the Bloodseeker going down. Maybe steps in towards the shrine, gets the jump in. Victoria walking in with the dunk will help them get the finish onto the Sand King. The follow-up pullback for Ricky is there. They'll wait for the Tricks of the Shade to conclude, and they'll get it done. Meanwhile, they get the follow-up pick off onto 11 from Armel's side.
Yeah, and this Witch Doctor's there with the Maledict, just helping his team out.
Didn't even use the Death Ward, it looks like.
Been a Maledict machine so far, but yeah, LGD will try, but definitely kind of agreeing with your general sentiment that the longer this game goes, definitely LGD, a team that can kind of maybe outclass Clutch Gamers with that late game decision making. So we definitely want to see Clutch Gamers maintain this level of aggression.
Yeah, definitely want to keep getting in the face.
really doing much in this game. It's going to slow people down, help kill a Bristle maybe, so he doesn't kite you and run away from you as much.
All right, here you go. LGD smoke, it gets pinged right away because they did it right under a ward.
Yep, that's word.
They have sentries like all over.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, Clutch, if you somehow get caught by the smoke, this one on you. I'm just saying. They run all the way up to the top lane. Avoid the approach of LGD. We'll see what LGD can at least do with this. You know, getting some wards down in the jungle could at least make up for it a bit, or I guess clearing out their camps will do.
You're gonna poke his in, see what he can find.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yep, but
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Like, okay, he makes it to the other side, not too much trouble. And maybe says, let's push the mid lane a bit. No, they're drawing out a line all the way to the bottom lane instead. It's kind of weird to feel out exactly what objectively LGD are trying to do right now. I mean, are they kind of satisfied with their growth at the moment? I mean, I'm looking at them and they seem pretty stacked. They're looking like they want to fight, actually. Maybe just jumps right into mid lane, right between three. Pops the dust, gets hit with a smoke screen. There's a Tricks to the Trade. The Coconut's also going to be there. And he frantically jumps out the other side. Over on this front, he gets near what looks like a Sunstrike, hides within the trees. He's dead. And that's going to be the Aegis now. But a Chrono comes out, nice combo, and that's going to be the end of the Bloodseeker. Now maybe coming in with round number 2. Gets the grab and the pullback. Witch Doctor's the first one to go down, and then the Sandcake. Jumps up to the high ground here. Boombox in the Faceless Void. Both squaring it out, but here we go. 11 and Victoria moving in. The dunk, not the biggest of effect, but they've done enough. Man, I can't tell what the hell is actually happening, guys. If I'm being honest with you, but I am guessing as best as I can here. Looks like Armel, very low on mana, is stuck within the trees here and has to just find his path the hell out of this fight. And it looks like the first time in quite a while, LGD getting the upper hand.
Yeah, witnessing a Sumail-esque Storm Spirit performance right now. Maybe is just going unchecked in these fights.
The franchise player, one of the many M gods built around him. And, he clearly has a lot of that same mechanical expertise that made him such a great player.
Zap!
That was one of the occasions where Witch Doctor's boldness and aggression kind of backfired. He was running in first, leading the fight. He's like, let's go, let's get this Storm Aegis, but he does that, but then there's no real escape for him, and I think he did need a position further back for that fight. You don't want to be initiating as a Witch Doctor.
And they did get the Bloodseeker deck. I mean, or if you look at the other side of it, I mean, that was LGD getting a lot done with the Bloodseeker really doing nothing. Like.
That's the thing. You look at the Bloodseeker and the Bristle, their score lines, they both died 6 times. Bloodseeker's got a few more kills. Bristle's 1, 6, and 6, 4, 6, and 4 on the Bloodseeker, but these heroes have enabled maybe Storm.
This is maybe with these guys kind of hanging around.
They can eat some spells. You know, job is done.
Zip.
So LGD now feeling a bit more confident, strut their stuff all the way up to the top of the map, and begin to move in for some remaining Tier 2 action. We look to the side of Clutch Gamers to see what new options are going to be there for them. Ags en route here for your Sand King. Obviously your Evoker's got some of his essentials together with a new fresh BKB, 10 seconds. And after that he's going to be moving into another defensive pickup, and looks like the Lincoln Sphere. Which is obviously going to be necessary. Jumping Storm Spirit with Orchid. And lots of stuns and Blood Rights and stuff. We'll need all the defense you can get.
Yeah, sure. Storm seems to want a BKB of his own as well. Needs a way out of that smoke cloud. Also just means he can kind of engage in and not have to worry about being burrowed, maledicted.
Time dilation.
Yeah,
super annoying.
There's some obnoxious stuff to deal with. We'll see how both teams play around the next Roche. That's going to be kind of the key thing. Storm can get in there, they just like you're in trouble if you're Clutch Gamers. They've maintained a pretty respectable gold lead, but they haven't been able to turn that gold lead into any objectives, and it's been LGD who have like momentum in their court.
Here we go, big time for Clutch Gamers. They have now popped their smoke. They're moving in right away. They're getting Ame. They've got Ame before though. That's fine. Clutch Gamers need more.
Ame will rise again.
They need more.
His thirst for blood cannot be quenched so
Gabby goes in for the Chrono, but it's only going to be on Disruptor, so they'll make it 2-fer.
I like your optimism about this Bloodseeker, Jack. He'll come back and rise again. Just in my mind, he'll rise again just to beat again. That's what I'm seeing here. He is not being all too impactful this game. I think he has enabled this Storm, but at the same time, you don't really want your carry to be this sacrificial by nature.
Our Bristle friend here is trying to fend off the pressure coming in from Clutch Gamers at the moment, who are trying to finally, you know, make some +1s happen. But okay, here comes Maybe. He's looking to play, hits it in hard. They are going to be quickly losing Victoria, though. Our Clutch Gamers getting the better end of this fight. It looks like it. There we go. Time dilation's already out. 11 slowly down, but look at Ame running into action, trying to get the chop off into Gabby. But here we go. Epicenter Burrow flies in. Maybe ends up going down. It's all Clutch Gamers on this one.
Damn, what a fight.
And Yao's the only survivor, but not for long. A 5-man wipe. This one going to Clutch. Man, I wish I could see
Storm coming back. Can he get anyone? He's not going to go for it. He doesn't defeat again. How much damage did some of these heroes do? Witch Doctor did 1.2k. We got Maledict off at the end, which was nice.
Ricky, Storm on that jump in.
Damage? Holy cow, that's huge. $2.
Dyer's bottom
I'm assuming that was a lot of tricks of the trade, man. It's hard to see when the fights break out, but I was just like, Storm shows up and all of a sudden, boom! Epi goes off and...
I think they got caught a little bit by surprise by the Storm's BKB, but at the same time, LGD pushed that fight, forced it too much because they have the BKB. They played right into like the team fight combo of Clutch Gamers. Even though the Storm doesn't die, did some good damage to it. He wasn't able to actually finish off enough key heroes. Well, seems we are good luck for teams who haven't won games, at least so far.
Don't speak so soon here. 10k up.
Yep.
Clutch Gamers. I'm still like convinced about the assertiveness of the objectives that they got to get. They got some good ones there, but I guess for me to be a believer, I got to see more here from Clutch.
Yeah, next Roche. If they get next Roche, I'll be probably feeling good about this game. On the LGD side, if they get it, then it's like, okay, game on. You know, a Storm with an Aegis, a cheese. Suddenly this game is kind of 50-50.
Obviously, LGD watching it close. They should be 10 seconds. It'll be back up. Boombox already walks himself inside the pit. He was pinged, as there is that. Oh, they dusted him too. He goes to the other side. 11's already spotted. They pre-dusted it, and looks like he's gonna go for the ult. MP. Suddenly, Bristle has normal mana.
Played. They got some spells. And
okay.
There's a Roche back up, as scouted by LGD.
We're going to be doing a bit of a standoff, I'd imagine, here. But all the lanes are favoring Clutch right now. Most of the lanes. Mid lane pushing pretty deep, and the same goes for the bottom. LGD are going to have to step back and deal with it a bit, but I don't think Clutch Gamers have a lineup that could do Roche in this kind of a time window. I don't know, we'll see.
They got that gem now, the Storm, so they can at least not get around or messed with too much by the Ricky.
Do they have the damage for this?
Yeah, they do. It's just a matter of how quickly can they do it, and will LGD come in time?
I don't know if they can do it fast enough there. I guess they will. Oh, LGD smokes are heading that way now. Oh, the timing is just going to be that sweet spot, guys. It is just that moment. That moment when 11 can just walk into the pit. And Armel will pick it up. Okay. But now LGD, have they committed too much going towards the pit that they're going to be forced into a fighting situation here? It's a fight spread on both fronts here. 11 on one end, trying to run his way out, where Ame is chugging in the other. Gabby's going to be able to catch him under the Chronosphere. Maybe runs right over that Chrono to the other side and helps get the pop, not on one, but two. As both Sand King and Witch Doctor will go down. Armel gets the follow-up onto Ame, and he's looking to go for more as the 11 Bristleback will also get dropped to the high ground. Gabby Ghost. The chase for Maybe, but he's got a BKB and he jumps all the way back home. And I don't know if Maybe alone is going to be able to do this one anymore. Clutch Gamers suddenly taken over.
Not too shabby. We talked about that next Roche is going to be the key point for them. If they can secure that, they've definitely set themselves up to win. This game is now in their hands. It's going to be, if they play this the right way to close it out, they should win this game now. BKBs are getting shorter and shorter on the Radiant side. Their late game team fight with Invoker and Void Chrono is definitely not to be reckoned with, and they're approaching some of those key level 25s as well. Invoker's got his Octarine, he's just level 24 now.
Is under attack.
This is definitely Clutch's game to lose.
We'll probably see a bit more split action coming out from LGD in particular, maybe, I guess, if possible. Trying to stall things out a bit. I don't even know what's plan B right now if you're LGD, and is it still just more about the maybe show? Because the Bloodseeker, and he's hoping to get an Ags, but that seems to be quite a distance away.
This Bristle Bloodseeker just don't match up against like an Invoker in the late game, because he just sits back, dishes out so much damage onto them. Even when you BKB, he's just gonna kind of kite you around. He can even right-click through your BKBs with Forge Spirit's Alacrity.
It's a lot. I mean, is it almost just, do you just call it greedy at that point for LGD, having a Storm and a Bristle and a Bloodseeker? I mean, all of them need a decent amount of farm.
Yeah, I'm personally thinking this Bloodseeker should have gone like a tankier build early on. This Mask of Madness rush could have been like a Blade Mail. Something a bit different maybe, but it's feeling like didn't get enough down. Like, I mean, they kind of took over a bit with that first Storm Aegis, but Teamfight is just not in their court.
Now, I've been liking the pick Clutch. I feel like it's got them some good intel in the early game, and I haven't seen him punished a lot in this game at all.
7, 4, and 18. I talked about Chuck being the early game MVP. I actually think since that early game, he's scouting the damage output. We saw at the end of that one big fight, he did the most damage of his entire team. He's offering a lot in all these scenarios.
I almost forgot even before that. Yeah, it was the Witch Doctor phase. And that's a big moment too, even though that feels so long ago and such a small part of the game. You know, when you're buckling the other team and that early in the laning phase, it could be break your spirit.
Kind of fallen off since then, but that's nature of playing a fire with Doctor. You're such an easy free kill for a Storm that they'll often just get focused because you want to take those free easy kills.
Flips back into that silence. Not too bad. They tried to lock him in with the kinetic field. A cute attempt from LGD. Can't quite a hold of Armel. Would love to get an easy way to pick off that first life if possible.
Just there, Invoke. It's level 25. Bring that Midas out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Close. Yeah, I just want to swapping the Midas for these other sweet items here. He's gonna be able to try to do it with the tornado though. One more creep. Get away from my creep. Let me get all the XP. He tried to leap away from the creep.
Temporarily, replace that Axe for 10 seconds. You'll be fine.
Nothing will break out. Surely there'll be no fight. Your teammate's not inside the base right now, Boombox.
Oh, he's where he is.
They actually have a sentry over on the other side of the trees too, waiting for it. This tornado EMP will catch onto 11. That has been a problem the whole game. Is that he's had no mana and time dilation. Did they see him within the trees?
He had it. He
on the other side. Whoa! Commitments in deep to get the finish on Disruptor with the help of that Chrono. On the other front, the pullback grab and the finish. They will get a hold of Boombox, and now maybe looking to go in. Sees Rappy. There though. Follow up. Sure. Now the follow-up jump once again. Rappy's going to be able to make a high. Three-man dunk comes out from Victoria though, off to Clutch. Clutch though, not the heaviest of damage. Are going to be able to step off a bit. They turn their focus on 11 and easily shred apart the bait. Maybe he's there, getting bashed. Yeah, we'll jump inside the base for a bit of safety. Clutch Gamers winning these trades. Now can he oh, sweet delicious cheese are getting up there for the little. Now they can go in round number 2. Victoria gonna be losing his mana. EMP combos there. Sunstrike also will help get the finish, and it looks like Clutch Gamers are on the verge of getting their first win at Mars and giving LGD their first loss. It's funny how tournaments work from LGD. Long jump in though from maybe this could be the final hurrah coming out from LGD. Double jump in, sees the focus for Armel. Can they finally get it down? Yes! Boker finally dealt with Gabby. The pullback's there. Storm's waiting for the time dilation though to wear off. It finally is, and then there's gonna be the Yules. Gabby looking to go in, wants to get a hold of Yao with the back end of his BKB. Will get the finish on Disruptor and
Tries to valiantly time walk up north. There. Finally get him down. 3 times handed over. And we're not done yet. Ame trying to run into the back. Finds himself under the rig. Huge multi-man burrow strike comes out from Rappy to help out and get in the finish of Ame. Doesn't need one right after that.
Man, they're unclear yet. They didn't actually. Okay, they didn't get a Rex out of that.
I mean,
big Invoker streak was ended.
Yeah, now we factor all these freaking kills at the end. I don't really know who it favors anymore. It kind of feels nice for LGD.
Yeah, back to 18 charges on maybe Storm. Like, I don't know. They kind of got a bit too gung ho at the end of that. Like, they had all these extra lives on Invoker with Agent.
They throw.
LGD, as they say, LGD in Chinese, the pun for it is come high ground like OD, and they obliged right there, known as you know, defending the wall. Got a little bit overzealous. They overstayed their welcome with their ults down, and LGD were able to pick up some crucial kills there. So we've had a lot of these kind of back and forth games. We think one team has an edge, and as soon as we say that, the next bad fight goes against them, and suddenly it just totally flip flops.
40 to 26 and a 12k advantage. And if you're just tuning in, you would be confident that this game is clutch games, but we'll see. LGD, not the case at the moment. LGD get that hold. I mean, they had to expend Newbee's buyback for that, right? Yeah, I think so.
No,
oh, they did? I couldn't swear.
He just lived for it all, I think. The Disruptor bought back. That's who bought back.
Oh, that's who I heard.
Okay. So he got solo Chrono. That's where that fight went horribly wrong. He got he KB'd and Chrono'd Disruptor. I imagine he was eyeing off someone else who narrowly got missed, or maybe a Storm zipped out, or an Earthshaker linked away. He was definitely not intending to solo Chrono a Disruptor. That's where the fight initially is lost. Then at the end, he BKBs to kill a Disruptor. He could have BKB deep out, and instead he just killed the Storm and dies. Like, that can't be making a few misplays there, but ultimately this is one of those, like, you get these super aggressive YOLO type games. That's where mistakes slip out, because you get this mindset where you're just always fighting and want to use your spells. Yeah. It's getting a lot of fun though. He's got that 1 DPM talent. Now has the extra time walk cast range, so it's got some long range initiation now.
Wow. Let me see how big this thing is. Oh, it's pretty neato.
Split dagger range.
Just basically back to the
Was it really that big? I don't remember.
I think it was like 1,300 something.
Okay. Oh, it's scale.
Oh, can they burst out the void? They're moving in. Long jump from Newbee, and with the duck follow, they will be able to get him down. But that static storm, locking him with the face, and LGD holding their home once again. It's frantic. Clutch gamers, they try to make it out in a way. Maybe though, on the chase, not letting any man survive. He wants to get a hold of Armel too, the only man surviving on this one. He's running out, and the magician is made away. But holy crap, LGD smacked them down.
Jump that void. Look at the left game of Clutch gamers being the superior of the two, but they've got to get off the Chrono for it to be superior. And just a bold play from Victoria sets up a good team fight. Victoria's been pretty quiet on the Earthshaker. I feel like we haven't seen many crazy Echo Slams. There was one nice 3-man one earlier on, but that's the biggest play of the middle game. That Echo there, bursting down a void, thinking him. Just coming up big.
Here comes deep pressuring down this mid lane, but we do have split pressure coming in from Armel.
Radiant's
He's
bottom
already
barracks
TPing
are
him
under
home, looks
attack.
like.
Just waltz on up to the high ground like that. A couple of heroes that you have to be very careful about if you're Clutch gamers.
Almost forced out, 11 volt. A little bit low mana. They're beginning to go to work onto this tier 3. Shaker back at home. They're going to get the tier 3 down.
Jump, if possible.
Already LGD are heading their way out. Super Bro doesn't find 11. Tornado will. Tornado finds a lot of targets here. Bristle dives to pop his BKB. The rest of the team, though, is not looking for this fight. The BKB simply walk out. There's the follow Burrow. Man, he's connecting with lots of people on these tornadoes, whether it means or not. He just froze my game with this tornado, guys. Oh my god, what was happening? Okay, there we go. He's back and he's dead. Another tornado again. Holy moly.
Armel is on point. Night Storm wants to spin.
Alright, there it is. A hard hit in. Sand King, who set up all these fights, does end up getting dropped right there. They get the take down a boombox inside. Now jump from Void. Hits down the Chrono. The Meatball's gonna get committed, but they can't get the finish on Maybe. Maybe still lives on. He goes back in, gets the finish on the Invoker instead, and now the focus is on Gabby, and it's gonna be LGD's game. It happened. Oh, Clutch Gamers. Not able to pull it in again, it looks like here, and LGD just they're taking over now. They are taking over.
Unassailable position in this game just 5 minutes ago. Going onto high ground and then just a couple that's just opening up the door for LGD out of the high ground, and we have back in this game state.
It was a 15k gold lead, cheese, Aegis, late game ultis to play around, and they got jumped. They fed away the Aegis, a solo DKB Chrono Disruptor. I feel like Armel's doing all he can. He's played a sick Invoker this game, but Sanking Stein quickly and easily to Storm. I feel like he needs another. This act is kind of nice, but he feels like he needed a defensive item, a Force, a Lens, a Lotus Orb, something to get rid of this silence. I mean, he got the heals, but he wants to maybe use that as a setup.
Now for the first time in this game, LGD will take advantage after this takedown of Rax.
Can't get any other lanes with two towers up, but yeah, they don't really care. Aegis, G's, everything they could hope for. Just kind of sick-blooded at the moment. Doesn't even have his boots. He wants to carry the Gem Aegis.
Alright, what do you... Okay, so Void comes back. I mean, do you go into Desperation mode? Is it too soon to call Desperation mode? We're almost on par as far as base damage for each side.
I think you're just gonna calm down if you're Clutch Gamers. You haven't lost this game. Like, other than like, think about like the momentum who's winning the recent fights. If you just saw the state of this game right now, it's pretty much dead even on gold. Okay, LGD's up one if Rax, but you think about that point of the game. 46 minutes, one lane Rax doesn't mean much. And in terms of lap competition, lap is definitely capable of the late game. It's got a farm tanking with Nags, a bit of Void, very farm, Invoker, 6 slotted. They do match up in the late game. It's just a matter of execution.
Top tower has fallen.
The big impending issue is this Aegis, though. They've got to kill Storm twice, and that is likely impossible.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
To spending a big cooldown on the Aegis, and you won't have to rest the fight. Just another nice pick off there.
But it left Bristol alone.
Bristol's alone, but does he care? It's BKB now. He's running Clutch back inside their own base. All right. 11 is going to keep less or a little bit. As LGD make their approach, Clutch Gamers get themselves back inside where it's safe. But a lot of tools here available to them. They have Victoria waiting in the wings with a Blink Dunk. Yeah, he's got a 4-stack ready, and Black Storm. There's the Blink and Dunk right on top of the head of that Wolf, and now Gabby's gone. Gabby's going to need to buy back. They want to pull out a defense here, it looks like, and there it is. Jumping in for the Ricky, but he's able to kind of get the ulti off. Send out the other side. Ame very low, though. They're going to go for the finish. They will get there. Clutch hold on to that one. So they'll also finish off the Bristle, too. Cost them a buyback, but they hold this center.
Okay. So let's think about it. And that seems like we're kind of seeing this big issue where if Void gets jumped, they lose the fight. They need some way to save it, be it Force Staffs, Lotus Orbs. They've got no defensive items on any of their supports. They've got the Gloomer Cape, but that doesn't help against the Gem, and I feel like they need either a Lotus or a Force Staff. Any combination of these two items to actually help out the Void when he gets jumped. He's getting silenced. I mean, it's not even about the silence because he has BKB, but he needs something to protect him. He's always getting jumped rather than being the one to initiate himself. And they are going to go all in. They spoke up. They want to take a fight. Force the high ground here. Problem is, this form, as mentioned earlier, does have 2 lives to play around.
Whoa, what did I miss?
And a buyback too, I would imagine.
I see Ricky
as well. So 3 lives you'd probably have to work through if you want to take this game. Clutch on that Storm Spirit. Back there from Bristle. Our Clutch going to second guess their approach here.
Probably should, given the Aegis and the Blood's about to respawn.
He just still desperate.
Yeah, war a bit. That's the hard commitment in, but into BKB. He doesn't go in for the chrono, but they're able to spread away. Now commits in with the chrono, catches onto the Bristol and onto the Storm. He tries to get Bristol, jumps over the chrono bubble, hits over the Echo on one front. Well, it's going to be Gabby and Raph moving in for 11 here. Who's getting the harder hit of the damage right now? Gabby going back out, looking to get a hold of Maybe, but Maybe puts all of his focus onto Armel. Looking to get a hold of that Invoker now. Maybe runs out of mana and cannot continue his chase. Clutch Gamers, though, lose to both of them getting eaten up from the Bloodseeker. Clutch will have to move on to another day before they can give it their go.
Storm's about to get his 8-6 bar, but that also is fine for him because he's going to get all that mana back and can complete his item beside the device. They continue to look good for LGD. Their high ground defense, their execution of team fights is just far superior now. They're always the one jumping and initiating in, and that is
stupendous.
Not how Clutch Gamers want to see these fights go down.
Yeah, he's kind of been, they're not like showing their hand immediately when the fight starts. It feels like Clutch is either positioned together or they kind of overcommit and then they show their hand very quickly in the fight. LG kind of picking their spots to come in and enter the fight with their blanks, obviously with their receiver.
Dire's bottom tower
that's something
is under
that's a
attack.
detail Clutch definitely needs to work on. And if they end up dropping this game, this comeback, that's got to be fairly.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
An edge and have allow everything.
Yes, Jack. Surely they will probably go back to the locker room and be very upset about it. No, I mean, it felt like at the first quarter, at least of the game, we're seeing Clutch play the game that we've used to see them play, like whether it be land nerves or not. I don't know why it takes 3 losses down to be like, let's just go for it, let's just do our thing. But I hope that they take that with them into the rest of the game from this event. This is not over yet, though. Clutch Gamers, they get one, maybe, miracle of a grab from LGD, one bit of an overthrow.
They're ahead on goal.
Oh, they're going to be on high ground here. LGD will be. Oh, jump in for the cut on. Stun Strike's also there. He tries to get up the game. The Chrono's already on its mark. He catches in 2 of his own team, including the Invoker, which means he's going to get killed with the Sonic Storm. See you later, Invoker. Oh, that was just not fair for Clutch Gamers at the moment. They're going to lose Fly Solo as well. This one belongs to LGD. Oh, that's unfortunate.
It's just this like aura of panic around the Clutch Gamers initiations. Like TLGD, every time they initiate, be it Blink Echo or a Storm Ball in, there's a sense of purpose and they're jumping a target. It feels like Void is panicking, but more so than panicking, he's going in blind. Like they don't have vision. He feels pressured to make big play to come with initiation, but he's not doing so in a calculated way. He's doing so in a very high risk, low percentage way. Like it's like, well, I don't see him, but if I finish the caps like 2 or 3 with a really sick chrono for my Invoker to dump spells into, we might win this fight. So he's just like, he's YOLOing in, and that's, as Void in the late game, you can't YOLO your opponent.
With a great chrono comes great responsibility. For sure. So you have a team that you could potentially be locking down with it too. It's a lot. So
big creep wave top that was pinged out. This could be problematic.
This is a 4-5 range creep 2 catapult push here, Parker. That's a monster neutral push. That's actually, that got the tier 3.
This is actually pretty
formidable.
LGD, run back! Help this!
They can defend high ground against the other team, but not against these creeps.
These creeps have done more into the base than Clutch has, for sure. That is ridiculous.
That was a tornado canceling Bristles TP on the way out. That was, yeah. Have fun with that. Clutch could take some shrines. Oh, they already could. They already took the tier 3 bottom, but
my gratitude.
Roach being pinged. Storm Aegis would be a
double damage too.
Double damage.
Bloodseeker, I like it.
I love that Maybe has held on to the gem this entire game. A lot of Storms would be like, hey team, I'm 6-slotted, you take the gem, but Storm is always one jumping in, looking to clean up those kills, and he's the one who needs the gem more than anyone. When Bloodseeker's dying, he's not really running in, he's throwing Ruptured from afar at this point. It really has to be Storm carrying.
Oh, Dire just got that.
They were leaving it for Bristle, so they didn't want to kill it off because Bristle was coming to pick it up.
That's funny.
They actually stopped hitting Roche, but
yeah,
it'll be fine. Get it. Storm is 6 slotted. He finally does give up the gem. This is that moment. We'll see if that costs him at all. They feel their lead's big enough that Storm not having a gem, if they miss a kill because of it, isn't too big a deal. Observer what's in the enemy base.
It's alright though. The Invoker probably thought he got that Roche. Sick timing. So his morale is way up right now.
Yeah,
he's feeling super good. Now he's gonna have like the best fight ever, and it's all gonna be because of that. Let's see. LGD gonna do one of their coming together, smoke, methodical, thought out approaches potentially.
Very likely.
Okay. Yeah, so Bristle has the extra life this time.
So Void up to he'll buyback soon. Could go all in on a Butterfly. It's not going to help too much against the Bloodthorn since that gets rid of his evasion. I'm not sure. I don't think it's worth buying this Butterfly at this point. I think he does buy it. He's all in. Anyways, I feel this works out. You are in that desperate late game position, but I don't think this item is going to save him, but it make him enough damage up. But he needs to kill heroes in Chrono.
Yeah, and you're hoping to get that Chrono off in your one life, your one fight. For everything.
You can't entirely rely on the Invoker to Chrono Trigger. He wants to do some of that himself.
Alright. Clutch gamers, prepare. They've already got a pre-sentry down. They're hiding within the trees. Toria on the other side, smoked up, waiting in those back lines. He's got his Blink Duck. Tunk ready. Maybe goes in first. Peep. Who's in here?
That's where he doesn't have the gem.
Will not see Boombox close by.
Tori's, I guess, as much as possible.
Simultaneous push pressure coming in through that mid lane too. Just having the Bristle with that extra life, just be the battering ram for this bottom lane. Doesn't push him with a Tornado EMP. He'll lose worthy chunk of his mana, but now maybe he's going to be showing himself. Jumps in, jumps right back out. They force out the Armel BKB already. Not so good for the Invoker. Tier 3 is just holding on by a thread. Looks like 11 should be able to finish it off. LGD just showing the more structured approach to their sieging. A lot easier with that Aegis. Oh! Jump in from the void, right into a static storm and an echo. Oh, he's insta-dead. And he's out of this one for 2 minutes without a buyback. It looks like this could be it. LGD going to be pulling together what looks like their unscratched record, pulling it to 4-0 now. All clutch gamers are going to be still stuck at the depths.
That jump in, like he was about to have it off, but there's Earthshaker jumping in with the blink, disrupt the combo to kill him. So they're just missing that little bit that they could have potentially turned the fight and made things much harder for LGD.
There you go. Clutch play. There. Maybe shred it all up with the boost coming in from Ahmed. Just puts the cherry on top, gentlemen. This one belongs to LGD. Look at that. Do that. Should have been a clutch gamers game, it looks like.